Chapter 826. Since the heavens are dead, isn't it a joke that we came here to kill the samsara? Jiang Lianshan said with an ugly expression. Everyone felt a wave of depression in their hearts. A joke? More than a joke. Everyone had become Old Man Guanxi's chess pieces. His goal was to help the Old Man Guanxi kill the samsara. No, help the Old Man Guanxi ascend to the position of the heavens, and help the Old Man Guanxi become an immortal. Once calculated, the world was a chess piece. Even though Jiang Lianshan was extremely intelligent, he still fell into the Old Man Guanxi's trap. The samsara is the white chess piece, and you are the black chess piece. Old Man Guanxi is indeed that Guanxi. While you are fighting to the death, he can reap the benefits. What a character! Fushi exclaimed. Since the heavens are dead, can the samsara become an immortal? Taiwa frowned. Fushi shook his head. The heavens were deceived by the samsara and entered the void land. There was no life force to be used, and the samsara killed him. However, according to my calculations, the heavens made arrangements before his death to take revenge on the samsara. The law of time was one of the methods the heavens used to take revenge on the samsara. It was given to the Old Man Guanxi to kill the samsara. Sai, what a pity. Then what are you doing? If you can calculate, why have you been in seclusion? Why are you ignoring the heavens? Jiang Lianshan asked. Fushi looked at the sky and shook his head. I can't do anything. Can't do anything? Haha, what a joke. Isn't it just seclusion? The samsara has taken over this world. What's the use of your seclusion? Jiang Lianshan said. Fushi shook his head. The samsara has not taken over this world yet. The heavens died, but the samsara's body was severely injured. The samsara's body obtained the sinuan that the heavens used to control the laws of the world. Only when the samsara returned to this world and used Sun Yuan could he inherit the celestial throne. And I have my own reasons for going into seclusion. Brother, I remember that you seem to know heaven's sky. Why aren't you attacking? Even if you don't do anything, you can tell him. At least he can guard against the Dominator. Taiwa frowned. Fushi shook his head. I only found out when heaven died. Then what we do now? The heavenly god's body of the six paths is coming back, and once it does, the world will change hands. And Old Man Guanxi is going to fight him to the death. Do you want to help? Avenge the heavens? Taiwa asked anxiously. Sun Yuan? Jiang Lianshan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Obtain Sun Yuan, control the immortal dome of heaven and earth, and become an immortal? Jiang Lianshan's expression gradually became serious. Old Man Guanxi and the heavenly god of the six paths were fighting. Could he also sit back and watch the tigers fight? As he thought about it, Jiang Lianshan looked at Fushi cautiously. This was because Jiang Lianshan could not see through Fushi. What if he also joined in? I can't help. I can't free myself. Fushi shook his head. But Taiwa was stunned and anxious. Before heaven died, he had other arrangements besides the law of time. Fushi shook his head. Other arrangements? Jiang Lianshan was puzzled. Spiritual light, Fushi said in a low voice. Spiritual light? After 800,000 years, the five cultivators in the world, life force, divine literature, and spirit cultivation are the spiritual lights of self-cultivation. Do you know? Fushi smiled. I know. However, the moment Rokudo Shinkuin became an immortal, he collected all the spiritual lights in the world. Only the four cultivators were left in the world. However, occasionally, some spiritual lights would travel through time and space and be collected by others. Jiang Lianshan recalled. The so-called spiritual lights are the most original energy of heaven and earth. Heaven scattered 1/5 of it to bless the people, but the remaining 4/5 were always in his hands. Before heaven died, he condensed 4/5 of the spiritual lights into 4 sets of talent techniques and threw them into the 4 corners of the immortal dome. These 4 sets of talent were for people to inherit and challenge Rokudo Shinkuin in the future. Even if Old Man Guanxi failed, Rokudo Shinkuin would have a headache. Will the 6 paths take all the spiritual lights in the world in the future? No, he can only take 1/5 of it. If his spiritual light can also be condensed into techniques, there will be 5 sets of talent in the world. If he obtains one of them, he will be able to look down on the world. Fuxi explained. Talent? Jiang Lianshan squinted his eyes and memorized it. If Guhai was here, he would be shocked. Among the 5 sets of talent, he had the Great Compassion poem of Heaven and Earth, which was a spiritual cultivation technique. Other than a few scattered spiritual lights, all the spiritual lights in the Immortal Dome are gathered in these 5 sets of talent. Fuxi nodded. The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. They would definitely look for it when they returned. Will Old Man Guanxi succeed in snatching Rokudo Shinkuin's Sun Yuan? Jiang Lianshan frowned. Although some things are destined in the future, accidents can happen sometimes. It's hard to say. Fuxi shook his head. Are you really not going to participate? Why? If you obtain that Sun Yuan, you will be able to control the Immortal Dome. What's more important than that? Jiang Lianshan frowned. I have no intention of becoming an immortal. Fuxi shook his head. His eyes flashed with worry. Brother, what are you worried about? Rokudo Shinkuin and Old Man Guanxi. Neither of them is a good person. Whoever becomes an immortal will be a disaster for the world. You should do something, Taiwa said anxiously. Fuxi was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, I can't do anything. However, if you want to stop them, you can find 2 people. Who? Who can stop Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkuin? Jiang Lianshan was shocked. In this world, was there anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Fuxi? No, someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 Tao. Solemnly, Fuxi nodded his head. Oh, everyone's expression turned serious. 800,000 years later, there will be 5 cultivators in the world. Longevity cultivators will come from me. The 8 longevity masters are my inheritances. I have a use for them. Don't provoke them. They won't interfere. Luck cultivators were cultivators who established countries, sects, and providence. Literature cultivators are those who practice the 4 arts. Spirit cultivators are only left with the 5 innate techniques. However, there is still one more God cultivator. Solemnly, Fuxi said Fuxi. God cultivator? Aren't God cultivators the gods of the beasts? I don't think it's a big deal. The Scarlet Emperor frowned. At the side, the Fire Emperor was depressed and didn't say anything. No, you don't know. Actually, after the birth of the Immortal Dome, the earliest era was ruled by God cultivators. Other than the heavens, the beasts were the overlords of the world. At that time, the gods of the beasts were extremely powerful. Humans were just a small race that was enslaved because humans couldn't cultivate. At that time, there were 4 overlords of God cultivators. Do you know? Fuxi asked. The Fire Emperor furrowed his brows. I think I've heard of the legends. The 4 strongest demonic beasts were the Eastern Azure Dragon, the Southern Vermilion Bird, the Western White Tiger, and the Northern Black Tortoise. The Green Dragon was the Ancestor Dragon. It's a pity that he fell. However, he established the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. The Vermilion Bird controlled the beasts and was destroyed in the end. The White Tiger controlled the beasts and also died. Xuan Wu is still alive. Solemnly, Fuxi said Fuxi. The Green Dragon fell? The White Tiger fell? The Vermilion Bird fell? Didn't they cultivate to become gods? Gods don't die, but when the Earth's soul reincarnates, their lifespans extend. Jiang Lianshan frowned. They were killed. Fuxi explained. Oh, killed? Who killed them? When the humans were enslaved, a group of them turned to become gods because of the plight of the humans. Fuxi said plainly. Humans can't become gods. How is that possible? The Fire Emperor asked in shock. Hence, they suffered inhuman pain while cultivating to become gods. From then on, they separated themselves from the human race and became enemies with the beasts. They were collectively known as witches. Witches were the gods of devouring beasts and turned them into their own gods. They cursed themselves in order to protect the human race. Now that the human race is the largest race in the world, the witches have contributed greatly. Fuxi explained. Witches? Why haven't I heard of them before? Taiwa asked in shock. Fushi ignored Taiwa's shock and continued. The leader of the witches was called Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun? Taiwa asked in shock. There were 1,000 Jiang Chun zombie guards on the island. These are the descendants of Jiang Chun. I'm talking about the ancestor, Jiang Chun. Take a look at these descendants of Jiang Chun. What do you think of the strength of these zombies? Fushi laughed. Turning them into zombies and nurturing a peerless army? Taiwa asked in shock. That's right. Jiang Chun led the witches and countless zombies to fight the 4 mythical beasts. In the end, the green dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird perished. The witches almost perished together. Jiang Chun and Xuanwu were heavily injured and recuperating. I fought with Jiang Chun once in the past, and we couldn't determine the victor. However, I made a bet with him, and he lost to me. Hence, these 1,000 Jiang Chun zombies were the wager that he lost to me. Fushi laughed. Jiang Chun is still alive? Did the witches perish together? Taiwa asked in shock. Not necessarily. There will be some survivors. Dian, His Holiness, right? Fushi looked at Jiang Lianshan. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan in confusion. Jiang Lianshan frowned, his expression slightly unpleasant. His Holiness? Did the first princess turn into Hamba? Is this the witch's cultivation method? White Emperor asked in shock. Perhaps. Jiang Lianshan's expression turned ugly. In the battle between the witches and demons, both sides suffered losses. The human race officially rose. Although both sides suffered losses, Jiang Chun is still alive. God Xuanwu is still alive. You can look for them. Fushi explained. Were they? Jiang Lianshan asked in a low voice. I don't know. You can look for them yourselves. Old man Guanxi said it would take a year. That means there is still a year before the return of the deity of 6 paths. I believe you can find them in a year's time. Fushi shook his head. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Big brother, what happened to Guhai? Taiwa asked worriedly. Fushi looked at the sea in the distance and shook his head. You don't have to worry too much. That guy is very lucky. As Fushi was speaking, a loud noise came from the palace not far away. Boom! Another wave of death surged out. Fushi's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and a wave of energy swept the death aura back into the palace. Jiang Lianshan and the others looked at the palace curiously. Fushi, why are you still in seclusion at this time? Deity of 6 paths, old man Guanxi, are you really not going to do anything about it? The Tongtian sect master frowned. Heavens, 6 paths, old man Guanxi, your grudges are between family. Fushi shook his head and sighed. Family? Huh. Jiang Lianshan did not agree. You can go now. I am in seclusion to stop an outsider. I hope I can stop him. If I die, I will count on you. Fushi shook his head and sent them off. Die? That's serious? An outsider? Everyone was confused. However, since Fushi had sent them off, they could not stay any longer. Before leaving, the Taishang sect master said solemnly, Mr. Fushi, although I don't know what you were talking about, I think you have your reasons. Before I leave, I just want to ask, who is this outsider you're talking about? Fushi looked at the Taishang sect master and nodded. He's called 30. 30? Everyone was stunned. Boom! Another wave of death aura came from the palace not far away. Fushi waved his hand. Boom! Huashu Island was suddenly covered by a thick fog, and no one could see what was inside. Chapter 827. Outside Huashu Island, everyone had a complicated expression. The news that Fushi revealed after coming out of seclusion was hard for everyone to digest. 30? He actually made Fushi so determined to die? The White Emperor frowned. The 6 paths that Qing Emperor's remnant soul merged into his dead. The 6 paths can no longer sense my location. Now, everyone is safe. Now, there are 4 types of talent techniques in the world. If possible, try your best to find them. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Yes, Jiang Chun, Xuanwu. I'm guessing that old man Guanxi knows as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't care so much about the Xuanwu clan. If we can find Shangwan Hen and Supreme Fengyu, we can find Ancestor Xuanwu. As for Jiang Chun, I remember that dragon god incultivated Jiang Chen's body. Find him, Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. His Holiness is right. The Scarlet Emperor's eyes lit up. If Fushi doesn't want to interfere, we should leave. Taishang Sect Master, Tong Tian Sect Master, I hope we can meet again after a year. Jiang Lianshan looked at Taishang and Tong Tian. Okay. The Taishang Sect Master nodded. Let's go. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Then, what about Mr. Good? Murong Yin asked in confusion. Didn't Fushi say that he's very lucky? He is very lucky. Jiang Lianshan's face was gloomy. He waved his sleeves and disappeared into the horizon with Murong Yin and the others. Only Taishang, Tong Tian, and Mo Yike were left outside Huashu Island. Tong Tian and Taishang looked at each other. Eldest senior brother, have you heard the 30 that Fushi mentioned? Tong Tian asked doubtfully. The Taishang Sect Master smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he did not explain. Taishang did know that not long ago, in order to persuade Taishang, the Tong Tian of the Jie School had revealed some information about the 30 Immortal Firmament. However, Taishang did not want to say it out loud. All right, let's go. Taishang took a deep breath. Where to? Let's go find Jiangchun and Xuanwu. Solemnly, Taishang ordered. Tong Tian nodded and followed Taishang, disappearing into the East Sea. Mo Yike was the only one left on the island. Previously, Mo Yike had not interfered in the conversation. He had only silently remembered it. With his weak cultivation, he should be thankful that no one was targeting him. Now that everyone had left, Mo Yike flew to a nearby island. Mo Yike wanted to wait for Gu Hai's return. On Huashu Island, Fushi suppressed the black aura coming from the main hall again. His expression was extremely ugly. Big brother, is what you said true? Taiwa asked worriedly. Fushi nodded, took out a letter, and handed it to Taiwa. If I die, give this letter to Gu Hai. Huh? Die? How is that possible? Big brother, how could you die? Taiwa was in disbelief. Master, is there anyone in this world who can be your match? That's impossible. Hichu was also in a daze. Fushi was slightly bitter. At first I thought so too. Unfortunately, he was too strong. I also met someone who looked exactly like me. His name was also Fushi. Unfortunately, he had already fallen. Before he died, he passed on all of his inheritances to me, becoming one with me. However, I still didn't have the confidence to succeed. 30? What a terrifying 30. He only used a strand of divine sense, and I... Big brother, I don't understand. Taiwa was worried. You don't need to understand. You will know everything in the future. That Gu Hai, according to my calculations, will indeed be my brother-in-law. Hey, don't worry. After father and mother died, I swore to protect you. No one will dare to bully you. Even if it is 30, even if I die, I will not let him have an easy time. Fushi's eyes glowed red. Big brother, I am a little scared. Please don't go against 30, Taiwa said anxiously. When the sixth Tao seizes the heavens, the common people can still live. If 30 succeeds in his invasion, the common people will be slaves forever. Remember my words. If I die, give this letter to Gu Hai. He will arrange everything for you. Fushi said incomparably solemnly. Big brother, you must be careful. You will be fine, Taiwa said sadly. Fushi nodded. Kwang. He stepped into the main hall surrounded by the aura of death. The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. Hichu, can you guess who 30 is? Taiwa said anxiously. Me? I have never heard of him. I can't guess. Hichu said bitterly. You are so useless, Taiwa said gloomily. At this moment, Fushi's life and death were uncertain. Gu Hai's life and death were uncertain. Taiwa was anxious, but he did not dare to leave Huashu Island. Dahan, limitless celestial capital, soaring palace hall on the dragon throne. Long live your holiness. Long live your holiness. The officials bowed respectfully. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne, wearing a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe. Looking around, the officials bowed respectfully, and the world was in awe. On the left stood the 4 crown princes of the Dahan, Celestial Empire, Guqin, Gahan, Gudong, and Gumming. After the officials bowed respectfully, they began to report the news from all over the world. Gu Hai frowned slightly, as if he had forgotten something important. However, everything in front of him was so familiar. After the court session ended, Guhai slowly stepped back into the harem. Husband. Immediately, a group of women greeted him with smiling faces. Chun Xian or Long Wanqing, Taiwa, Zhang Yulian, Lin Wan'er or Bingheim. Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress. The attendants bowed respectfully. Husband, why are you so listless today? Chun Xian said with a smile. I don't know. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Guhai shook his head. Forgetting something means that it's not important, right? Long Wanqing said with a smile. Husband, don't think about it if you've forgotten. You'll get a headache if you think about it. Let me massage your shoulders. Husband, life is so beautiful now. The world is peaceful, and all your opponents have been eliminated. What else do you have to worry about? It's time to enjoy life. Yes, husband, there's no one in the world who can be your opponent. What are you worried about? A group of empresses supported Guhai into the harem. Life seemed to be without pressure. The sense of crisis in the past was all relaxed. Guhai seemed to be slowly indulging in it. After a night of pleasure with the 6 empresses, he gradually fell asleep. There was no need to think about anything. There was no need to worry about anything. All he had to do was to enjoy it. What a good life. How addictive. However, when the women fell asleep, Guhai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Guhai's face revealed a trace of ferocity. Hey, what a wonderful dream. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Guhai's eyes were cold. With a single palm strike, the entire world trembled as if it was about to shatter. Sure enough, everything was just a dream. With a quiver, Guhai woke up from his dream. Walala! Guhai sat up, and a large amount of viscous liquid spilled out of his body. Guhai opened his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and looked around in surprise. This was a super big hall. The hall was dark and surrounded by pitch-black water. Transparent water balls floated on the black water. He was in a water ball. On the water ball, there were roots that extended into the black water. The other end of the roots was inserted into Guhai's body. Rip! Guhai tore off the roots on his body. The water ball also instantly merged into the black, viscous water below. Guhai felt as if his whole body was drained. He had no strength left. At the same time, Guhai was shocked to discover that there were 35 water balls like the one he had just been wrapped in. In each water ball, there was a figure wrapped in it. Gaochen, Ziwei, Kongxian. Guhai immediately recognized 3 of them. The 3 of them were lying in the water ball. Their bodies were densely covered with roots, as if they were constantly being drained of their energy. However, the 3 of them looked intoxicated, as if they were having a beautiful dream. Guhai woke up because of the heaven-suppressing God seal, but these people were sleeping soundly? Where is this? Guqin is here? Guhai's face darkened. Guhai, you're awake? Suddenly, a voice came from above. Guhai looked up and saw a Tongtian giant. The giant's appearance was Rokudo Shinkuin, but at this moment, it was transparent. There was a divine scepter of wisdom in between its eyebrows, as if it was in great pain. There was a water ball on top of its head. In the water ball was Guqin. Guqin was sleeping in the water ball, as if he was having a beautiful dream. This is the lower heavenly palace. Guhai's expression changed as he analyzed. He was swallowed by the divine body of the samsara. That was the human soul of the samsara. The divine scepter of wisdom in between his eyebrows was obviously inserted by the future Buddha to wear down his soul power. This is the lower heavenly palace? You can see through it. But it's okay. This is my lower heavenly palace, my world. You want to struggle? It's too late. Ha ha ha, you're awake? That's strange. No one can wake up from a dream. That's the dream you want to achieve the most. No one wants to wake up from it. I'd like to see what's in your memories. The samsara's human soul laughed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water below rolled up again and enveloped Guhai. At this moment, Guhai had no energy left in his body. He could not resist at all. Impossible. What's going on? There's no need to struggle. I've stripped away all the energy in your body. Ha ha ha. I've eaten you. If you can still resist, then I'm not the samsara. The samsara laughed coldly. Wong. The water ball enveloped Guhai and flew above the samsara's head. The water ball that Guchin was in flew out from the depression in the samsara's head and landed on the black water below. Pa! The water ball that Gu-hai was in landed on the depression in the samsara's head. Pist, 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 pist. Suddenly, countless roots emerged from the samsara's head and pierced into Gu-hai's body. Ah! Gu-hai screamed in pain. You have no energy left. Why are you still struggling? Let me devour your consciousness and read your memories. Ha ha ha. The samsara laughed. Wong. The countless roots sucked away Gu-hai's consciousness. Gu-hai's consciousness slowly became blurry. He did not even have the energy to take out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Speaking of which, I can't do this often. Everyone's consciousness carries their own will. If I read too much, it will mess up my own will. Furthermore, my soul power was sucked away by the divine scepter of wisdom, and I haven't recovered yet. However, I believe that it won't be difficult to refine your consciousness. Once I refine your consciousness, I'll know all your secrets. I'm very curious about you. Rokudo Shin Kuin sneered. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Gu-hai smiled weakly. A black chess piece appeared on Gu-hai's fingertip. It was the black chess piece that the ninth young master had given to him. It contained countless souls that the old man Guanxi had brought back. Gu-hai immediately released it. Boom! Suddenly, the souls flowed into Rokudo Shin Kuin's mind through the roots. What? Rokudo Shin Kuin's expression changed. There aren't many souls. 3,600 trillion souls. I wonder how long it will take for you to refine all of them. Gu-hai laughed. No. Rokudo Shin Kuin shouted. Boom! 3,600 trillion souls rushed into the samsara's mind. The samsara's was like a broken dam. Refining the souls? When the samsara immortal became an immortal, he did not dare to devour so many souls at once. How could the samsara immortal's body be able to do that? You asked for it. Your body is mine. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 828. Countless wills of heavenly souls attacked the wills of the 6 human souls. Even though the 6 wills were strong, there were too many of them. The wills of different wills caused the 6 human souls to be in chaos. Gu-hai closed his eyes and sensed the 6 human souls through the roots on his body. Instantly, he entered the chaos. The chess piece that stored the heavenly souls also produced a suction force when Gu-hai squeezed it. Rumble! The rolling heavenly souls were forcefully sucked back. Everything became quiet again. However, the wills of the 6 human souls were crushed. Now he was like a fool, sitting there cross-legged. Wong! Gu-hai's consciousness entered the 6 human souls. Boom! As soon as his consciousness entered the 6 human souls, Gu-hai had a strange feeling. At the bottom of the sea, the black-robed Rokudo Shin Kuin sat cross-legged in the depths of a sea valley. There was a divine staff of wisdom in between his eyebrows. Phew! The 6 human souls opened his eyes. I have indeed controlled the body of the 6 human souls. How strange! The 6 human souls exclaimed. Plop! The 6 human souls stood up, staggered, and fell to the ground. I still need some time to familiarize myself with this body. In a lower heavenly palace, there is an expert in every water ball. Can I use their power? The 6 human souls looked serious. Rip! Suddenly, the 6 human souls waved his hand. A crack in the void appeared in front of him, and water gushed in. The 6 human souls stepped in. The crack in the void suddenly disappeared. The divine power of Kong Xian, the 18th level of hell? I'm back again. I need to familiarize myself with this body as soon as possible. Also, I need to check if Xian Er's heavenly soul is in Guqin's black chess piece. The 6 human souls landed on a planet and slowly familiarized themselves with the body. In between his eyebrows, the bamboo staff slowly retracted into his body. On a remote island outside Huashu Island, Mo Yike waited patiently for a day. Oh, suddenly, a light breeze blew through the leaves on the ground. Mo Yike looked at the picture of a Go game that was pieced together by the leaves. It was the Go game manual that Gu-hai had taught Mo Yike for the first time. Mo Yike recognized it at a glance. Pretending to be tired, Mo Yike slowly stepped into the palace he took out. Quang. The door of the hall slammed shut. It was isolated from the outside world. In the hall, Mo Yike's expression changed as he looked at the black-robed 6 paths in front of him. You are, Your Majesty? Mo Yike asked in surprise. Mo Yike, you are being watched. The 6 paths frowned. It's really Your Majesty. You've succeeded? Mo Yike's eyes lit up. Solemnly, the black-robed Samsara nodded. That's good. I entered the dreamland just now. What I dreamed of did come true. Mo Yike said with a smile. The Fire Emperor and the Tongtian Sect Master are hiding in the dark and have been watching you. What's going on? Why are you here? The 6 paths frowned. Mo Yike described everything that had happened. Fushi 30? The 6 paths' pupils suddenly shrank. Others might not know who 30 was, but Gu Hai knew. The other Immortal Dome, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus had been forced to hide in the immortal world like rats. The other Immortal Dome's resistance had been crushed. 30? He had already discovered this Immortal Dome? Your Majesty, you know 30? Mo Yike asked curiously. It's useless even if you know. It's still not the height that we can reach. The reincarnation of the future Buddha? Heh, I didn't expect it to be you. No wonder the divine scepter of wisdom has been following you, and Qin Zibai has been protecting you. The 6 paths nodded. I didn't expect it either. Maybe it's all fated. Mo Yike laughed bitterly. I can't give you the divine scepter of wisdom now. I want to use it to suppress the 6 paths' souls. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Your Majesty, please use it as you wish. When we return, I will still have the divine scepter of wisdom. Mo Yike nodded. Oh yes, this heavenly soul is for you, Mon. The 6 paths passed him a box. Father, Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. He received it carefully. Keep it carefully. If you have the ability, resurrect it. The 6 paths advised. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. This is the best gift I have received in the Dahan Empire. Mo Yike's eyes turned red. Jiangchun? Xuanwu? Heh, things are getting complicated. A year later, when the deity of 6 paths returns, what a terrible battle it will be. The 6 paths frowned. Your Majesty, you said that the Tongtian sect and the Fire Emperor have been watching me. They should be waiting for news from you. You pretended to be casual, just now to numb me. Mo Yike furrowed his brows. Since our paths are different, we can't work together. Since I've turned dark, there's no need for me to turn bright. Mo Yike, you have the memories of the future Buddha? The 6 paths looked at Mo Yike. Yes, then we'll leave immediately. Bring me to visit all the strong cultivators from 800,000 years ago. I need all of them. The 6 paths said, Yes. Mo Yike had been in the main hall for a day. Outside the island, the Tongtian sect leader and the Fire Emperor furrowed their brows as they looked at each other. Something's not right. The Tongtian sect master's face fell as he flew towards the island. As soon as the Tongtian flew out, the Fire Emperor's face fell as he followed suit. Boom! The both of them landed on the island. I thought that Jiang Lianshan didn't care about Gu Hai anymore. Heh! The Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Same here, the Fire Emperor replied coldly. He waved his hand. Quang! The doors to the main hall opened. However, the main hall was empty. Mo Yike was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? The Fire Emperor asked in shock. The Tongtian sect master cleared his throat as he flicked his sleeves and flew away. The Fire Emperor searched for Mo Yike, but couldn't find him. His face turned ugly. Did he escape? Or was he taken away? How should I explain this to His Holiness? After a period of depression, the Fire Emperor left. East Sea, Phoenix Island. There were many phoenixes flying around. There was a forbidden area on Phoenix Island where no one was allowed to enter. There were several palaces in the forbidden area, and they faced a small mountain. Jiang Lianshan sat in a pavilion facing the small mountain as he drank wine continuously, flask after flask, as if he had something on his mind. Murong Yin flipped through the reports sent by the phoenixes and furrowed her brows. In every report, there was news of Old Man Guanxi. Murong Yin didn't want to miss out on any news. When she finished reading, Murong Yin raised her head and looked at Jiang Lianshan. There was a pile of wine in front of Jiang Lianshan. He didn't seem to be using his powers to get rid of the effects of alcohol. It was as if he was drinking on purpose to make himself drunk. His Holiness, you sent them out to gather information. It's been 2 days, and there seems to be no news at all. Murong, Yin said worriedly. Jiang Lianshan was slightly drunk. He suddenly looked at Murong Yin, and his eyes seemed to be infatuated. Seeing Jiang Lianshan's eyes, Murong Yin lowered her head nervously and reminded him. His Holiness, are you drunk? I'm not drunk. Yin, do you still remember this place? Do you remember that small mountain? Jiang Lianshan pointed at a small mountain not too far away and laughed. Murong Yin looked in that direction and nodded. Yinner grew up there and eventually transformed. That was also where I first met His Holiness. The first time they met, Murong Yin was impulsive and thought that Jiang Lianshan was her destined one. But in the end, Yinner, I regret it. Jiang Lianshan's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. His Holiness, what do you regret? Murong Yin looked at Jiang Lianshan. I regret that I sent you away. I regret that I didn't keep my promise to take you into the palace. I regret that I did everything to you. Yinner, I hate it. Jiang Lianshan's eyes turned red in his drunken state. His Holiness, you don't have to do this. Murong, Yin shook her head. No, listen to me. Yinner, do you know? Ever since you said that you were going to marry old man Guanxi, I suddenly realized that I couldn't forget you. I hate it. I hate myself. Why didn't I cherish you when you were around? Why? Old man Guanxi wanted to buy you with the Immortal Dome? No, you are the priceless treasure. I didn't fight for the Immortal Dome. I didn't want it. No one in this world can compare to you, Yinner. Jiang Lianshan looked at Murong Yin with teary eyes. Murong Yin was at a loss for words. His Holiness, don't be like this. The past is the past. Don't think about it, and don't talk about it. No, I want to say that I've been holding it in for so long. I can't take it anymore. When you were gone, I couldn't accept anyone else. Old man Guanxi avenged you, didn't I? I'm also accumulating my strength, but it's still not enough. I'm worried that I won't be able to get my revenge. I must tear the 6 Dao's body into 10,000 pieces. Yinner, come with me. Trust me, I'll treat you well. I'll let you be my empress. I'm willing to give you everything. Jiang Lianshan grabbed Murong Yin's hand. No, don't. His Holiness, you drank too much. You are talking nonsense. Murong Yin struggled to pull her hand away. However, Jiang Lianshan's hand was like a soldering iron. It was branded on Murong Yin's hand. She couldn't pull it away. I didn't drink too much. I'm not talking nonsense. Yin, do you know how much I have missed you in the past 1,000 years? I miss you all the time. I was wrong in the past. I am a bastard. Now, I will not let you go. Yin, my Yin. Jiang Lianshan lost control of his emotions. No, don't. His Holiness, you are mistaken. I am not Murong Yin. I'm a dummy made by my husband. A fake. Murong Yin struggled in panic. I don't care. I can't care. I only want you. What dummy? I only want you. I only want you. Jiang Lianshan didn't care at all. I am married. I don't care. Old man Guanxi doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still thinking about him? I will give you the best. Yinner, I will give you everything. Jiang Lianshan lost control of his emotions and tried to hug her. No. Murong Yin screamed out in agony. Just as Jiang Lianshan lost control of his emotions and tried to hug Murong Yin. Boom! A figure landed beside Jiang Lianshan. His Holiness, what are you doing? A loud shout rang out. The Fire Emperor had returned. When he saw the scene before him, the Fire Emperor was about to explode as well. He roared out in anger. The roar seemed to have awakened Jiang Lianshan. Murong Yin took the opportunity to struggle free from Jiang Lianshan's grasp. She covered her face and ran away crying. Jiang Lianshan watched as Murong Yin ran away. His eyes flashed with pain as he dried his tears. Jiang Lianshan looked at the Fire Emperor, who was fuming with anger. Chapter 829. Murong Yin ran away. She cried as she walked to a small stream. She looked at her reflection in the water. In her reflection, she was terrified, helpless, and sorrowful. Husband, didn't you say that you would never leave me? Woo woo woo, Murong Yin was extremely upset. Ah, my husband said that he would never leave me. She's the real one, and I'm the fake one. Why am I the fake one? Murong Yin cried uncontrollably. Sounds of explosions could be heard from afar. It seemed like the Fire Emperor and Jiang Lianshan were in conflict. After an unknown amount of time, the Fire Emperor arrived at the small stream where Murong Yin was. Yin His Holiness drank too much wine. Don't take it to heart. The Fire Emperor consoled her gently. Murong Yin turned her head to look at the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with love as well. However, the Fire Emperor felt a sense of inferiority. Brother Fire Emperor, Yin begs you for something. Murong Yin suddenly spoke in a solemnly manner. Speak. Take me away from this place. Take me to my husband. Murong Yin's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke. Do you know where old man Guanxi is? The Fire Emperor asked curiously. No, I don't know. I just don't want to stay here any longer. I'm worried. Murong Yin spoke with a tinge of fear in her voice. The Fire Emperor looked at Murong Yin as his heart softened. You're worried about His Holiness? Ah, if you're unwilling, then forget it. I'm sorry. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Murong Yin shook her head. After all, the Fire Emperor was the leader of the Dian dynasty. How could the Fire Emperor betray Jiang Lianshan? That was impossible. No, I'll take you away. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. What? Haha. Yinner, I know that you've always treated me as your big brother and have never thought of anything else. But that's not important. I know myself well. I can't compare to His Holiness. I can't compare to Long Zhonghua. And I can't compare to Old Man Guanxi. But as long as you're happy, that's enough for me. I'll bring you to Old Man Guanxi instead of His Holiness. Really? Murong Yin smiled through her tears. When he said those words, the Fire Emperor still felt a little apologetic towards Jiang Lianshan. However, when he saw Murong Yin smile, the Fire Emperor suddenly realized that nothing else mattered. As long as Murong Yin smiled, nothing else mattered. Really? Let's go now. The Fire Emperor spoke with absolute certainty. Thank you, Big Brother Fire Emperor. Murong Yin wiped the tears from her eyes. Let's go. The Fire Emperor waved his hands as he brought Murong Yin up into the sky and flew into the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the both of them disappeared into the horizon. The Fire Emperor brought Murong Yin away. Jiang Lianshan wasn't unaware of this. In fact, he watched as the both of them flew into the distance. When he saw Murong Yin leaving, Jiang Lianshan's eyes turned red once again. A wave of unbearable pain filled his heart. Pooh! Jiang Lianshan spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Lianshan seemed to have become much more desolate. He slowly walked back to the main hall and closed the door behind him. In a secluded mountain valley on the Divine Continent, Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin sat cross-legged as waves of corpse chi emanated from their bodies. As the corpse chi surged, the air around them trembled slightly. After an unknown period of time, a pure white lotus flower appeared above Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin's heads. The lotus flower emitted 6 different colors and was extremely dazzling. Inhale! The both of them inhaled at the same time as the lotus flower above their heads entered their mouths. Both of them retracted their auras. Slowly, the both of them opened their eyes. Second generation Jiangchun, a single drop of blood actually increased my strength by so much. Takeshi Ryushin revealed a look of astonishment. Dragon God Ing seemed to have expected this result. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Long Santian's senses are still there. Dragon God Ing looked at Takeshi Ryushin. It's been erased by the true Lord. Isn't yours the same? Otherwise, Rokudo Shinkuin would have come long ago. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Dragon God Ing frowned and nodded. Both of them were the sons of the Long Zhonghua. Naturally, they returned to their birthplace, the capital of the Disantian Celestial Empire, 800,000 years ago. At the same time, they also met an unexpected person there. The both of them stood up and checked their strength. Both of them had greatly improved. At this time, a man who looked like a guard stepped forward and said, The true Lord is already waiting for the both of you. Please follow me. Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin looked at each other and nodded. A single drop of the true Lord's blood was enough to make them reborn. How strong was the true Lord? Jiangchun, ancestor Jiangchun. When the both of them received the news of the true Lord, they were naturally extremely careful. Following the guard, they flew to an ordinary field. Kites danced in the air as a group of children competed in flying kites. Ha ha ha! Mine is the highest! Mine is the highest! The group of children shouted proudly. No, it's little Six. The children were surprised. They saw the youngest child, who was about 5 or 6 years old, proudly flying the highest kite. No, it should be the white-robed man next to him who was teaching him step by step. Chun Shu, look, our kite is the highest, the highest. Little Six shouted excitedly. Chun Shu, you are biased, helping little Six, not helping me. Suddenly, the group of children kept shouting. Ha 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 ha! The white-robed man laughed happily. At this time, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, and the guard landed behind the white-robed man when the children were not paying attention. All right, little Six, you hold on to this one. I have something to do. The white-robed man smiled. Yes, Chun Shu, I will wait for you. Wait for you to come back. We are still the first. Little Six said happily. Chun Shu, hurry up. Ha! Chun Shu, when you come back, I will definitely be the first. The group of children shouted proudly. The white-robed man smiled and said goodbye to the children, then came to Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin. Both of them were monarchs and had long lost their childlike innocence. They could not understand why such a powerful figure like ancestor Jiangchun would play with a group of children. Refined? The white-robed Jiangchun smiled. Yes, thank you, senior. The two of them said respectfully. The guard at the side immediately took out 3 extremely comfortable white chairs and a huge wine rack. The wine rack was huge and had close to 1,000 jars of sealed wine. More importantly, the wine rack was white, and so were the wine jars. It seemed like Jiangchun was a clean freak who liked the color white. I like the clear stream wine that has been aged for 300 years. It is fresh and fragrant. Take a look yourselves. This is my cellar. If you like it, take it yourself. Jiangchun took out a jar and smiled. Takashi Ryushin and Dragon God Ing frowned slightly. Jiangchun looked too casual, right? The close to 1,000 kinds of wine in front of them confused the two brothers. Although they had their own labels, the two did not care much about wine, so they casually took 2 jars. Jiangchun leaned on the chair and held a cup of wine, smiling at the two. In front of me, you can be casual. There is no need to be reserved. Cheers, Jiangchun said with a smile. The two were slightly stunned and nodded. Senior, you know about our matter, right? Rokudo Shin Kuin wants to kill heaven. Dragon God Ing said with a frown. Kill heaven? No, you transmigrated after heaven died. Jiangchun took a sip of wine and shook his head. At the same time, he crossed his legs, looking indescribably satisfied. What? Heaven is dead? Takashi Ryushin exclaimed in shock. Jiangchun did not mind and looked at the two's reaction. Senior, why are you helping us cultivate? Dragon God Ing frowned. You've cultivated my cultivation technique? That's right. However, you're at most a 3rd generation Jiangchun. I help you evolve your blood to the 2nd generation, so your strength should be higher. As for you, you have some thoughts, but it doesn't matter. I will help you wash your blood once. Jiangchun said with a smile. Many thanks, Senior. The two frowned. May I know why Senior is helping me? Dragon God Ing frowned. Nothing, I'm just happy, Jiangchun said with a smile. The two were slightly stunned. Oh, right. In less than a year, Rokudo Shinkuin's divine body will return from the void. You should be bringing Senyuan. The one who obtains Senyuan can control the Immortal Dome. There should be many people fighting for it. If you're interested, you can go too, Jiangchun said with a smile. Us? What about Senior? Dragon God Ing frowned. Me? I'm not interested in Senyuan. I won't go. Jiangchun shook his head. The two were slightly stunned. They could not understand. Senyuan, becoming an immortal? Controlling the entire Immortal Dome? You said you were not interested? Well, let's get to know each other today. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. The two of you, please. Little Six is calling me. His kite fell. I'm going to help him. Jiang Chun suddenly sent them off. The two were stunned. Sending them off? Because you're going to fly a kite with a group of children? Chin Shu, come and help me. Little Six said anxiously from afar. The two of you, please. Jiang Chun said again. The two could only get up and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chun. Many thanks, Senior. Boom! The two immediately flew far away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. True Lord, why are you helping them? That is your blood essence. Why did you let them become the second generation? The guard at the side said in confusion. Am I happy? Ha! Jiang Chun said with a smile. As he laughed, he looked at the two who were leaving. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Chin Shu, come and help me. Little Six said anxiously. Come, let's see Chin Shu take revenge for you. Jiang Chun immediately walked toward the group of children with a smile. The guard carefully put away everything around him. He stood respectfully not far away. Chapter 830. Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Daqi, Celestial Dynasty. On the peak of a mountain outside the imperial capital, the six paths of black robes stared coldly at the fate of the Celestial Dynasty in the distance. Emoyike flew over quickly. Your Majesty, something is wrong. The great Qi Celestial Dynasty's emperor is not in the imperial court. I heard that the six white-robed Daos invited him. He followed the six white-robed Daos to hunt us down. Emoyike frowned. The six paths of white robes are one step ahead. The six paths of black robes face darkened. Yes, the six paths of white robes are too influential. We're too late. However, Your Majesty, there were 4 celestial dynasties and 8 sacred grounds 800,000 years ago. Should we go somewhere else? Emoyike said with a frown. The six paths of black robes was silent for a while before shaking his head. There's no need. Old man Guanxi is extremely intelligent. If I can think of it, so can he. Celestial dynasties and sacred grounds? They're already in his bag. So now? Emoyike asked with a frown. Let's settle for the next best thing. We'll start with the Imperial Dynasty, Sovereign Dynasty, Lower Sect, and Middle Sect. If we can't beat him in terms of quality, we'll surpass him in terms of quantity. Let's go. The six paths of black robes flew away with Emoyike. Soon, they arrived at a middle sect. Without alerting anyone else, the six paths of black robes went straight to the sect leader's hall. Who's there? A white-robed elder stared as if he was about to attack. When he saw who it was, he paused and said in surprise, Perfected cultivator, why are you here? Sect leader of Rakshasa sect, the demons are rampant and want to harm the heavens. I'm here to ask for your help so that you can come with me to slay the demons. Solemnly the six paths of black robes said, Oh, I wouldn't dare to disobey an invitation from the perfected cultivator. Please give me your orders. The sect leader of Rakshasa sect said in surprise, I'll set up a formation in your sect, explain it to your disciples, and then come with me to slay the demons. Solemnly the six paths of black robes said, Perfected cultivator, please wait. The sect leader of Black Robes' sect went out excitedly. The six Dao of Black Robes had set up a Go Dao formation in the sect leader's hall. After the Rakshasa sect leader gave his instructions, the two of them left the Rakshasa sect. The two of them did not stop and continued to visit the lower sects, middle sects, imperial dynasties, and imperial dynasties. Although it was strange that Rokudo Shinkuin even invited the lower sects, none of the experts asked about it. The charm of the dominator of Samsara was fully displayed. After gathering nearly 100 people, they arrived at a secluded mountain forest. True monarch, where are the demons? Why are we here? The Rakshasa sect master asked in confusion. Everyone, please excuse us. The six paths of black robes suddenly spoke. Roar. The black-robed six Dao let out a loud roar as a powerful suction force appeared from his mouth. True Lord, what are you doing? True Lord, we're here to help you. True monarch, everyone in the sect knows that I came out with you. Don't eat me, As everyone cried out in shock, the 6 Daos in black robes swallowed them all. Huff! In the blink of an eye, the group of experts disappeared. Not far away, Mo Yike flew over. "Your Majesty, how was it?" Mo Yike asked worriedly. The 6 paths of black robes took a deep breath and shook his head. "It's fine. I don't need to refine their consciousnesses. I just need to keep them in the water ball egg. Let's go to the next area." "Yes," Mo Yike replied. The two of them left quickly and repeated the same thing. For a time, the world's authorities were invited by Rokudo Shinkuin and disappeared one after another. Guanxi's reputation spread across the world because Guanxi was leading a group of demons in a futile attempt to go against the heavens and enslave the people. Everywhere in the world, the horror of the demons was spreading. The world was in a state of panic. North Sea, in an extremely dark underwater canyon, there were a large number of Xuanwu swimming around, driving the monsters into the depths of the canyon. Roar, roar, roar. Countless Xuanwu looked ferocious. One by one, the sea monsters fled to the canyon. But as soon as they entered the canyon, they were sucked in by suction force. "Ah, don't eat me! Help!" The sea monsters screamed in horror, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the depths of the canyon were silent. Obviously, all the sea monsters had been devoured. "Ancestor, do we need more?" A group of Xuanwu asked respectfully to the depths of the canyon. "No need." An old voice sounded from the depths of the canyon. "Yes." All of the black tortoises responded in unison. They circled around outside the ocean valley, guarding it. "Shangwan Hen, why aren't you eating?" The old voice sounded. "I can't eat." "You can eat. Isn't that enough?" Shangwan Hen's voice sounded. "He won't eat." After following Gu Hai, he didn't eat these innocent monsters. "Ha ha! He didn't cultivate Buddhism. Why are you pretending to be merciful?" Another voice sounded. It was Feng Yu's voice. "There are benefits to not eating. Feng Yu, your thoughts are too evil. You'll be tainted with too much karma." The old voice sounded. "Karma? Oh, I don't believe it." Feng Yu shook her head. "Karma exists. In the past, when I led the Xuanwu clan, I killed too many people, so I was punished by the heavens." The old voice sounded. "Didn't you say that the heavens are dead? If the heavens are dead, then he has committed too many sins?" Feng Yu said in disbelief. "The heavens are lazy, so there is this tribulation." The old voice sounded again. "I never thought that the ancestor of the Xuanwu clan would look like this. In that case, I am also the ancestor of the Xuanwu clan?" Shangwan Hen frowned. At this moment in the depths of the sea valley, there was a huge Xuanwu. However, this Xuanwu looked very strange. The Xuanwu was divided into 2 parts, the black tortoise and the black snake. But now, the black snake had 9 heads. They were all pitch black, and there was a blood-colored sarcoma on each head. The black tortoise also had 9 heads. Most of them were greenish-black, and there was a blood-colored sarcoma on each head. 9-headed snake and 9-headed tortoise? One of the golden tortoise heads belonged to Shangwan Hen. As for the blackest snake head, it belonged to Prime Feng Yue. Of the 9 heads of the black tortoise, one was the biggest. It was more than 3 times the size of the other heads. On the back of the tortoise, there was a 9-palace diagram. The old voice came from the largest black tortoise's head. "My black tortoise clan has a 9-headed undying body. Once this head's lifespan is exhausted, one of you will be chosen as the leader. At the same time, a new head will grow. Shangwan Hen, your cultivation technique is strange." The big shot looked at Shangwan Hen's golden head in confusion. "The 8 and 9 mystic arts. Elder Wu, if you want this technique, I can give it to you." Shangwan Hen did not hide anything. The big shot Elder Wu shook his head. "No need. This technique of yours is not something that can be mastered in a day or 2. You can practice it yourself. I hope that when my life is exhausted, you can rise up." Old Wu, Shangwan Hen, was the weakest in the past. "Why is it him?" The black tortoise and black snake heads asked unwillingly. "He has the invincible Vajra body. If he becomes the leader, it will be good for you," Elder Wu said in a low voice. The black snake and black tortoise were uncomfortable, but they did not dare to refute Elder Wu's words. "Elder Wu, does this mean that I am the reincarnation of Supreme Xuanwu?" Like Supreme Feng Yu? Shangwan Hen frowned. Logically speaking, yes. Otherwise, you would not have returned to your original body. However, was that old man Guanxi chosen by the heavens to come back for revenge? Elder Wu looked at Supreme Feng Yu. I'm not sure. Elder Wu, if Rokudo Shinkuin becomes an immortal, the world will be turned upside down. Think about it. After 800,000 years, only Shangwan Hen and I will be left. This means that everyone is dead. Why not fight? Even if we don't fight, we'll be killed by the sixth Tao. Supreme Feng Yu shouted. That's right, old Wu. The group of black snakes and black tortoises cried out. Elder Wu was silent for a moment. Just as Elder Wu was thinking in silence, Ancestor, there is someone who calls himself Old Man Guanxi. He wishes to see you. Xuan Wu's voice came from above the sea valley. Elder Wu's face darkened. The black tortoise and black snake heads were shocked. Old Man Guanxi? How does he know about this place? Impossible. Only a few people in the Xuan Wu clan know about this place. Elder Wu even set up a formation to conceal this place. Even the heavens do not know about this place. While everyone was shocked, Elder Wu looked at Supreme Feng Yu thoughtfully. Elder Wu, I didn't. Supreme Feng Yu immediately shouted. I know you didn't. You have been in front of me for the past few days. How could you have sent me a message? It can only mean that you have the power he gave you in your body. He followed his own power to find you. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. In the past, old Mr. Guanxi helped me raise my cultivation. However, that was my own strength. Supremacy Feng Yue said anxiously. I was wondering why the evil power in your body was so strange. Old Man Guanxi used you to find me. Elder Wu said with a frown. Elder Wu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this. Supreme Feng Yu said with a frown. Forget it. Since you are here, let's meet him. Old Man Guanxi, I want to see what kind of person dares to compete with the sixth Tao. Elder Wu said calmly. Soon, Old Man Guanxi was invited down. Whoosh! The white-robed Old Man Guanxi landed in front of Ancestor Xuan Wu. Guanxi greets the senior. Old Man Guanxi said politely. Elder Wu looked at Old Man Guanxi coldly, but the other heads did not say anything. Old Man Guanxi, forget it. You're quite capable. You brought a group of people back from 800,000 years ago? Elder Wu said coldly. Old Man Guanxi shook his head and said humbly, This is the arrangement of the heavens. I just happen to be here. Elder Wu said coldly. All right, don't talk nonsense. Tell me why you are here. Old Man Guanxi solemnly said, The heavens are dead, and the common people are in trouble. I am here to invite the senior to avenge the heavens and live for the common people. The heavens? Ha 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 ha. If it wasn't for him, my Xuanwu clan wouldn't be hibernating here. Common people? You're talking about the human race, right? What does the life and death of the human race have to do with me? What does the common people's suffering have to do with me? You want to use me to deal with Rokudo Shinkuin? But I have no grudges with the sixth Tao. Why should I get involved? Elder Wu said calmly. Chapter 831. Elder Wu's rejection did not make Old Man Guanxi give up. Senior, Feng Yu and Shangwan Hen have returned. I believe you already know what will happen in the future. The Xuanwu clan has declined, but they only flourished because they formed an alliance with the Sky Chess Pavilion. Before that, all of us here had fallen. It's not that we don't care, but we won't be in trouble. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. Oh, I didn't know a little about the future, but can you guarantee that I wasn't killed by the samsara because I cooperated with you? Elder Wu asked. I can't guarantee. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. Can't guarantee? According to history, I should have been killed by the samsara because of you. Elder Wu said. History and the future might be set right. Perhaps the future might change completely. I'm not sure. I only came here to seek cooperation with Senior. Old Mr. Guanxi said seriously. Not interested. Elder Wu shook his head. Since you didn't chase me away, it means that you are still interested, right? Old Man Guanxi smiled. Oh. Elder Wu stared at Old Man Guanxi. I believe that Feng Yu has explained everything to you. Why do I have a grudge against the samsara? Guanxi said seriously. Morong Yen, didn't you come back to life? She was formed by my formation. She's not a real person. That's why I put all my eggs in one basket. Senior, I only want to save Murong Yin in the fight against the samsara. Everything else is not important to me. Everything else is yours. How about that? Old man Guanchi said. Everything else? What else? Elder Wu sneered. Sinyuan, Old man Guanchi said in a deep voice. Sinyuan? Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. Elder Wu, you have the book of Luo of the 9 palaces on your back, so you should be able to predict this. The heavens are dead, and Sun Yuan has been obtained by the 6th Tao. Once the 6th Tao returns, he will use Sun Yuan to merge with the immortal firmament and become an immortal, the ruler of the heavens and earth. Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Elder Wu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Old man Guanchi. Sun Yuan is useless to me. I only ask that Senior, after obtaining Sun Yuan, help me save Murong Yin. Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Hee, I'll obtain Sun Yuan. Elder Wu sneered at Old man Guanchi. After obtaining Sun Yuan, the Xuanwu will become the ruler of the heavens and earth, the #1 race in the heavens and earth. Senior, are you not tempted? Old man Guanchi looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu stared at Old man Guanchi. Sun Yuan. Elder Wu did have some thoughts. However, he didn't want to cooperate with Old man Guanchi. Instead, he wanted to reap the benefits. However, when Old man Guanchi pointed it out, Elder Wu was slightly surprised. What does that have to do with you? Why should I cooperate with you to deal with the 6th Tao? Elder Wu said calmly. That's because I know where the samsara 6 paths will return, the route he will take, and where he will return to. I can intercept him. You know, Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. Elder Wu had the Book of Luo. Even he couldn't predict how Rokudo Shinkuin would return. How could Old man Guanchi know? I've already grasped the 8 bodies of Rokudo Shinkuin. I can sense his location. Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Oh, Senior, why don't you listen to my plan first before making a decision? Old man Guanchi smiled. Plan? I've heard from Fengyu that you have countless schemes. You use people as chess pieces. With one move, all the experts 800,000 years later have become your chess pieces. Tell me, how are you going to scheme against me? Elder Wu said calmly. Senior, I don't dare to accept your words. Everything that happened before was just for this final battle. Furthermore, I don't dare to scheme against you. Old man Guanchi shook his head. Is that so? Elder Wu said in disbelief. Senior, you don't have to make the first move. Allow me to fight the 6th Tao. I believe that with my strength, I can hold off Rokudo Shinkuin for a while. When Rokudo Shinkuin and I are both busy, please kill the 6th Tao and capture Sun Yuan. Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Oh, you're going to fight the 6th Tao and let me pick up the spoils? Elder Wu didn't believe him. Although this was what he wanted, Elder Wu couldn't accept it when it came from Old man Guanchi. I've already shown my sincerity. Please don't doubt me. Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Elder Wu narrowed his eyes and looked at Old man Guanchi. I'll use everything I have. I only have this chance because the 6th Tao was injured by the firmament. However, I won't be able to hold him back for long. Please kill him in one strike. Old man Guanchi said solemnly again. Hey, you're that kind? Senior, I only want to revive my wife. That's all. Moreover, you can predict the future. Am I lying? Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Elder Wu was silent for a while. He seemed to be thinking about the pros and cons. He seemed to be calculating the future. He stared at Old man Guanchi and felt that this pie was too big. Old man Guanchi is sacrificing himself to help me get Sun Yuan and become the ruler of the world? No, he wants to revive Murong Yin and is waiting for the charity after helping me. However, Elder Wu couldn't tell whether it was real or not. Senior, I remember that there's a Jiangchun in this world. Old man Guanchi said solemnly. Oh, you want to use Jiangchun to pressure me? Elder Wu's eyes turned cold. I wouldn't dare. I'm just guessing. If Senior doesn't go, then Jiangchun might be willing to go. Old man Guanchi shook his head. If you don't want to work with me, then I'll work with Jiangchun. Guanchi knew that Elder Wu and Jiangchun were sworn enemies, but he still wanted to force Elder Wu to agree. Once Jiangchun controlled the world, it would be a great disaster for Xuanwu. Elder Wu looked coldly at Old Man Guanxi. It was obvious that the other party's threat was effective. Of course, I'm the Sky Chess Pavilion. I've received countless help from the Xuanwu clan. There's no reason for me to work with Jiang Chun. Moreover, I believe in senior strength. Senior, if you have any concerns, please tell me. I'll clear up your doubts. Old Man Guanxi said with a smile. A threat and a flattery. A stick and a carrot. If it were any other time, Elder Wu would have scoffed. However, he was confused because of his concern. How could he not grasp such a heaven-sent opportunity? Sun Yuan? Yes, Sun Yuan. He was the ruler of heaven and earth, and could manipulate the power of the laws of heaven and earth. What about Jiang Chun? Could he not destroy him whenever he wanted? Elder Wu was moved. Also, Rokudo Shinkoin's divine body. If I'm not wrong, he will definitely return early. Moreover, he will definitely not use the same path as before. He will definitely use Sun Yuan to cover his tracks. Other than me, no one knows where he is. Old Man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu stared at Old Man Guanxi and sneered. Brat, Feng Yu said that you're powerful. You're indeed calculating. However, I'm still worried if I work with you. I'll put a heart-locking curse on you. If you lie to me, I'll kill you immediately. How about it? Senior, you agree? Old Man Guanxi suddenly smiled. It's up to you. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. Senior, please use the curse. As long as you can save my wife, I'll do anything. Old Man Guanxi solemnly said. Elder Wu's expression was slightly strange. Could it be that Old Man Guanxi was really sincere? After thinking about it, Elder Wu seemed to have put a heart-locking curse on Old Man Guanxi. Senior, success or failure depends on this. Please wait for the good news. I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Old Man Guanxi solemnly said. Elder Wu nodded. After sending Old Man Guanxi away, Elder Wu was silent for a long time. Elder Wu, are you moved? Shangwan Hen frowned. Shangwan Hen, what do you mean? It's such a good thing. Anyone would be moved. The others immediately shouted. Elder Wu was silent. Heaven is dead. Although the samsara is strong, I'm not inferior to him. Now that he's seriously injured and Old Man Guanxi is willing to stand in front, there's no reason not to fight for it. But I'm still worried. Why don't you look for His Majesty, Gu Hai, and ask him to help you analyze the situation? The heart-locking curse may not be omnipotent. Shangwan Hen said worriedly. No need. I have the Book of Luo and can predict the future. Although it's not too far away, it can predict the near future. Heart-locking curse. I'm not entirely counting on it. If Old Man Guanxi is lying to me, I can predict it in advance. The more people know, the more variables. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. Yes, Shangwan Hen said helplessly. 8 months later, in the entire divine Great Land, many suzerains and monarchs were invited by the dominator of the 6 realms for help. The news about old demon Guanxi spread throughout the world. All the people in the world were filled with righteous indignation. They wished they could eat old demon Guanxi's flesh, drink his blood, and tear the demons into pieces. The people were filled with anger, but they lacked a catalyst. On the peak of a mountain, Mo Yike and the Samsara in the black robe frowned as they looked at a city in the distance. Your Majesty, you've eaten most of the sect leaders and monarchs in the world. It'll be difficult to find more, Mo Yike said with a frown. It's about time. There's no need to find more. Moreover, I have a feeling that the Samsara's body of God is coming back. The Samsara in the black robe said in a deep voice. Oh, just as Mo Yike was frowning, a loud sound came from the sky. Kaboom! With a loud bang, the weather suddenly changed and the sky was suddenly covered by rolling blood clouds. Whoosh! As soon as the blood clouds appeared, drops of blood rain fell from the sky. Then it became bigger and bigger. Woo 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 woo. In the void, sorrowful sounds of horns could be heard. Blood rain from the sky. Sorrowful sound? What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel sad? Sad feeling? It's so sad. I want to cry. What's going on? It's so sad. Someone seems to have died. Why do I feel like this? The people looked at the blood rain in confusion. Heaven is dead. Heaven and earth are sorrowful. Suddenly, Someone said with a pale face. Heaven is dead? That's impossible. How could heaven be dead? Did Guanxi kill heaven? Did Rokudo Shinkuin fail? The common people seemed to have guessed the result, and countless people immediately knelt down. A great sorrowful atmosphere made everyone feel sorrowful, and many people started to cry. Your Majesty, the samsara, is back. The news of heaven and earth's death has been sensed by the laws of heaven and earth. Blood rain, sorrowful sound. Rokudo Shinkuin is back. Mo Yike's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, Guhai heard a loud sound in the distant starry heavens. Then he saw a gigantic tear in space. A huge shock wave spread out in all directions. The surging scarlet clouds trembled, revealing a small gap, allowing Guhai to see the starry heavens. The Six Paths heavenly god body is back. Old man Guanxi is fighting with him. Has it started? The samsara squinted his eyes. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Protect yourself. I'm going. The samsara took a deep breath and said, Yes. Whoosh! The samsara turned into a stream of light and rushed into the starry sky. In that direction, Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkuin were about to fight to the death. Chapter 832. Huashu Island. It had been more than 8 months, but Fushi had not come out of seclusion. There was also no news of Guhai. Taiwa felt frustrated. Any news? Taiwa looked at Hichu. No, I can't divine it either. The heavenly mysteries have been somewhat chaotic these days. However, Guhai should still be alive. Hichu said with a frown. Big Brother has also been in seclusion. I wonder how he is doing. Taiwa looked at the nearby hall in frustration. Empress, you seem to be in a bad mood these days, Hichu said, feeling puzzled. I'm not sure either. I'm so frustrated. I suddenly feel very frustrated. Taiwa said gloomily. Could it be that something is about to happen? He too asked doubtfully. Just as Hichu finished speaking, a loud sound came from the hall where Fushi was. Boom! A powerful black shock wave spread out in all directions of Huashu Island. It was like a nuclear explosion, destroying everything in its path. No, it was countless times stronger than a nuclear explosion. In an instant, the shock wave reached Taiwa. Protect the Empress! A loud shout rang out. Jiang, he led a group of zombies and rushed in front of Taiwa. Boom! The huge shock wave blasted the zombies at the front. However, Taiwa and Hichu were sent flying by the shock wave. Puff! The two vomited a mouthful of blood in midair as the shock wave blasted them out of Huashu Island. Master! Hichu cried out in shock. Big Brother! Taiwa also cried out in shock. Huashu Island was now in ruins. Of the 1,000 zombies, only Jiang remained intact. The other zombies had been blasted to pieces. The huge shock wave spread to the surrounding sea, setting off huge waves in the East Sea. The ruined Huashu Island was shrouded in smoke. 30? You can actually divine that something big is going to happen in my immortal dome at this time. Fushi's roar came from the smoky ruins. Boom! Woo 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 woo. At the same time, the entire sky was suddenly covered with blood clouds. A rain of blood poured down, and the mournful cries of horns resounded. A sorrowful atmosphere filled the entire world. When the heavens die, the heavens and earth grieve. This means that the laws of heaven and earth have sensed the death of the heavens. Has Rokudo Shinkuin returned? Hichu's expression changed. Huh! In the distant starry sky, there was a deafening sound that seemed to tear the world apart. A huge impact tore apart a large amount of blood clouds. Taiwa looked over. Old Man Guanxi, Rokudo Shinkuin. Taiwa's expression changed. However, in the next moment, Taiwa still paid attention to Huashu Island because he was more concerned about his big brother's safety. Ah! Fushi's roar came from the island. 30. Ha ha! What great strength and deep scheming. You chose to attack when the laws of heaven and earth were mourning for the heavens? If it wasn't for me, this world would have been completely destroyed by you. Unfortunately, you're just a strand of divine will. I can't beat you, but I can still destroy your divine will. Fushi's roar came again. Taiwa and Hichu both became nervous. I have a bad feeling. Hichu's expression changed. Shut up, Taiwa shouted anxiously. This was because Taiwa also felt an ominous premonition, but she didn't want to accept it. Taiwa, protect yourself well. Go and find your husband. Die. Fushi roared sorrowfully and then let out a desperate cry of death. However, a loud sound came from Huashu Island. It was not an explosion, but an explosion in reverse. Whoosh! The entire Huashu Island and the surrounding ruins shrank into a ball. Then, it shrank and disappeared. Walalala! The surrounding seawater surged, but Huashu Island and Fushi were gone. Big brother. Taiwa rushed over with tears rolling down his face. Hichu stood there in a daze. That's impossible. I can't sense Master. I have a telepathic connection with Master. Master is gone? Master is dead? Fushi is dead? When Taiwa heard that his big brother asked him to find Gu Hai, he knew that something was wrong. Before Fushi went into seclusion, he said that if anything happened to him, he should go find Gu Hai. Accident? You want me to look for Gu Hai? Big brother is dead? No, big brother. Where are you? Where are you? Taiwa cried in despair. Rumble. The surrounding seawater surged, but Huashu Island was gone. It was as if it disappeared into thin air. In order to stop 30, Fushi died with 30. Hichu, big brother is still alive, right? Big brother is still alive, right? Taiwa cried as he flew toward Hichu. He wanted to know the truth from Hichu. Hichu was also stunned. Then, he said sorrowfully, No, Master's aura is gone. I can't sense him. Not even a bit. Master might have. No, you're lying to me. You're lying to me. Taiwa cried out in grief. At this moment, the world was sorrowful, and the great sorrow was amplified. Taiwa and Hichu immediately burst into tears. It was as if the entire world had abandoned the two of them. At the side, Stiffy felt slightly better. Nyang Nyang, before Master died, he asked you to go find Gu Hai. Solemnly, Stiffy said. However, Taiwa and Hichu were in grief and could not hear it at all. Stiffy raised his head and looked at the battlefield in the starry sky. Rokudo Shinkuin has returned. Old man Guanxi is fighting. I think Gu Hai will definitely go there. I'll take you there. Stiffy waved his hand. Shio. Dragging the two of them, he flew toward the starry sky. On the divine continent, on a field, Jiang Chun frowned slightly and looked at Dongfang. Fushi? That 30, is he really that powerful? Even you can't stop him? Chen Shu, it's raining red. Let's go home. Let's go back and play. A child pulled Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chun shook his head. Little six, you guys go back. I won't go. Huh? Go. Jiang Chun waved his hand. The group of children could only leave helplessly. Jiang Chun stood in the midst of the blood rain. Strangely, however, the blood rain automatically avoided him as it neared. A guard stood respectfully behind Jiang Chun. True Lord, Dominator of Six Paths, is back. The guard said respectfully. Jiang Chun did not look at the starry sky. Instead, he looked at Dongfang with a frown. Slowly, Jiang Chun closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Not a trace of life. Fushi, are you really dead? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a dignified look. Even you are dead. This world can't stop 30. Jiang Chen opened his eyes slightly. However, there was a heavy heart in his eyes. Shaking his head, Jiang Chun sighed slightly. He looked up at the starry sky. True Lord, are you going? The guard asked respectfully. There's no need for that. I'm going to the East Sea to investigate the cause of Fushi's death. Jiang Chun shook his head. What about Dominator of Six Paths? With Sinuan around? Maybe. The guard said worriedly. It doesn't matter if I go or not. What's destined cannot be changed. Besides, I've done what I had to do. What I'm more concerned about now is whether Fushi is dead or not. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's body flashed and disappeared. Divine continent beside a small stream. Brother Fire Emperor, thank you so much for looking for my husband these past few days. Murong Yin looked at the Fire Emperor gratefully. Yinner, don't say that. These past few days, I've been able to accompany you. I have no regrets. The Fire Emperor looked at Murong Yin happily. Although he had betrayed Jiang Lianshan, as long as he could accompany Murong Yin, the Fire Emperor felt that everything was worth it. Even though he was looking at her from afar, the Fire Emperor felt that it was enough. Just as the both of them were talking, boom, woo woo woo, blood rained down from the skies as cries of agony filled the air. Both of them froze in shock. Rokudo Shinkuin is back. The Fire Emperor's face fell. Oh! A huge sound rang out in the starry sky as the blood clouds were torn apart. What's that? The Fire Emperor's face fell. Brother Fire Emperor, what did you see? Murong Yin asked anxiously. The Fire Emperor paused for a moment, unsure of whether he should say it or not. However, when he saw the look of anticipation on Murong Yin's face, the Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. If he said it, his time with Murong Yin would be over. Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkuin have started fighting. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. Really? My husband has appeared? Murong Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. Do you want to go? The Fire Emperor looked at Murong Yin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Murong Yin shook her head. However, Murong Yin nodded her head immediately. Thank you, Brother Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly and nodded. All right, I'll bring you there. Shio. The both of them charged into the starry sky. Phoenix Island. The White Emperor looked at the starry sky in shock. His Holiness, Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkuin are fighting? Look, the Scarlet Emperor exclaimed excitedly. Is that Sinuan? Is that Sinuan? The White Emperor was shocked as well. Jiang Lianshan sat beside the stone table, holding a cup of wine as he looked up at the starry sky. As the days passed since Murong Yin left, Jiang Lianshan looked much more haggard. Immortal Dome? Only by dominating the heavens and earth can everything be reversed. Only then can everything be reversed. Jiang Lianshan mumbled to himself. Crack! Jiang Lianshan crushed the wine cup in his hand. His Holiness, are we going to fight too? The White Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan. Fight, we have to fight. This Sun Yuan must be mine. Jiang Lianshan suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. With a strong determination, Jiang Lianshan was able to disregard everything else. Let's go. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. At that moment, they shot into the sky. Wancho Taoism, the Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master also saw the battle in the starry sky. Second Senior is still in seclusion? The Tongtian sect master frowned and asked. If he's in seclusion, let him be. It's best if we don't get involved. If anything happens to us, at least Wancho Taoism can still be passed down. Let's go. The Taishang sect master said. All right. The Tongtian nodded. Chapter 833. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master rushed toward the explosion. However, when they got close, their expressions darkened. No, it's still far away. The Taishang sect master's expression darkened. However, he saw that the location of the explosion was like a mirage. It was only a reflection of the starry sky. The real location of the explosion was even further away in the starry sky. At the edge of the Immortal Dome, the border between the Immortal Dome and the void, the Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. Old Man Guanxi blocked the 6 paths at the border. That's right. If the 6 paths entered the Immortal Dome, Sun Yuan would be able to control all the laws of heaven and earth. Let's go faster, the Taishang said. The Tongtian sect master nodded. The two of them headed toward the farthest border again, toward the true location of Old Man Guanxi. The border of the Immortal Dome was the end of heaven and earth. Here, time slowed down and space was distorted. There were quite a few stars. However, at this place, due to the distortion of space, the stars that were perfectly round slowly turned into oval shapes. In places where the distortion of space was even more intense, the stars were even distorted into long strips or even curved planets. There were no cracks in the void here. This was because the space here was so thin that it was barely discernible. The void itself was close to nothingness. There was no such thing as a tear in the void. Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkuin were here. In the void, there were 100 Old Man Guanxi, sitting cross-legged. They looked exactly the same. Each of them held a white chess piece in their right hand. 100 old man Guanxi surrounded a white-robed figure in the white fog. They looked at the other side coldly. Up, down, left, and right, countless stars revolved around it. Some of them were intact, while others were distorted. At that moment, there were hundreds of billions of them. They moved slowly, as if they were forming a Go formation. They were facing off against the six-colored fog. A man was wrapped in the six-colored fog. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. Around him, up, down, left, and right, there were also countless stars. This also formed a Go Dao aura that pressed towards old Mr. Guanxi. The two great forces collided in the void, forming a blurry collision surface of airflow. The one in the six-colored fog was naturally Rokudo Shinkuin's body. Above the six paths of the celestial god, there was a red ball floating. The red ball emitted strands of tentacle-like energy, causing the surrounding void to emit rolling red smoke. The six paths of the celestial god. The six Daos of the celestial gods could not touch it, and neither could old man Guanxi. It just floated above the six Daos of the celestial gods. At this moment, there were still some people outside the battlefield of old Mr. Guanxi and the six Dao heavenly gods. These people were divided into three groups. In the first direction, there were 9 black tortoises led by Old Wu, Dragon Godding, Takeshi Ryushin, Crown Prince Ao Shun, Crown Prince Ao Sheng, and a handsome silver-robed man with a gloomy expression were in the third direction. Sinyuan, Dragon God, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the red ball floating above the six paths of the celestial god. That is Sinyuan? An intense desire flashed in everyone's eyes. Obtain Sinyuan, control the immortal dome, become an immortal, and live forever? Although Sun Yuan was right before them, none of the three sides charged forward. Not to mention that Sun Yuan was above the six paths of the celestial god. The Go formation that old man Guanxi and the six paths of the celestial god displayed was not something that they could casually enter. Once one entered, one would definitely be attacked by the two forces. Old man Guanxi, what a move! The six paths of the celestial god said with a sinister expression in the fog. Although the six paths of the celestial god showed a sinister expression, he did not show any fear. How could a person who dared to kill heaven and succeeded in doing so be a coward? You are the one with a good move. You are toying with heaven and all living things in the palm of your hand. Rokudo Shinkuin, who could have expected you to be so ambitious? You have such great ability? The old man Guanxi said sullenly. Boom! The Go formations of the two sides clashed once more. The fog around them dissipated. The six paths of the celestial god wore six-colored robes. However, the one that the 100 old man Guanxi surrounded was the white-robed six paths of the celestial god. This was the six paths of the celestial god's body, which the old man Guanxi snatched away. The rest of my body was eaten by you? Humph! Heaven is truly unwilling to give up. Even before dying, it still left so much trouble for me. A person from 800,000 years ago? Do you think you can change history? The six paths of the celestial god sneered. The old man Guanxi sneered. Didn't I start now? Rokudo Shinkuin? Ha, if you didn't kill my wife, you wouldn't have suffered today's calamity. Morong Yen? So what if I killed her? When I, the six paths of the celestial god, do things, it is not up to others to decide who is right or wrong. The six paths of the celestial god said coldly. Obviously, the six paths of the celestial god knew the history of the future clearly because of the connection between the 10 clones of the six paths of the celestial god. In the future, he would reach the heavens, but now there was a group of clowns blocking his path. I think the connection between the two spaces started when you went against me for the first time. When you played against me, the Sky Chess Pavilion was destroyed and you lost miserably, right? The six paths of the celestial god said. That's right. You guessed right. Heaven sent me the law of time. However, my strength was not enough to open the gates between the two spaces. In that game, I lost on purpose. My goal was to borrow your strength to open the gates between the two spaces. I did it. The gates opened between the two spaces. However, my sky chess pavilion was nearly destroyed, leaving only Tenjin Island. The innate puzzle world, the old man Guanxi said. In that game of chess, the 33-go games, you lost before the game finished? I guess that you were not dead yet. That was because I could not find your 3 souls. Not dead yet? Ha 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 ha. 800 years. So, you have been hiding in Tenjin Island's innate puzzle world? The 6 paths of the celestial god said. You were monitoring Tenjin Island's sky chess pavilion, waiting for me to appear. However, did you not think that the most dangerous place was also the safest place? I was always right under your nose. However, you did not realize that the Tenjin position was both a useless and fatal place. The old man Guanxi said, 800 years? Why wait 800 years? If not for 800 years, you might have had the Long Zhonghua as a helper. Wouldn't that have been better? The 6 paths of the celestial god said. 800 years? I only have 800 bodies. The old man Guanxi said. The 6 paths of the white robe had 100 old man Guanxi around him. They all looked the same, had the same expression, and had the same hatred in their eyes. 700 bodies stole my earth god body's consciousness, a total of 800, the law of time. The 6 paths of the celestial god said. The law of time is indeed wondrous. When heaven gave me the law of time, it also gave me a small immortal Qiong that would be born 1 million years later to deal with you. However, the small immortal Qiong is useless against me. 800 years. I split each year into 800 years. Each year had a complete version of myself. Naturally, I cannot treat this battle lightly. Although I spent 800 years in the innate puzzle world, I did not spend any time there. Instead, I sent each of the 800 years to this place and spent 1 year here. One person spending 800 years and 800 people spending 1 year are equal in terms of the law of time. I did it. Only by doing it can I meet you face to face and settle our grudge. The old man Guanxi said with a cold expression. 800 old man Guanxi? No, there are only 100 left. Do you think you are qualified to talk about grudges with me? What joke? The 6 paths of the celestial god sneered. Old man Guanxi, I just knew that 33 was not your limit. 34? That's right. My Go skills are inferior to yours. However, your strength is far inferior to mine. I even obtained a portion of heaven's power. I use power to control the Go pieces. Even if my Go skills are insufficient, my own strength is strong enough. I can still suppress you in the general trend. The 6 paths of the celestial god smiled coldly and waved his hand. Boom! The 6 paths of the celestial gods Go Dao sent out a strong impact, immediately shaking the Go Dao on the old man Guanxi's side. Crack! 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 The stars on the old man Guanxi's side immediately exploded. Do you think that this is my limit? Don't forget that I have the law of time, the strangest and most unfathomable energy in the world. The old man Guanxi shouted coldly. Suddenly, the 10 old man Guanxi turned into 7 colored lights and charged at the 6 paths of the white-robed Dao, flying into his mouth. Wong, each of the old man Guanxi was like a part of the power of time. As the 6 paths of the white-robed Dao continued to devour them, a powerful energy gradually entered the 34 great formations. The celestial god's Go Dao was slowly reversed. The powerful pressure continued to clash at the center. Wong, Wong, Wong. One by one, the old man Guanxi entered the mouth of the 6 paths of the white-robed Dao. The power grew stronger and stronger until the last old man Guanxi was eaten. The two sides were finally in a deadlock. The power of time? Oomph. You used my earth god's body to eat my clones. Do you have the power to fuse with them? However, is that enough? The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao snorted coldly. Boom! The 2 Go powers collided with a loud boom at the center. A huge hole was suddenly squeezed out of the center. It was not a black hole, but a hole of flowing light. There were rings of 7-colored, flowing light inside. Primal chaos space-time? You are burning the laws of time? The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao's face sank. Burning the laws of time will create this extreme primal chaos, space-time. The time inside is chaotic. Once you enter, you will never be able to return. The time inside is endless and boundless. It is not within the heaven and earth, nor is it within the void. From then on, you will disappear into the river of time, never to be seen again. The old man Guanxi said solemnly, burning the laws of time, you are destroying the immortal dome? The six paths of the white robe, Tao, said coldly. Destroying? Not to that extent. It's just that from now on, no one will be able to use the laws of time. The immortal dome's time is still there, and history is still going on. Time is everywhere, but from now on, it will not be used by anyone. Even the new heaven will not be able to use the laws of time. The old man Guanxi said solemnly. For the sake of Morong Yin, you are truly staking everything. The six paths of the white robe, Tao, said coldly. The old man Guanxi laughed coldly. Elder Wu, Rokudo Shinkuan is already being held back by me. He is using all his power to activate the 34 Go games. Now, you just need to throw him into the primal chaos space-time. Once he enters, he will never be able to return. Asking Ancestor Xuanwu to make a move, the six paths of the white robe, Tao's face sank. Chapter 834. Ask Ancestor Xuanwu to help. Six paths of God looked over with a heavy expression. Elder Wu, you are with old man Guanxi? Six paths of God said coldly. There was no fear in his voice. Instead, it was oppressive, as if he was interrogating Elder Wu. Of the 34 great formations, six paths of God seemed to be completely suppressed by old man Guanxi. Even Elder Wu's eyes flashed with anticipation. However, Elder Wu still did not act rashly. Elder Wu looked at old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi, are you lying to me? Elder Wu said coldly. Elder Wu, what do you mean? Old man Guanxi said in a heavy voice. What about the heart-locking curse? My heart-locking curse is useless now, right? Elder Wu said in a heavy voice. Heart-locking curse? Elder Wu, you were the one who said that you wanted to put a curse on my body. I agreed. What's wrong with that? I didn't say that I only have one body. Old man Guanxi said in a heavy voice. Let's not talk about the heart-locking curse for now. You brought me to the battlefield. Why did you bring them? Elder Wu looked coldly at the other two sides. One side, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin. The other side, Ao Shun, Ao Sheng, and the Silver-Robed Man. The Silver-Robed Man said coldly, Old man Guanxi, I didn't expect that you would look for them after seeking my alliance. West Sea Dragon King, did I say that it was only you? Old man Guanxi said indifferently. The Silver-Robed Man was the West Sea Dragon King. At this moment, the West Sea Dragon King looked at old man Guanxi with narrowed eyes. Old man Guanxi did not say that there were outsiders, but his tone at that time was to bring him to get Sinew on. Now, there were two more groups of people. West Sea Dragon King and Jiang Chen's descendant? No, it should be the second-generation zombie. Where is Jiang Chen? Elder Wu asked coldly. Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin narrowed their eyes. However, they ignored Elder Wu and looked at old man Guanxi instead. Old Mr. Guanxi, you invited us two brothers to force the Black Tortoise's ancestor to make a move, right? Us two brothers, in your eyes, are we just decorations? A gadfly on horseback? Dragon God Ing said coldly. West Sea Dragon King, if I'm not wrong, you, the West Sea Dragon God, have a strand of the original power of the dragon ancestor? Is that right? You brought Ao Shun and Ao Sheng here because they also have the dragon god in their bodies. Only the dragon god's power can activate the original power of the dragon ancestor. You have the power to attack the dragon ancestor? Old man Guanxi looked at the West Sea Dragon King. Oh, Elder Wu's face darkened. The power to attack the dragon ancestor? The West Sea Dragon King also looked at old man Guanxi with a gloomy face. He did not expect that old man Guanxi knew about his secret. Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin, if I am not wrong, the two of you have Jiang Chen's blood essence inheritance. Now, with the two of you working together, you can open a void passage for ancestor Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen can come here instantly? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Bastard. Elder Wu's face turned cold. In the ancient times, there was a war between the shamans and the demons. In the end, the four divine beasts and the shamans suffered great losses. Elder Wu and Jiang Chun could be said to be irreconcilable enemies. If Sun Yuan was taken by the West Sea Dragon King, it was understandable. They were both from the demon race. But what if Jiang Chun took it? Rokudo Shinkuin can't move anymore. Sun Yuan is right in front of you. If you can take it, you can become an immortal. Have you not been tempted? Old man Guanxi said solemnly. You know there's a trap. Do you expect us to jump in? Elder Wu said coldly. The six Tao of deities sneered and said, Everyone, think carefully. Today you have been bewitched by old man Guanxi. As long as you don't interfere, I can let bygones be bygones. If anyone dares to interfere, I will destroy your body and soul. You will die without a burial place. The six Tao of deities' threat made everyone's hearts sink. If they failed, all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone knew the six Tao of deities' methods. If he wanted to take revenge, his body and soul would be destroyed. I said, if you succeed, you will become an immortal. If you fail, you will die. West Sea Dragon King? Elder Wu? Have you forgotten the history of the future? Feng Yu, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun, Ao Sheng. Do you want to tell Elder Wu and West Sea Dragon King what will happen to them in the future? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Shengwan Hen, Feng Yu, Ao Shun, and Ao Sheng frowned. They looked at Elder Wu and West Sea Dragon King. In the future, the two of them would die. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The history of the future tells you that even if you hold back today, in the future, you will still be destroyed by Rokudo Shinkuin. Not a single one of you will be left alive. Old man Guanxi said indifferently. Elder Wu and West Sea Dragon King's eyelids twitched. If you attack, you will die. If you don't, I can let you go. My promise is the will of the heavens. The six Tao of deities said coldly. You promise? Rokudo Shinkuin, don't make promises. You made promises to the heavens, but what will happen in the end? The heavens are dead because of you. What's the use of making promises to them now? When you take over the world, won't they be at your mercy? Rather than die a cowardly death in the future, why don't you fight now? That is Sun Yuan, the Sun Yuan that will become an immortal. Old man Guanxi said. West Sea Dragon King's eyelids twitched. Become an immortal? The temptation was too great. It was like a moth flying into a flame. Even though they knew it was dangerous, they couldn't stop. Whether they would be killed for Sun Yuan or be killed in the future, nothing was important. What was important was that they would become an immortal after obtaining Sun Yuan. They would be able to control and change everything. Rokudo Shinkuin and Old Man Guanxi were in a stalemate. At this moment, they were also staring at the crowd. Elder Wu, I have done what I promised you. You said that you would attack. Why are you hesitating? Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu squinted his eyes. His instincts told him that this was a trap. He wanted to use the Book of Luo to predict what would happen later. However, time was in chaos. The Book of Luo seemed to be unable to predict anything. Elder Wu was anxious. As long as we can force Rokudo Shinkuin into the primal chaos space-time, everything will be fine. If you don't attack, you can't blame others. Old man Guanxi said indifferently. Dragon God Ing, Takeshi Ryushin, and West Sea Dragon King's eyes were filled with uncertainty. I think that after a while, the countless experts below will know, right? Fushi is coming, Jiang Chun is coming, Jiang Lianshan is coming, and everyone else is coming. You know that when the time comes, this opportunity won't be yours anymore. Old man Guanxi said again. Ao Sheng, Ao Shun, follow me. West Sea Dragon King shouted. He waved his sleeves. Boom. The three of them turned into three giant dragons, one white and two black, and flew towards the six paths of celestial gods. Greetings to the ancestral dragon. With the dragon god as the guide, we request for the ancestral dragon's spirit in heaven to descend with the power of the ancestral dragon. Please. The white West Sea Dragon King roared. A giant dragon god projection appeared behind the West Sea Dragon King. The projection burned, and turned into a green flame. The moment the flame appeared, it enveloped Shun, and West Sea Dragon King, forming a flaming green dragon. The green dragon was thousands of miles long. Tong Tian flew towards the 6 paths of celestial gods amidst the green dragon's roar. The green dragon's body slowly turned from a flame to a real body. Other than its eyes being blind, it was no different from a real dragon. As it roared, it emitted a monstrous might. Wherever it went, countless stars were blown away by the dragon's tail. The green dragon roared. The success or failure of the ancestral dragon's attack depended on this. West Sea Dragon King couldn't wait to get Sinyuan. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Elder Wu's face turned gloomy. Old Man Guanxi was using the green dragon to force him to make a move. This Old Man Guanxi seemed to have guessed that he might not make a move, so he specially found the green dragon to annoy him. If he didn't make a move, the benefits would be taken by others. Make a move? Not make a move. Elder Wu resisted the urge to make a move. Elder Wu resisted, but Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin couldn't resist. The two had just obtained Jiang Chen's inheritance. Now, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Why should Sinyuan be given to West Sea Dragon King? Why couldn't they have it? Both of them were emperors and had an inflated confidence in themselves. Make a move. Dragon God Ing shouted. Boom! Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin immediately emitted rolling black gas and pounced towards Rokudo Shinkuen. The green dragon wants it, so do we. Whoever can get Sun Yuan will depend on their ability. Roar! A pair of huge dragon wings appeared on the backs of the two. With a flap, the black gas increased by more than 100 times. At this moment, Elder Wu finally couldn't bear it anymore. If West Sea Dragon King got Sun Yuan, then so be it. But what if his sworn enemy Jiangshan got it? If the two of them attacked together, they could open a void passage. Even if they failed, they could still open a door for Jiangchun. Even if they failed, there was still Jiangchun. Old Man Guanxi, humph, you are so shrewd. Roar. Elder Wu roared furiously. Boom. Elder Wu also rushed towards the 6 paths of deities. But his heart was filled with unwillingness. When Old Man Guanxi saw Elder Wu make a move, he secretly sighed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. West Sea Dragon King, Dragon God Ing, and Takashi Ryushin, Old Man Guanxi never expected these people to succeed. Regardless of the future history or Old Man Guanxi's calculations, they would never get Sinyuan. The ancestral dragon only had the strength for one attack. What would happen after that? The 6 paths of deities could kill heaven. How could he be defeated by one attack? Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin were the 2nd-generation zombies? So what? The 2nd generation was still the 2nd generation. They would never be able to replace Jiangchun. These people only had one goal, which was to force Elder Wu to make a move. Now, Elder Wu had made a move. He had acted according to his plan. In the distance, the 6 paths of deities was not angry. Instead, a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had been waiting for them to make a move. His expression was extremely strange. You brought this upon yourself. The 6 paths of deities coldly snorted. 6 paths, today I will take revenge for heaven. The West Sea Dragon King roared in the Azure Dragon's body. Roar! The 6 paths of deities suddenly opened his mouth. As he opened his mouth, 6-colored energy surged out from the 6 paths. The 6-colored energy rushed out and condensed into a super huge mouth in the void. In the mouth, there were sharp fangs, looking exceptionally ferocious. So what if the Azure Dragon was thousands of miles long? The 6-colored ferocious mouth bit down. Boom! The huge mouth bit down on the Azure Dragon's head. The Azure Dragon's charging figure suddenly stopped. What? The West Sea Dragon King's incredulous voice came from the Azure Dragon's body. Rumble! The Azure Dragon's body quickly twisted, but the huge mouth was firmly biting down. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. The ancestral dragon's attack was actually not a match for the 6 paths mouth. You overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of deities coldly snorted. The six paths of deities chewed as if he wanted to swallow the huge azure dragon. Chapter 835. The azure dragon rushed over but was bitten by the six paths of gods. No matter how the azure dragon moved his body, he could not escape from the big mouth. Ancestral dragon strike. In front of the six paths of gods, it was like a joke. The sudden change made the faces of dragon god Ing and Takashi Ryushin sink. You still have energy left? The West Sea Dragon King shouted in shock. Energy left? You think a little Guanchi can stop me? Ancestral dragon? Ha! Not to mention you have the ancestral dragon strike. Even if the ancestral dragon was still alive, I can still swallow him. The six paths of God said coldly. As he spoke, the suction force became stronger. Oh no, Elder Wu, save me. The West Sea Dragon King screamed in despair. At this moment, in front of the six paths of gods, he could not resist at all. One mouth was enough. He could not resist at all. That mouth even had the power to seal the spirit, making it impossible for the three of them to escape. His future death was because he fought against the six paths? While the West Sea Dragon King was panicking, Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin had already arrived. The six paths is in a stalemate with Old Man Guanchi. His mouth is swallowing the azure dragon. He can no longer move. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Takashi Ryushin, you attack the six paths and knock him into the primal chaos space-time. I will take sinew on. Dragon Godding shouted. Such a heaven-sent opportunity, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Takashi Ryushin glared. Why should you take Sun Yuan? At this time, what is there to fight for? Dragon Godding glared and said angrily. Ha, what a joke. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Takashi Ryushin glared. Fine, then you take Sun Yuan. I will deal with Rokudo Shinkoin. Remember, if you become an immortal, remember to resurrect Father. Dragon Godding shouted coldly. Okay, Takashi Ryushin replied. Boom. The two of them charged forward. Long Shinying's expression was ferocious as he punched out. A huge fist condensed in the void as if he wanted to send six paths of heaven god into the primal chaos. Takashi Ryushin's expression was filled with greed as he formed a huge palm and grabbed at the red ball. Sun Yuan. He's overestimating himself. But you guys don't know what's good for you? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lu Dao coldly snorted. On the back of the six paths of the heavenly god, his clothes were suddenly torn apart. From the torn clothes, a hand suddenly emerged. It was like a third hand grew out of his back. When Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin saw this, their expressions changed. Boom! When the third hand appeared, it instantly shattered Dragon Shinying's fist. At the same time, the recoil sent Dragon Shinying flying. Dragon Shinying was only the aftermath. Takashi Ryushin, who dared to touch Sun Yuan, was the one who bore the brunt of the impact. The third hand soared into the sky. Takashi Ryushin's fist shattered and appeared in front of Takashi Ryushin. What? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Boom! In an instant, Takashi Ryushin was grabbed by the third hand. Caught! The strength of the two descendants of the Jiang Chun family was nothing in front of the six paths of heaven god. It was like a child throwing a punch. No! Impossible, let go of me. Takashi Ryushin screamed. Let go of him. Dragon Shinying instantly appeared in front of him and punched. Boom! The third hand that held Takashi Ryushin punched out. Dragon Shinying's fist exploded again. The huge force sent Dragon Shinying flying into the depths of the starry sky like a meteor. You don't know the meaning of death. Even if Jiang Chun is here, I can swallow him, not to mention you two little things. Six paths of heaven God said coldly. You did it on purpose? You still have the strength to fight against Old Man Guanchi? Takashi Ryushin, who was being held, cried out in pain. Elder Wu, save me. Dragon King of the West Sea also cried out in despair. He easily dealt with the green dragon and the zombie. The six paths of the celestial deities had done this so casually and easily. Elder Wu's face sank, and his body slightly paused. You did it on purpose? You still have the strength to fight. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. I just want to see if you have the guts to go against me. I have already warned you. You are courting death. You can't blame others. Elder Wu, do you still want to die? Six Paths of Heaven God sneered. Elder Wu's face sank. Not far away, old man Guanxi sneered. Six Paths of Heaven God, who can you fool with this trick of yours? If you really have the strength to fight, why are you stalling for time with me? Isn't it better to directly rush into the Immortal Dome and use Sun Yuan to control the Immortal Dome? When old man Guanxi said that, Elder Wu narrowed his eyes as if he had made up his mind. Roar! With a loud roar, Elder Wu instantly pounced towards Six Paths of Heaven God. At this moment, there was no more hesitation. Six Paths of Heaven God really couldn't move his hands. Oomph. Six Paths of Heaven God snorted, and a fourth hand appeared on his back. Boom! A fist struck towards Elder Wu. Pa! The nine-headed snake tail swung and collided with the fourth hand. After all, Elder Wu was one of the strongest people in the world. The nine-headed snake tail didn't follow in Takashi Ryushin's footsteps. After colliding with the fourth hand, the first hand retreated. Elder Wu, you chose this path yourself. Six Paths of Heaven God's face revealed a sinister expression. Blazing flames suddenly appeared on Six Paths of Heaven God's body. His aura suddenly became more than 10 times stronger than before. In an instant, the chess momentum suppressed old man Guanxi. What? You really hid your strength on purpose? Takashi Ryushin, who was being held by the third hand, exclaimed in shock. Elder Wu attacked with all his strength, but he was still instantly pushed back. Six Paths, he just used a secret technique to stimulate himself. Elder Wu, it's up to you. Force him into the primal chaos space-time. Old man Guanxi shouted from afar. Six Paths of Heaven God's aura became stronger, and the speed at which he was swallowing the Azure Dragon became faster and faster. The West Sea Dragon King screamed in pain. At this moment, the West Sea Dragon King felt that he had entered Six Paths' mouth, because he was in the front half of the Azure Dragon's body, while Ao Shun and Ao Sheng were in the back half of the Azure Dragon's body. The front half of the Azure Dragon's body was already in Six Paths' mouth. There was no way for it to come out. Ha ha ha, I thought I was smart. No wonder the East Sea Dragon King and South Sea Dragon King weren't willing to participate. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng, you didn't let Ao Tianwang participate. It seems that you were right. I was too arrogant. Laughable, laughable. The West Sea Dragon King screamed in despair. Senior, do you have a solution now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. I won't be able to live. According to history, I will definitely die. So is here. Ha ha ha, so is like this. Greedy? I was greedy. The West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed because of me. I have let down my ancestors and the Ancestral Dragon. The West Sea Dragon Palace cannot be destroyed because of me. If the two of you can escape, please help me rebuild the West Sea Dragon Palace. Please. The West Sea Dragon King screamed bitterly. With a roar, he spat out 2 rays of green light from his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 2 rays of green light rushed into Ao Shun and Ao Sheng's body. Break! The West Sea Dragon King roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The Azure Dragon was cut in half, and Ao Shun and Ao Sheng, who were wrapped in the back half, flew out while the front half entered the mouth of the Six Paths and exploded. The West Sea Dragon King chose to detonate the Azure Dragon. Boom! The Six Paths of Tian Shun's 6-colored mouth suddenly changed shape. However, the Six Paths of Tian Shun still sucked the Azure Dragon into his mouth. Even if it exploded, I can still eat it. Oomph! The Six Paths of Tian Shun snorted coldly. The West Sea Dragon King detonated himself? Ao Shun shouted in shock. Ancestral Dragon Blood Essence? What the West Sea Dragon King shot in my body was Ancestral Dragon Blood Essence. Ao Sheng suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. Just as Ao Shun was shouting in shock, and Ao Sheng was excited. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind. Roar! It was the old Mr. Guan Qi controlling the 6 white-robed Daos. The six white-robed Daos roared ferociously and opened their mouths, sucking in Ao, Shun, Ao, Shung, and half of the Azure Dragon's tail, were caught off guard. Caught off guard. Ao, Shun, and Ao, Shun couldn't react in time. It was too late. No, old man Guanxi, what are you doing? Ao, Shun shouted in shock. You lied to us. Ao, Shun shouted in shock. Huff. The two lost their voices as they were swallowed by old man Guanxi. In the distance, the six paths of Tian Shun's aura increased tenfold. He controlled the momentum of the chess game to suppress old man Guanxi. At the same time, the fourth and third hands behind his back were fighting against Xuanwu Ancestor. Xuanwu Ancestor's tortoise shell had superb defense. Even with the six paths of Tian Shun's attacks, he couldn't break through it. However, that was all. Now that the six paths of Tian Shun's strength had increased tenfold, he had enough strength to fight against Elder Wu. Elder Wu, old man Guanxi, is already at his limit. Do you still want to fight? Do you want me to destroy the entire Xuanwu clan? The six paths of Tian Shun roared. Elder Wu, you don't have to worry about me. His strength has increased, but so can I. Old man Guanxi suddenly roared. What? The six paths of Tian Shun was stunned. Four great His Holiness, 8 great sacred masters, listen to my voice. Use your voice and imitate me. Old man Guanxi suddenly said. For great His Holiness, 8 great sacred masters? My people, old man Guanxi said. My people. Suddenly, 8 voices came from old Mr. Guanxi's surroundings. The voices of the 4 great celestial empires? The voices of the 8 great sacred masters? Didn't they follow Rokudo Shinkuin to kill the demons? Takashi Ryushin was stunned. Suddenly, he reacted. They were eaten by you? In your body? Takashi Ryushin was shocked. Heaven was killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for heaven. Slay the demons for the common people. I need you. Please raise your right hand. Old man Guanxi said. Suddenly, the 12 voices sounded again. Heaven was killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for heaven. Slay the demons for the common people. I need you. Please raise your right hand. The 12 voices suddenly sounded around the 6 paths of Bai. At the same time, 12 small chess arrays appeared around the 6 paths of Bai. It was as though these small arrays were resonating with the 12 arrays on the divine continent. The voices instantly spread to the 4 great celestial empires' capitals, where the 8 great sacred masters were located. In the Great Qi Celestial Empire's imperial court, a chess array suddenly emitted a large amount of light. The light seemed to shoot straight into the Sea of Providence in the sky. The Sea of Providence instantly churned, and a huge golden dragon of Providence suddenly appeared. The golden dragon of Providence let out a roar, followed by His Holiness's voice. Through the golden dragon of Providence, the voice instantly reached the ears of all the people in the Great Qi Celestial Empire. My people, heaven was killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for heaven. Slay the demons for the common people. I need you. Please raise your right hand. The voice that sounded like a huge bell reached the ears of all the people in the Great Qi Celestial Empire. At this moment, countless people in the Great Qi Celestial Empire were kneeling on the ground, crying and lamenting for heaven. They hated the demons and were frustrated by their own incompetence. The sudden appearance of His Holiness's voice was like a flame falling into a barrel of oil. With a boom, it completely ignited the hatred of all the people. Chapter 836. The heavens were dead, and the world grieved. Blood rained down from the heavens, and a sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire world. What happened to the common people? Although some people lamented that the heavens were unfair, most people were grateful to the heavens. When the heavens faced great calamities, the heavens would bless them and arrange for the 5 divine emissaries to travel the world and save the world. Rokudo Shinkun was a merciful and compassionate person. He was also a person that everyone revered. Now that the heavens were killed by the evil demons, regardless of whether they were sincere or not, at this moment, in the sorrowful atmosphere of the world, almost everyone cried for the heavens. In this sorrowful atmosphere, all the people wanted to eat the evil demons' flesh, gnaw on their bones, and drink their blood. However, they could only stop at the level of hatred, and no one could do anything about it. However, at this moment, His Holiness's voice suddenly rang out. His Holiness is fighting against the evil demons? The merciful Rokudo Shinkun is also fighting against the evil demons to take revenge for the heavens? Everyone was startled. The evil demons are too strong, and His Holiness is not strong enough. He wants to borrow my strength? Most people did not hesitate at all. His Holiness, use my strength. An old man was the first to raise his right hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, Great Chi's providence drained all his strength, and the old man fell limp to the ground. The old man was out of strength, but it did not matter. He just needed time to recover. As long as he could kill the evil demons, everything was worth it. His Holiness, use my strength. I'll give you my strength, His Holiness. His Holiness, kill the evil demons, and I'll give you all my strength. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the strength of countless Great Chi citizens gathered toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Roar. The Golden Dragon of Providence instantly burst out with a bright golden light and charged at the Go array in the Palace Hall. The Go formation, together with old Mr. Guan Chi's Go formation in the starry sky, seemed to form a super-accelerated orbit. Boom! The Golden Dragon of Providence carried the boundless strength of Great Chi, Celestial Dynasty, and charged into the starry sky. It was too fast, reaching Old Man Guanxi in just a short while. Boom! The Golden Dragon of Providence carried the strength of all Great Chi, Celestial Dynasty citizens, and charged into the 6 white-robed Daos. The 6 white-robed 6 Daos, controlled by Old Man Guanxi, suddenly gave off a dazzling golden light. Great Chi Celestial Dynasty was just the beginning. The 4 heavenly dynasties and the 8 holy lands immediately charged at old Mr. Guanxi, carrying the boundless power of the common people. The golden light around old Mr. Guanxi increased as his strength increased. For a moment, the way of chess, which had just been suppressed, rose again. Boom! In an instant, the general trend of the Tao of chess and the Tao of chess of the 6 paths of celestial gods were once again on equal footing. Ha 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 ha! Old Man Guanxi, you're using my body to control the 12 heavenly pilgrimage grounds? The 6 Daos, who was fighting with Elder Wu in the distance, roared with a ferocious expression. Old Wu, we are already evenly matched with him in terms of the Go Dao. Quickly make your move. Old Mr. Guanxi ignored Old Wu and roared. I've already done my best. The 6 Daos stimulated his potential and burned his lifespan. His strength increased tenfold. Can't you be stronger? Elder Wu said gloomily. Boom! The tortoise body and snake body slammed into the 6 Daos, trying to push him into the chaotic space. However, the 6 Daos moved, but did not move at all. I've already done my best. Because my Go is strong. Even if I'm weak, I can still be on par with him. If you want me to be stronger, I can only ask you to help me. You only know how to use brute force. Elder Wu, why don't you help me? Old Man Guanxi's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, the 6 Daos suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! From behind Elder Wu, he suddenly opened his mouth and tried to swallow Elder Wu. What? Elder Wu's expression changed. Because he was fighting the 6 Daos, Elder Wu was not on guard against the Old Man Guanxi. Who would have thought that the Old Man Guanxi would attack him from behind? Ha ha, Elder Wu. Can't you see? Old Man Guanxi has been lying to you from the start. He wanted to swallow you from the start just for this moment. You've been tricked by him. The 6 Daos roared ferociously. Boom! Half of the tortoise's body was swallowed by the 6 Daos. Old Man Guanxi, you lied to me. You're courting death. Elder Wu roared ferociously. The tortoise's body could not fight back. However, he still had the nine-headed snake body. Ka ka ka. The nine-headed snake suddenly jumped up. It was no longer fighting the six Daos. Instead, it pounced toward the old man Guanxi, as if it wanted to tear the old man Guanxi to shreds. It's useless. The snake body couldn't hurt me from the start. Old man Guanxi sneered. Crack. However, the nine-headed snake's body froze halfway. What? Elder Wu cried out in alarm. Is that Fengyu? There's a chest power in his body that's sealing our spiritual energy. One of the snake heads cried out in alarm. At this moment, the snake head of Fengyu was in a daze. It was controlled by old man Guanxi. The black tortoise's head, where Shanghai Guanhen was, opened its eyes wide. I know. Old man Guanxi wanted to help Fengyu and me increase our cultivation. I didn't go, but Fengyu went. Her cultivation increased a lot. So it was a scheme. Was it for today? Old man Guanxi started to scheme against us from then on. What? The group of heads shouted in alarm. Old man Guanxi, how dare you? Elder Wu also shouted gloomily. His fated enemy should be Jiang Chun. However, he did not expect that old man Guanxi would scheme against him today. Was he going to die at the hands of someone he never expected? Gulp. Old man Guanxi did not pay attention to Elder Wu. He swallowed the nine-headed black tortoise in one gulp. In an instant, the power around him increased tremendously. He swallowed the nine-headed snake in another gulp. Boom! Old man Guanxi's aura was burning like fire. It surged into the sky and shot in all directions. Countless stars in the surroundings shone with dazzling light under this powerful aura. Old man Guanxi's power had reached its peak. At this moment, the Tao of chess completely suppressed the six paths of the celestial gods. The six paths of the celestial gods was forced to move slowly towards the chaotic space-time. The scales of victory were tilting towards old man Guanxi. The six paths of the celestial gods had a ferocious expression. Calculating the heavens and the earth? You won't even let your ally go? Old man Guanxi's eyes were cold. Although there are some flaws, everything is going according to my plan. I will devour ancestor Xuanwu no matter what, because I need the Book of Luo on his back. The Book of Luo can predict the future. Only by grasping a glimmer of the future can I achieve my goal. Boom, boom. Suddenly, black gas came out of the six paths of the celestial god's body and attacked old man Guanxi. Boom. When the black gas came close to old man Guanxi, it disappeared. I said, I have the Book of Luo now. You want to escape? It's too late. Obediently enter the chaotic space-time. Old man Guanxi said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. No matter how the six paths of the celestial gods struggled, he couldn't change the fact that he was getting closer and closer to the chaotic space-time. Am I going to lose? No. The six paths of the celestial gods roared with a ferocious expression. However, he had already used all his strength. He couldn't stop old man Guanxi's Tao of chess at all. Failed at the last step? Victory seemed to be decided. The six paths of the celestial gods was going to lose. Boom. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot into the sky. It was Jiang Lianshan, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, the Three Worlds Buddha, Matriarch Ji, Taishang, and Tongtian. They had all arrived. Although they were flying, they could still see everything in the starry sky. However, what they saw shocked them to no end. Old man Guanxi did it. He defeated the six paths of the celestial gods by himself. Old man Guanxi, you're so calculative. Everyone has become your chess piece. Even the black tortoise progenitor is your chess piece. In order to defeat the six paths of the celestial gods, you are really calculating. You didn't even let go of the power of the common people? Jiang Lianshan said with narrowed eyes. Everyone, you didn't come at this time to help Rokudo Shinkoin, right? Old man Guanxi said calmly. Help? Not really. However, this Sun Yuan? Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. Not only Jiang Lianshan, but Matriarch Ji, the Three-World Buddha, and Tongtian also had a flash of desire in their eyes. Sun Yuan? There's so many people. How are we going to split it? Old man Guanxi sneered. Matriarch Ji's expression changed slightly. However, Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked at her with a cold gaze. Matriarch Ji immediately smiled and retreated slightly. Jiang Lianshan scanned everyone. Those who met Jiang Lianshan's gaze pondered for a while and quickly chose to give up. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Lianshan's deterrence, or perhaps there were other considerations, but no one dared to compete with Jiang Lianshan. Now, there is no need to split it. Jiang Lianshan sneered. Jiang Lianshan stepped forward, as if he was about to step into the battle between two chess masters. Haha, no one is competing with you. Jiang Lianshan, you have schemed against the entire world. However, sometimes planning is not enough. A lot of luck is also needed. Old man Guanxi said in a low voice. What do you mean? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Even if they don't compete, it doesn't mean that no one else will. You have become an immortal? That's not a good thing. You have to go through him first. Old man Guanxi sneered. Who? You have a helper? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Old man Guanxi shook his head and said, Mr. Good, you have been hiding in the dark and watching for a long time, haven't you? Everyone's expression suddenly darkened. Owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion, you have planned every step carefully. Guhai is impressed. A voice came from a star not far away. A black-robed dominator of the Six Paths slowly walked out from behind the star. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the black-robed dominator of the Six Paths. There was also a Rokudo Shinkuan. However, they immediately reacted. Was that Guhai? Guhai was also controlling a Rokudo Shinkuan. Guhai. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Old man Guanxi looked at the black-robed dominator of the Six Paths in the distance and said, Mr. Good, I will leave Jiang Lianshan to you. I will deal with the dominator of the Six Paths first. What do you think? All right, the black-robed dominator of the Six Paths said in a low voice. The black-robed dominator of the Six Paths, who was Guhai, nodded and turned to look at Jiang Lianshan, who was about to enter the battle. Chapter 837. Guhai turned his head and looked at Jiang Lianshan, who was standing at the front of the group. Dian, His Holiness, please step back. Guhai said coldly. Huh? Step back? Are you Guhai? Or the dominator of the Six Paths? You want me to step back at a time like this? Oomph. Jiang Lianshan snorted, completely ignoring Guhai. Jiang Lianshan took a step forward. 64 hexagrams suddenly appeared around him, forming a protective barrier that pushed Jiang Lianshan toward the two Godao auras. Oomph. Dian, His Holiness, Sun Yuan cannot fall into your hands. Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, Guhai waved his hand. Whoosh! A waterfall of rainbow divine light shot toward Jiang Lianshan. Rainbow divine light? Oomph. Jiang Lianshan snorted and took out a magic treasure that looked like a hoe. The fourth magic treasure in the world, the farmer god hoe. Guhai's expression darkened. The farmer god hoe struck at the rainbow divine light. As it struck, black vines seemed to emerge from the edge of the hoe and rushed toward the rainbow divine light. Sizzle, sizzle. The rainbow divine light instantly corroded the black vines upon contact. In the blink of an eye, both the rainbow divine light and the black vines disappeared. The farmer god Ho distinguishes poisonous plants? It seems that your farmer god Ho is also the source of all poisons. Guhai said grimly. As he spoke, Guhai took out the life entrapment blade and waved his hand. Countless stars appeared in the void in the distance. As soon as the stars appeared, they formed array after array. In an instant, thousands of disintegration lights shot toward them. Be careful. Those disintegration lights are powerful. The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. Jiang Lianshan snorted and swung the farmer god Ho again. A huge wall of poisonous vines suddenly surrounded Jiang Lianshan. TSS, 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 TSS. The thousands of disintegration lights and the poison of the poison ivy instantly melted into each other. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with boundless energy. It was as if a great fog had suddenly filled the surroundings. Under the Shun Nong Ho, the disintegration light slowly dissipated, but it also temporarily stopped Jiang Lianshan. Guhai, what are you trying to do? Are you going to guard the gate for the samsara, or old man Guanxi? Which side are you on? Jiang Lianshan glared at him. Taishang, Tontian, and the others did not understand why Guhai wanted to stop Jiang Lianshan. Old man Guanxi, is this the helper you found? Huh. Lu Dao Tian, Shun laughed coldly. Although he was being forced by old man Guanxi closer to the chaos space, he was not panicking, only angry. Mr. Good? Kiki, I didn't ask him for help. He wanted to do this himself. Because I know what he's thinking, I know that he will definitely stop Jiang Lianshan. Old man Guanxi laughed coldly. Oh. Lu Dao Tian, Shun looked at Guhai, who was not far away. Guhai was stopping Jiang Lianshan. Ancient Emperor, why are you doing this? Success or failure depends on this. Why are you stopping Dian and His Holiness? The Taishang sect master frowned. Not far away, Takeshi Ryushin had been rendered speechless by Lu Dao Tian Shun's grip, and was also staring in confusion. If Jiang Lianshan got Sinuan, everything would be over. He would not have to force Lu Dao Tian Shun into the chaos space. Once he became an immortal, he would be saved. What was Guhai doing? Dian and His Holiness, I'm stopping you because you and old man Guanxi have different goals. Your methods will also be different in the future. Besides, the game of chess is in full swing now. Once you enter, you might even help Rokudo Shinkuin relieve some pressure. Not only will you not get Sun Yuan, you might even cause old man Guanxi's efforts to fail, and let Lu Dao Tian Shun escape, Guhai said solemnly. Different goals? Haha, what's the difference? Doesn't old man Guanxi want Sun Yuan? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Everyone wants Sun Yuan. No one here doesn't want Sun Yuan, including me. But you can't. If you get Sun Yuan, what will you do? Guhai said solemnly. If I become an immortal with Sun Yuan, at the very least, I won't be like Lu Dao Tian Shun, who did evil to the common people and used reincarnation to refine their souls. I think it's not just me. Except for Rokudo Shinkuin, everyone here who gets Sun Yuan will be more benevolent than Rokudo Shinkuin. They will be more blessed and kind to the world. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. You're right. I also believe that you will be more benevolent than Lu Dao Tian Shun and won't do evil to the common people. You will be a blessing to the common people. But, Guhai said coldly, but what? But we are all people from 800,000 years later. This is an established fact. What if Lu Dao Tian Shun becomes immortal Jiang Lianshan? Haha, then the future will not be our future. The world will change. What should be will be gone, and what should not be will be. The future of history will be changed. Guhai said solemnly. So what? Why can't the common people be blessed? Didn't we come here to change the future? History will be rewritten from this moment onwards. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. But I, old man Guanxi, don't want to change history. Guhai shook his head. What? Everyone's expression sank. Even Lu Dao Tian Shun was startled. Guhai didn't want to change history? No, old man Guanxi. He didn't want to change history either? If you don't want to change history, then why did you come here? Once history is changed, Jiang Lianshan, will you still exist? You are a person from the future. Taishang, Tongtian, Buddha of the present, Buddha of the past. They're all people from this era. But what about you, Jiang Lianshan? What about Matriarch Ji? If you don't have a future, how can you be the present? Guhai said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes. What is the point of seeking pleasure for a moment? However, when everything is gone, what is the point? Guhai said seriously. Takeshi Ryushin, who was being pinched, was stunned. Dragon Goding, who was flying over, was also at a loss. If history changed and he was gone, what was the basis of his existence? Matriarch Ji frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan smiled coldly. Don't talk to me about karma. It's useless. I believe in the present. As long as the present me exists, it's fine as long as I grasp the present. Besides, where did the immortal dome come from? Could it be that without the past, there would be no immortal dome? Fine, let's not talk about this for now. Maybe it's like what you said. Existing now is enough. There is no need for the past. However, if you change history, the people I care about will no longer exist. Chen Xian Long Wanqing, Zhang Yulian, and my son. They're my family. They only exist because of the current history. If history changes, my family will be gone. In order to protect my family, I have to do my best to let history develop as it is. There can't be any flaws. Gu Hai shouted. Gu Hai wanted to protect history. Jiang Lianshan wanted to change history. Not far away, the six Tao gods seemed to understand everything. Good. Gu Hai, help me deal with them, and I will return you the same history. Gu Hai only wanted to protect history. The six Tao gods were immortals. As long as he was an immortal, nothing else mattered. Taishang, Tong Tian, Three-World Buddha, Matriarch Ji, and Dragon Godding all narrowed their eyes at Gu Hai. Protect history? But soon, they realized that they didn't care about the future at all, because there was no one in the future that they cared about. Hence, they didn't join Gu Hai in attacking Jiang Lianshan. Instead, they continued to look at Sun Yuan. If they could obtain Sun Yuan, who would care about history? Ridiculous. Old man Guanxi wants to protect history? You're telling me that old man Guanxi wants to protect history? Since he doesn't want to change history, why did he send us back to 800,000 years ago? Why did he do that? Why did he target Rokudo Shinkoin? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Old man Guanxi glanced at Jiang Lianshan and said indifferently, I am different from you. Jiang Lianshan looked at old man Guanxi coldly. History says that Rokudo Shinkoin became an immortal. But which body did he become an immortal in the end? Do you know? Old man Guanxi said indifferently. When old man Guanxi finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly God body, Earth God body, or human God body? Which one became an immortal? It seems that no one knows. Previously, we thought that it was the heavenly God body. Could it be? Dragon Godding narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked at old man Guanxi in shock. If I become an immortal, I will be the sixth Tao. There will be no more Guanxi immortal in this world. Only the sixth Tao immortal. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Everyone looked at old man Guanxi's image. The sixth Tao of white? In the future history, Mao Tianyun was imprisoned by the sixth Tao. He is now in my hands, not dead. Those who deserve to die will die, and those who deserve to live will live. Now that I have the Book of Luo, I can set the future right. After I become an immortal, I can make the future the same as 800,000 years ago. Even the slightest detail will be the same. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. You don't want to change history or protect history. You want to copy history. Copy the future history? Tong Tian's sect master's expression changed. That's right. Wanshou Taoism, spiritual mountain's sacred ground. I can let you protect the world for 800,000 years. Even Sun God Palace? I can also use their imprints to revive Tai Yi and Tai Chu. I can copy the exact same future. As long as I devour the sixth Tao of heaven, I will become an immortal. I will be the sixth Tao immortal. Old man Guanxi shouted. You dare? The sixth Tao of heaven suddenly shouted. Before this, how could he expect old man Guanxi to be so crazy? He wanted to copy the exact same future? There is nothing I don't dare to do. Who asked you to kill my yin heir? Only by copying the exact same future can yin heir appear alive. Unfortunately, the law of time given to me by the heavens can only be traced back to 800,000 years ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Sixth Tao, accept your fate. Old man Guanxi stared at the sixth Tao of heaven. You want to copy the exact same history for yin heir? Jiang Lianshan's expression turned ugly. Therefore, the first step is to destroy the sixth Tao of heaven and send it into the primal chaos space-time. Before this step is completed, Gu Hai won't let any of you take advantage of it. He won't let you steal Sun Yuan and become immortal, because you will change history. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai confidently. Gu Hai frowned and looked at old man Guanxi. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't refute. Jiang Lianshan and everyone else, please wait. Gu Hai made an inviting gesture. Chapter 838. Inside the Six Paths of White. Shang Wanhen seemed to be having a long and beautiful dream. However, Just as he was about to reach the happiest moment of his dream, he heard a voice. "Wake up!" Then he felt a sharp pain all over his body. "Arg!" Shangwan Hen roared in pain. With a shudder, he woke up. When he woke up, he felt as though his entire body was being cut into pieces. It was excruciating. If not for the art of 8 and 9 mysteries, his body would have been cut into pieces. "You are the one who woke up from my last spiritual shock." Kiki. Elder Wu's voice was filled with bitterness. Enduring the pain, Shangwan Hen looked around. This was a huge palace. The bottom of the palace was filled with black water. Not far away, a 64 zhang tall, transparent Rokudo Shinkuin was sitting cross-legged. On the top of the Rokudo Shinkuin's head, there seemed to be a water ball embedded at the shunting meridian. Old Man Guanxi was sitting inside. Old Man Guanxi squinted his eyes as though his consciousness was outside. In the black water below, there were many water ball eggs. Each water ball egg had a person sealed inside. All of them had their eyes closed and were in deep sleep. Their bodies were filled with roots that connected to the black water below. Among them were Mao Tianyun and Chang Sheng. However, both of them were in deep sleep. There were also 12 water balls that were emitting golden light, as though they were surrounded by golden dragons of luck. There were also Ao Shun and Ao Sheng in deep sleep, emitting green light from their bodies. Everyone was immersed in a beautiful dream. Only he had woken up? No, Elder Wu had woken up as well. The others only had roots in their bodies. However, his body was shrouded in a sticky liquid that was quickly corroding his body. "What is this? I can't move?" Shangwan Hen was shocked. "We've all been stripped of our strength and can't struggle. Ha! I've been careful all my life, but in the end, I've taken a big tumble here. I understand now. What is the primal chaos of heaven's secrets? It was all Old Man Guanxi's doing. He used the law of time to disturb the surroundings so that my book of Luo couldn't calculate anything." Elder Wu's face was filled with grief and hatred. This is the 6 white-robed Tao of Samsara's body? Central Celestial Palace? Shangwan Hen endured the pain and asked in surprise. Elder Wu nodded. "Elder Wu, what happened to them?" Shangwan Hen asked in astonishment. He saw that the other heads of the mystic tortoise and the hydra were all sleeping. While they were sleeping, their skin and flesh were lacerated. The corrosive liquid was corroding everyone. Even a layer of skin on Old Wu's head had been corroded. Old Man Guanxi wouldn't go so far as to kill others. He would just strip them of their strength. But to us, Old Man Guanxi is different. He wants to smell us. Elder Wu said with an ugly expression. "Why? Didn't he strip us of our strength?" Shangwan Hen asked with a glare. "He wants the Book of Luo, the Book of Luo on our backs. The Book of Luo is born on our backs, and we are the masters. If he wants to use it, he needs to go through us. He finds it troublesome, so he wants to refine us. He wants to make the Book of Luo an ownerless object. He wants to completely control the Book of Luo." Elder Wu said bitterly. Shangwan Hen was slightly taken aback. No one can withstand his corrosive liquid. The other heads are all corroding, including me. Why are you still fine? Even under the corrosion of 1,000 cuts, your body is still shining with golden light? Elder Wu stared at Shangwan Hen. This is the art of 8 and 9 mystic mysteries. It cultivates the invincible Vajra body. The more you cut me, the more painful it is, but the stronger my body is tempered. This is the cultivation method that His Majesty passed down to me. I cultivated it in the 18th level of hell for more than 100 million years. Shangwan Hen said solemnly. "Oh, you mentioned this cultivation method the last time? Tell me about it." Elder Wu said in surprise. Shangwan Hen was silent for a while. In the end, he nodded and recited the art of 8 and 9 mystic mysteries. Elder Wu frowned slightly. "What cultivation method is this? A fusion of the celestial Tao, demon Tao, ghostly Tao, demonic Tao, and Buddhist Tao? No, there's also a cultivation method of the witchcraft Tao. The person who created this cultivation method can gather the strengths of many. His Majesty said that this cultivation method was not created by one person. It was created by a large group of gods, demons, Taoists, Buddhists, witches, and ghosts. Shangguan Hen explained. How is that possible? Elder Wu did not believe it. However, the cultivation method was right there, and that was the truth. Old Wu had no choice but to believe it. Elder Wu, this corrosive liquid is useless to me. Perhaps you can cultivate the art of 8 and 9 mystic mysteries? I'll tell His Majesty later. Shangguan Hen persuaded. Elder Wu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It would have been possible before, but now it's too late. Unless you cultivate to the art of 7 and 9, you still can't resist this corrosive liquid. It's too late, too late. The art of 7 and 9, 63 layers? It took me nearly 100 million years to reach that level. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. However, your arrival may be the luck of the Xuanwu clan. Are we being corroded? But you're alive. You can live. You must live. You must live and carry the hope of the Xuanwu clan. You must live. Elder Wu stared at Shangguan Hen and said with certainty. Elder Wu. Shangguan Hen was slightly worried. What level are you now? Elder Wu looked at Shangguan Hen. 64 layers. It's harder to cultivate as I go. I tried my best. It may be impossible to cultivate to the 72 layers. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. If I help you, they will help you. Instead of letting old man Guanxi benefit, I'd rather give it to you, Elder Wu said with resentment. But our strength has been taken away by old man Guanxi. Shangguan Hen said worriedly. Our strength may have been taken away, but the essence of our bodies is still there. The god of Xuanwu is still there. The endless growth ring is still there. The book of Luo is still there. Elder Wu said solemnly. But, Shangguan Hen, you are the hope of the Xuanwu clan. The first head of the Supreme Xuanwu was called Tian Hen. I was the weakest of the 18 heads. Back then, when Tian Hen was still around, the Xuanwu clan was proud of the world. Even the heavens had to give us face. Back then, the Xuanwu clan was one of the 4 rulers of the world. When the 4 divine beasts roared, even the heavens had to compromise. That was when the Xuanwu clan was the most prosperous. I often dreamed that the Xuanwu clan would regain the strength of the supreme Tian Hen. However, I couldn't do it and I couldn't see it. All of us were killed by the old man Guanxi. Only you are left. Tian Hen, Shangguan Hen, they're all hens? Perhaps there's a connection between them. You are our hope. You must make the Xuanwu clan prosper. This is my greatest hope and also the greatest resentment of the Xuanwu clan. Elder Wu said solemnly. Me? Me? Yes. Shangguan Hen gritted his teeth. Snake come. Elder Wu shouted. Wong. In the viscous liquid, the 9-headed snake moved towards the tortoise body with difficulty. As it moved, its body corroded faster. Shangguan Hen, close your eyes and cultivate the art of 8 and 9 mysteries. Elder Wu said solemnly. Yes. Shangguan Hen closed his eyes. The black tortoise and black snake's bodies emitted a green-black energy that rushed into Shangguan Hen's body. Wong. Shangguan Hen's body started to vibrate at a high frequency. The golden light around his body became brighter and brighter. At this moment, Elder Wu, the other heads, and Xuanwu's bodies started to corrode faster. It was visible to the naked eye. In the outside world, Old Man Guanxi controlled the 6 paths of the white robe and forced the 6 paths of the celestial god into the chaotic space. Old Man Guanxi had done it. As long as there was enough time, he would succeed. Roar. The 6 paths of the celestial god roared furiously. However, he had already activated his potential and burned his lifespan to resist. However, it was still not enough. In addition, he was fighting against the heavens and the void and had suffered great losses. His body was still heavily injured. At this moment, he did not have any other methods. Whoever dares to deal with Old Man Guanxi, I will confer him the title of Heaven and Earth Messenger and protect him forever. The 6 paths of the celestial god roared furiously. However, no one listened to the 6 paths of the celestial god. They were still shocked by what Guhai had just said. Old Man Guanxi wanted to replicate the same history? Replicate? Old Man Guanxi wanted to become an immortal? Although everyone was shocked by Old Man Guanxi's thoughts and actions, not everyone agreed with it. After all, whether it was Guanxi or the 6 paths of the celestial god, it could not be compared to them. Everyone looked at Sun Yuan with fervent gazes. However, with Gu Hai in front of them, everyone hesitated. Jiang Lianshan frowned heavily, remaining silent for a while. As he looked at old Mr. Guanxi, he felt shock and jealousy. Just as Jiang Lianshan was about to speak, whoosh, another ray of light shot up into the sky. It was the Fire Emperor, bringing Murong Yin close. "My husband," Murong Yin shouted out affectionately as soon as she got close to him. In the distance, old man Guanxi, who was in the middle of making a move, trembled when he heard this shout. The momentum of the Go game was suddenly weakened. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of stars exploded. The 6 paths of the celestial god almost came out. However, old man Guanxi stabilized the momentum of the Go game and suppressed the 6 paths of the celestial god again. Murong Yin? Oomph. The 6 paths of the celestial god looked ferocious. It's her. It's all because of her. That's why old man Guanxi wanted to take revenge so crazily. If it wasn't for her, there wouldn't be such trouble, right? Yena. Jiang Lianshan was startled. Then, he looked at Murong Yin with a hint of joy in his eyes. However, at this moment, Murong Yin only had eyes for old man Guanxi. A look of grievance flashed across her eyes. It was as if she wanted to get a response from old man Guanxi. However, old man Guanxi didn't turn around to look at Murong Yin. "Yena, I've already set you free and allowed you to return to the past. Why are you still here?" Old man Guanxi finally spoke. "I don't want to go back. Husband, I don't want to go back," Murong Yin said as she cried. "Murong Yin," Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Murong Yin looked at Gu Hai with tears in her eyes. The owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion is at a critical moment in the battle. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. If he loses, his body and soul will be destroyed, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Murong Yin's expression changed. She didn't say anything. Previously, she saw that her husband had the upper hand. However, she didn't know that it was so dangerous. Murong Yin didn't say anything. She just looked at old man Guanxi from afar. She couldn't accept anyone else in her eyes. At the side, Jiang Lianshan saw that Murong Yin didn't even look at him. Instantly, a wave of grief surged into his heart. Yin was originally his. She liked him from the start. Why? Jiang Lianshan turned around and looked at Snuan above the 6 Tao of gods. The determination in his eyes grew. Only by becoming an immortal could he get Yen'er back. Only by becoming an immortal could he get her back. Jiang Relai, Matriarch Ji, I arranged for the 2 of you to leave. Now, I need your strength. Lend me your strength. I want Sun Yuan. Jiang Lianshan shouted with a sinister expression. Chapter 839. Jiang Relai, Matriarch Ji, you were sent out by me. Now, I need your strength. Lend me your strength. I want Sun Yuan. Jiang Lianshan shouted with a ferocious expression. The Tongtian sect master and dragon god Ing Jin stared at him. Jiang Relai, Matriarch Ji, they were sent out by Jiang Lianshan. Through Murong Yin, Jiang Lianshan schemed against Long Zhonghua and Old Man Guanxi. Now, the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Mystical Mountain were also arranged by Jiang Lianshan. In the world 800,000 years later, Jiang Lianshan already controlled more than half of the major forces. How do you want me to help you? The present Buddha asked. Fuse your strength into my life. I want to obtain the immortal origin. This is my only victory. I can't afford to lose. The 6 heavenly palaces can devour people. My heavenly palaces can also store power. Jiang Lianshan said. The past Buddha and future Buddha looked at the present Buddha and frowned. Are we really going to help Jiang Lianshan become an immortal? This is like making a wedding dress for others. Okay, the present Buddha agreed. Ancestor Gautama, the past Buddha and future Buddha were anxious. Fuse your strength into the grade 9 golden lotus. Help Dayan and his holiness. The present Buddha said firmly. The past Buddha and future Buddha were silent for a while before nodding. When the grade 9 golden lotus appeared, a human-shaped golden light surged out of Buddha 3 Lives' body and rushed to the grade. 9 Golden Lotus. Wong! The grade. 9 Golden Lotus released billions of golden light and flew toward Jiang Lianshan. Roar! In one gulp, Jiang Lianshan swallowed the grade. 9 Golden Lotus into his stomach. Without any strength, Buddha 3 Lives' body went limp. Whoosh! Taking out a flying boat, the 3 of them sat cross-legged on it, quietly looking at Jiang Lianshan, who was shining with a dazzling golden light. Dian, His Holiness, this is my Xianyuan sword, fused with my full strength. Matriarch Ji shouted as a thick golden light surged out from her body and into a golden sword. Buzz! The Xianyuan sword flew out and immediately flew to Jiang Lianshan. Roar! After swallowing the Xianyuan sword in one gulp, Jiang Lianshan's aura grew even stronger. Matriarch Ji took out a flying boat and boarded it. Jiang Lianshan looked at the others in dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, please use your destiny as a guide. Our powers will belong to you. The Scarlet Emperor shouted. Around Jiang Lianshan, a trace of the power of Providence appeared. Immediately, the Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor raised their right hands and gathered all their power into Jiang Lianshan's body. The Fire Emperor remained silent for a while before raising his right hand and gathering his power. Taishang Tongtian, please grant me my wish. Jiang Lianshan looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them remained silent for a while. Finally, Taishang nodded his head. Back then, during the battle against Rokudo Shinkoin in the East Sea, I fought with him to the death. My life was hanging by a thread, and I was saved by you. Today, I will return your kindness. My Taiji diagram contains my full strength. I will lend it to you. Taishang's power surged into the Taiji diagram, causing it to emit a black and white light. What senior brother owes you, I will return it to you together with him. Furthermore, I feel uncomfortable when I see Guhai. Oomph. The Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. Boom! With a wave of his hand, waves of power surged into the Taiji diagram. Taishang and Tongtian lost their strength and sat on a flying boat. Jiang Lianshan swallowed the Taiji diagram in one gulp. A group of peak-level experts gathered their power on Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan's aura was unprecedentedly strong. The stars around them were instantly forced away by this powerful aura. This powerful aura even affected Old Man Guanqi's chess skills. Jiang Lianshan, you still won't give up. If you want to get Senyuan, you will have to get past me first. Guhai said coldly. Guhai took a step forward and took out his life-extinguishing saber. Jiang Lianshan took out his Shinong Ho as if he didn't care about Guhai at all. At this moment, he wanted Sun Yuan so badly that his expression turned even more ferocious. Ho brings peace to the world. Jiang Lianshan swung his Ho. 9 cycles of time. Guhai shouted. Oh! The saber force and the Ho force collided in the void. Instantly, a huge impact shook the surrounding stars. The flying boats protected the group as they retreated quickly. Murong Yin stood on the other side of Old Man Guanqi's chess skills, but she was also safe. Boom! Crack! The energy saber and Ho shattered. Jiang Lianshan crossed thousands of kilometers in one step and instantly arrived in front of Guhai. Then he struck with his palm. As he struck, a 64 hexagrams appeared on his back. The 64 hexagrams spun and seemed to rapidly increase Jiang Lianshan's power. Huh! A powerful force pressed down on Guhai. Guhai immediately retreated. So much power? Guhai's expression changed. I've never used my full power before. This is the first time. When I fought the 6 Paths doppelganger in the past, even the doppelganger was no match for me if I used my full power. Moreover, I have their help now. I originally planned to use my full power when I went against the 6 Paths doppelganger. However, it seems that there's no need for that now. As long as I have Sun Yuan, I don't care about anything else. Jiang Lianshan roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! 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 Guhai was suppressed by Jiang Lianshan's power and kept retreating. Guhai was currently using the body of the 6 Paths doppelganger. He also had the accumulated power of Kong Xian, Gaochen, Ziwei, and countless other experts in the world. How could he be suppressed by Jiang Lianshan? Although he did not suppress much, it was enough to shock Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan had never used his full power before. Did he need to ask for help when he fought against Rokudo Shinkuan? No. Someone who was as famous as the Long Zhonghua was no pushover. This power was stronger than one of the doppelgangers of the Six Paths? Was everything he had been pretending all along? Because no one could force him to use his full power. Last time on Huashu Island, he was only pretending to be weak. Although he had the power to deal with Rokudo Shinkuan, he was unwilling to do it himself. He wanted to use Fushi, killing with a borrowed knife, using Old Man Guanxi to kill the Six Paths, using Long Zhonghua to kill the Six Paths, and using Fushi to kill Rokudo Shinkuan. He was hiding his strength, but it did not mean that he was not strong enough. Gu Hai also realized for the first time that Jiang Lianshan had been hiding so much strength. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Lianshan kept pushing Gu Hai forward, even shattering a dozen stars as he moved towards Sun Yuan, who was at the center of the chess trend. When Jiang Lianshan used his full strength, his entire body seemed to be burning with energy flames. This sudden change caused the expressions of the Six Paths of celestial gods and Old Man Guanxi to change. Jiang Lianshan, you hid your strength well, the Six Paths of God said in surprise. The Six Paths doppelgangers shared their memories, so they naturally knew that Jiang Lianshan did not reveal his strength after 800,000 years, using only power to control the Dying. But who would have thought that Jiang Lianshan's strength was so terrifying? Countless stars exploded around them. Jiang Lianshan attacked as if he could really compete with the Six Paths of God. Even though Gu Hai had the Six Paths of the Black Robe, he was still suppressed and forced to retreat. Jiang Lianshan watched as Sun Yuan came closer and closer. At this moment, he became crazier and more powerful. It seemed that Gu Hai would not be able to hold on any longer. Mr. Good, please do your best. There is no room for error. Old Man Guanxi also showed a trace of anxiety. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Emperors, sect master, use your tone and speak after me. Huh? Jiang Lianshan was slightly stunned. My people, the heavens have been killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons together with Rokudo Shinkuan. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for the heavens. Kill the demons for the common people. I need you all. Please raise your right hand. Gu Hai shouted. Following Gu Hai's shout, countless stars suddenly appeared around Gu Hai. Countless chess spirit designs formed around Gu Hai, accompanied by countless voices. My people, the heavens have been killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons together with Rokudo Shinkuan. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for the heavens. Kill the demons for the common people. I need you all. Please raise your right hand. Countless voices rang out, and Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. All these years, countless emperors and sect masters have disappeared. It's not just Old Man Guanxi. Are you involved as well? Jiang Lianshan glared at him furiously. At the same time, in the Divine Continent, the voices of the emperors and sect masters could be heard from several small sects and countries. The heavens have been killed, and the people of the 4 heavenly dynasties and 8 great sacred lands had given their strength to His Holiness and sect masters. At the borders, news had also spread. Just as some small countries and sects were envious that they could borrow strength to deal with the demons, their emperors and sect masters also spoke. Your Majesty, use my strength. Your Majesty, use my strength. Quick, raise your right hand and lend it to the sect masters. Boom, 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 boom. Although Gu Hai had only swallowed the emperors of small countries and sect masters of small sects, his quality was inferior to Old Man Guanxi's. However, his quantity was greater than what Old Man Guanxi had swallowed, and the strength he could borrow from the masses was much greater. Boom, boom. Gu Hai, who had been sent flying by Jiang Lianshan all the way finally slowed down when the surging power surged into his body. His speed grew slower and slower until he finally came to a stop. At that moment, he was not far away from Sinyuan. It was only a short distance away, yet Jiang Lianshan could not advance any further. "Guhai, how dare you stop me?" Jiang Lianshan glared and roared ferociously. The general trend of the game of chess all around them strangled their bodies. However, both of their strength had reached the pinnacle. While the strangling force was strong, it was still bearable. "Jiang Lianshan, I told you, you can't become an immortal." Guhai glared and bellowed. He exerted force in his hands. Boom! A powerful force erupted. Guhai slowly left the general trend of the game of chess with Jiang Lianshan in his arms. He slowly flew away from the battlefield, getting further and further away from Sinyuan. "No, no!" Jiang Lianshan roared with unwillingness on his face. That Sinyuan seemed to be right in front of him. He could reach out and grab it. However, because of Guhai, he could not grab it no matter how hard he tried. He moved further and further away from Sinyuan. This helplessness and unwillingness drove Jiang Lianshan crazy. "Guhai, you lunatic, you fool. Sinyuan is here. You won't take it. You won't take it." Jiang Lianshan roared crazily. However, Guhai did not say anything. He continued to stare at Jiang Lianshan as he flew away. When Guhai and Jiang Lianshan left, the demigod dominator's eyelids twitched wildly. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. If Jiang Lianshan grabbed Sun Yuan, he would have been able to trigger Sun Yuan's backlash. Then, he would have been able to escape. This was because only he knew that refining Sun Yuan was not something that could be done in an instant. There was still a trace of hatred left by the heavens within it. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to escape. But Guhai ruined it. The demigod Dominator roared gloomily. "Enter, Dominator!" Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. This was because the demigod Dominator was already in front of the primal chaos space-time. Then, old man Guanxi exerted his final force. Boom! The demigod Dominator was forced into the primal chaos space-time by the general trend of the game of chess. No! The demigod Dominator finally revealed a hint of panic as he roared. Chapter 840. Boom! Under Gu Hai's full power, Jiang Lianshan completely left the Go Dao's territory and left Sun Yuan. "Gu Hai, you lunatic!" Jiang Lianshan roared in grief and indignation. The opportunity to become an immortal was gone. Why didn't Gu Hai fight for it? He could have fought for Sun Yuan, but he didn't touch it. Was he a lunatic? Boom! He pushed Jiang Lianshan away with a palm. "Jiang Lianshan, you becoming an immortal is a disaster for me." "I'm sorry," Guhai said firmly. If Jiang Lianshan became an immortal, his wife and son would be gone. He might be fine because he came from the 30th Celestial Dome, but what about his wife? For the sake of his lover, Guhai could only stop Jiang Lianshan. As for why Guhai did not make a move to obtain the immortal origin, it was mainly because of the 6 paths of heavenly deities. Old Mr. Guan Qi already held an absolute advantage in the battle with him. The 6 paths of heavenly deities would soon suffer a crushing defeat. Guhai did not want to cause any changes by interfering. The 6 paths of Tian Shun had to wait until he died. No! The 6 paths of Tian Shun's angry voice came from afar. Boom! Old man Guanxi waved his hand, and the Go Dao's momentum exploded. With the last bit of power, he attacked the 6 paths of Tian Shun. Huff! The 6 paths of Tian Shun entered the chaotic space-time. He went in. Everyone's eyes lit up. The 6 paths of Tian Shun was defeated. Once the space-time door closed, the 6 paths of Tian Shun wouldn't be able to come back. "Seal!" Old man Guanxi shouted. Boom! Endless starlight rushed into the chaotic space-time, and the 7-colored light wheel bloomed in the passageway. Whoa! Suddenly it closed. The chaotic space-time closed. Everything was closed. The 6 paths of Tian Shun was sealed in the chaotic space-time. At this moment, everyone was in disbelief. Did he really succeed? Old man Guanxi sealed the 6th Tao of God. During this period of time, how many disasters and the 6 paths of heavenly deities had been completely sealed in the primal chaos? Old man Guanxi was also in disbelief. He then laughed maniacally. Haha, samsara, samsara, I've finally sent you into a desperate situation. Old man Guanxi was so emotional that he looked like he was about to cry. How many years of scheming? How many years of hatred? Today, he finally got his revenge. Immortal of the Six Paths? He was exiled to the primal chaos space-time by himself, never to return. For the sake of Murong Yin, old man Guanxi did it. But at this time, a group of people suddenly pounced on Sun Yuan. Matriarch Ji, Three-World Buddha, Taishang, and Tong Tian all rushed over. You don't have much strength left, and you still want to fight with me? Old man Guanxi snorted coldly. Wang. Old man Guanxi instantly rushed to the front and grabbed Sun Yuan. Gu Hai, I will not live under the same sky as you. Jiang Lianshan roared in grief and indignation. Because of Gu Hai, he was eliminated? Matriarch Ji and Three-World Buddha seemed to have held back. Their speed was very fast, but no matter how fast they were not faster than Old Man Guanxi. At the moment when Old Man Guanxi grabbed Sun Yuan, boom! Sun Yuan instantly exploded with a violent lightning power. In an instant, everyone was blown away, including Old Man Guanxi. When Old Man Guanxi was blown away, he immediately waved his hand and protected Murong Yin. Some of the stars in the surroundings were instantly shattered. What? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. It seems that my guess was right. Jiang Lianshan, you can't blame me for this. Earlier, if you had touched Sun Yuan, the six paths of heavenly deities could have used Sun Yuan's backlash to escape. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he waved his hand. Countless amounts of astral energy in the surroundings gathered and instantly rushed to the center of the lightning sea. Humph! Old man Guanxi snorted coldly and waved his hand. Countless amounts of astral energy also gathered and poured into the center of the lightning sea. Boom! The Go momentum that had disappeared earlier appeared again. On one side was the Go momentum controlled by Gu Hai. On the other side was the Go momentum controlled by Old Man Guanxi. The moment the Go momentum appeared, it immediately pushed away all the weakened people in the surroundings. In the center were Sun Yuan, Gu Hai, and Old Man Guanxi. Countless stars surrounded them. The 34 major arrays were arranged again. Jiang Lianshan watched from the outside. His eyelids twitched violently. This time, however, he did not rush forward. Ha! The first step was to seal the six paths of heavenly deities. The next step is for you and me to fight. Mr. Good, do you want Sun Yuan? Do you want to become an immortal too? Old man Guanxi said coldly. However, Gu Hai shook his head. I don't want to become an immortal. Old man Guanxi looked confused. If you don't want to become an immortal, why are you stopping me? Gu Hai looked at Sun Yuan, who was between the two of them, and shook his head. I don't want to become an immortal, but I didn't say that I would let you become an immortal either. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. They did not understand what Gu Hai meant. You don't want Sun Yuan? Then why are you doing this? Are you helping Old Man Guanxi? Are you stopping Old Man Guanxi? What is your purpose? I always thought that you were doing all this for Sun Yuan. You saw it clearly. That's why I let all the kings in the world be devoured by you. Why are you doing such a foolish thing now? Old Man Guanxi said coldly. You let me devour all the kings and sect leaders? If I'm right, you know that I've taken over the six paths of heavenly deities. You deliberately didn't pursue it because you wanted me to help you stop Jiang Lianshan and the others today, right? If you can set up a trap, you can also end it. But haven't you ever thought about what I want? Or are you not willing to think about it at all? Gu Hai said coldly. Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. You put in a lot of effort for this game. Jiang Lianshan is your chess piece. Primogenitor Xuanwu is your chess piece. The Dragon King of the West Sea is your chess piece. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin are your chess pieces, and everyone in the world is your chess pieces. I even became your chess piece. Just for today, you fought the six paths of heavenly deities? Did you succeed? Did you win? No, I think you lost thoroughly, Gu Hai said seriously. That's right. What did you say? Old man Guanxi said coldly. You lost from the beginning? Copying history? Humph, I don't care what you're doing. I don't need to know anything. I don't care about this Sun Yuan. I didn't help you to fight for Sun Yuan. nor to help you fight for Sinuan. Guhai said solemnly, "If you don't care about Sinuan, then what do you want? I want you to send me back." Guhai took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Send you back?" Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. "You want to copy history?" "I don't want to. I just want to go back and see my true lover, not the one you created." Guhai said solemnly, "You want to go back to 800,000 years in the future?" Old man Guanxi said coldly, "That's right, copy history. I don't need it. If you copy history, will the future Long Wanxing still be the Long Wanxing? Will Chen Xian still be the original Chen Xianer? It's just a copy, just a copy. Just like this Murong Yen. She was created by you with a formation, and she's exactly the same as the real Murong Yen. But why do you dislike her so much? Why do you dislike her? Because you don't think that she's the real Murong Yen. But after you copy history, won't I have a grudge against my family and my heart? I only want them as they are, not the ones you created." "Old man Guanxi, send me back. I won't fight with you." Guhai said solemnly. Not far away, Murong Yin bit her lip and tears fell. For a moment, she was very sad. Tong Tian, Tai Shang, and Jiang Lianshan looked at Guhai in surprise. But no one expected that his purpose was only this: go back. Because 800,000 years later, his lover would be there. That was his only request. Old man Guanxi looked at Murong Yin not far away. When he saw Murong Yin, Old man Guanxi's eyes flashed with heartache. "What's the difference between you returning to 800,000 years later and waiting for another 800,000 years? Isn't it the same?" Old man Guanxi's voice carried a hint of pain. "I can't cross that hurdle." Guhai shook his head. Old man Guanxi's eyelids twitched slightly. "Time law. Only you can control it now. Even the 6 paths of gods can't send me back. So, I have no choice but to look for you. I know that you have a deep obsession with Murong Yen, so I won't disturb you. Just send me back. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you get Sinuan." Guhai said coldly. The surroundings were silent. Old man Guanxi looked at Guhai, was silent for a moment, and shook his head. "It's too late." "What's too late?" Guhai said solemnly. "Time law. I've already burned it all for this chaotic space. You can't go back, and I can't let you go back. No one can go back." Old man Guanxi said, shaking his head. "What did you say? Can't go back? Impossible." Guhai said angrily. "Can't go back." Old man Guanxi shook his head. "You must have a way. You've controlled the time law for so long. You must have a way." Guhai said with an ugly expression. "No, I can't do anything. Just give up." Old man Guanxi said solemnly. However, Guhai shook his head. "Give up on it? Heh. Only your feelings are the most important? The feelings of others are not important? Sky Chess Pavilion Master, I'll say it again. If I can't go back, you can forget about getting Sinuan. The way of chess? I've been wanting to see your way of chess for a long time." Whoosh! Shout Chun swung the life entrapment saber, and the space behind him suddenly changed. The Go game instantly became more complex. The Go game momentum behind Guhai grew stronger and stronger. Old man Guanxi sneered. "Don't you know that I deliberately gave you that half of the heavenly ghost stone?" As he spoke, old man Guanxi took out that half of the heavenly ghost stone. Then he suddenly pressed down. Boom! In the distance, the life entrapment saber in front of Guhai exploded. It instantly turned into more than 1,000 small fragments that charged at old man Guanxi's half of the heavenly ghost stone. Buzz! 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 The 2 pieces of the heavenly ghost stone quickly merged and slowly became a complete heavenly ghost stone. The heavenly ghost stone is the most perfect treasure for manipulating Go laws. Guhai lost the life entrapment saber, so he can't manipulate Go laws that deeply. Scarlet Emperor narrowed his eyes, taking pleasure in Shao Chen's misfortune. "Guhai lost," White Emperor said with a frown. "The life entrapment saber? Even Guhai has a time when he gets schemed against." "Ha!" The Tongtian sect master revealed a cold smile. Without the heavenly ghost stone, Guhai's loss was already decided. Everyone believed that old man Guanxi, who held the white heavenly ghost stone, had won. However, at this moment, the Go game momentum behind Guhai did not decrease at all. Huh? Old man Guanchi's expression sank. Xiao Chun had already taken back the heavenly ghost stone fragments. Why did Gu Hai's go gain momentum, not decrease? Then he saw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appear in front of Gu Hai. An imperial seal? Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. At the top of the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, there was a black go board. The go board emitted a black light that enveloped the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then, the black light faded and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal disappeared, as if it had fused with the black go board. Only the black go board remained between Gu Hai's fingers. High void. Gu Hai held the black go board and pressed it. The countless stars behind him trembled as if they were being controlled by the black go board. The go game momentum did not decrease, but increased instead. It charged in the direction of Old Man Guanchi. Boom! The go game momentum clashed, creating another powerful shockwave. The two go game momentums were evenly matched. The 6 paths of white robes held the white go board, and the 6 paths of black robes held the black go board. The stars behind them were like thousands of soldiers and horses as they clashed. Why do you have another heavenly ghost stone? Old man Guanchi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black go board in Gu Hai's hand in shock. Chapter 841. Above the starry sky, billions of stars gathered from all directions, constantly filling up the great formation behind the two of them. At the center, the 6 paths of white robes controlled the white heavenly go chess pieces, while the 6 paths of black robes controlled the black heavenly go chess pieces. High void pressed down, arranging the chess pieces. The other experts in the surroundings were pushed back. With the Fire Emperor protecting her, Murong Yin was unharmed. Jiang Lianshan stared at Sun Yuan, who was in the center of the 2 chess formations, but he did not charge forward. He retreated from the range of the chess formations with the others. However, at this moment, no one noticed. Dragon Shinning's body suddenly emitted a 6-colored aura. Whoosh! The 6-colored energy suddenly grabbed Dragon God Ing by the neck, preventing him from making a sound. Cough, cough. Bloodline connection? Takashi Ryushin's bloodline is connected to mine? It's you, the 6 paths of heavenly gods. You're not dead yet? Dragon God Ying's eyes widened in shock. However, this was only a faint sound. It was insignificant in the midst of the roaring void. Dragon God Ying could not resist at all under this huge force. He was dragged behind a star. Dragon God Ying wanted to struggle, but he could not. Fear appeared on his face, and shock appeared in his eyes. Divine Continent, Eastern Sea, where Huashu Island disappeared. Jiang Chun stepped on the surface of the sea. After sensing for a while, he still could not sense Fushi. Fushi, are you really dead? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Jiang Chun looked up at the starry sky with a grave expression. With founder Jiang Chen's eyesight, he naturally saw the starry sky. The 6 paths of heavenly gods were sent into the primal chaos space-time. As expected, everything has a chance of survival. Takashi Ryushin and Dragon God Ing are not only brothers, but they also have my essence blood to refine their bodies. The 6 paths of heavenly gods used Takashi Ryushin to connect with Dragon God Ing, celestial deity 6 Tao. You really haven't given up yet. Jiang Chen sneered. However, Jiang Chun just glanced at it, then ignored it because Jiang Chun cared more about Fushi. He lowered his head and looked at the empty sea. Jiang Chun slowly sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and calmed his heart to sense. 30? Fushi? This was what Jiang Chun cared about. In the starry sky, as more and more stars appeared, they arranged themselves into 2 gigantic 34 great formations. The 34 Great Formation was not as simple as the disintegration light. It had a more complex power. Furthermore, even though they were both 34, Gu Hai's 34 was completely different from Old Man Guanchi's 34. 34 against 34. The two of them collided in the center, creating a series of loud noises. Heavenly Go Chess. There is only one in this world. Why do you have one as well? Old Man Guanchi looked coldly at Gu Hai. At first, Xiao Chun thought that the black ghost stone was just an imitation. However, as he continued to drive it, he realized that it was not an imitation at all. Xiao Qin's Heavenly Go chess had a trace of the time attribute, while his opponent's Heavenly Go chess seemed to have a trace of the space attribute. Xiao Qin could not say which of the two attributes was stronger. However, he was able to control the Go Dao law like a fish in water. Old Man Guanxi, what you see might not be the entire world. There is yin and yang in the world, and there is black and white in Go. Since the Heavenly Go chess has white Go stones, why can't it have black Go stones? Guhai said seriously. If there's a white Go stone, there must be a black Go stone? Ha ha! In that case, I want to see what tricks you, the black Go stone, have. Old Man Guanxi retorted coldly. Although I'm black, I will let you go first in this Go game. Consider this my gratitude for your past Go games. Guhai said solemnly. Oh, gratitude? Old Man Guanxi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guhai. Back then, during the Myriad Sage Assembly, you possessed Wu Yazi midway through. I always thought that Wu Yazi did it on purpose, pretending to be possessed by you to confuse the audience. However, it looks like you really did possess Wu Yazi. I benefited greatly from that Go game. Guhai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi stared at Guhai for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, I only reached my current level because of the Heavenly Go chess. Your accomplishments are your talent. You are the #1 Go talent. You are too modest. You are using the Heavenly Go chess to your advantage. Me? I'm also using the Heavenly Go chess to my advantage. Please, Guhai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi nodded and extended his hand. Buzz. The stars behind him spun and rushed toward Guhai. Guhai also extended his hand and pressed a black stone. The countless stars behind Guhai also rushed toward Old Man Guanxi. The two Go games, which had been so clearly separated before, suddenly merged. The stars controlled by Guhai and Old Man Guanxi approached each other. They entered each other and intersected as if they were one. The rolling stars spread out around the two of them. The 234 great arrays merged into one, deciding the victor in a single game. The two of them slowly closed their eyes. The countless stars spun around in strange orbits. After a while, the orbits became more and more complicated. There were no more collisions. There were no more collisions. Even the wind had stopped. The billions of stars just quietly orbited each other. It was peaceful. It looked extremely peaceful. However, no one in the distance dared to step into this peaceful galaxy. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was suffocating. The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor believed that there was definitely a lot of murderous intent hidden in this peaceful galaxy. A balance had been formed. As soon as they stepped into it, they would become the point where the balance would be broken. All the Go games would move toward them, and they would be wiped out in an instant. The 34 great arrays? This was not something that anyone could understand. Only Guhai and Old Man Guanxi could understand. This was also the most complicated and difficult game of Go since ancient times. Guhai and Old Man Guanxi looked peaceful. It was as if they had entered a battlefield that only the two of them could see. They closed their eyes and manipulated thousands of troops to lay out a trap. It was quiet all around. However, at this moment, another stream of light came. Swish! It was Jiang Yi, who had brought Taiwa and Hichu closer. The tears on Taiwa's face had yet to dry. Fushi's death made Taiwa feel that the whole world had turned gray. Hichu also felt sad for Fushi. However, Hichu's mood improved a lot when he arrived. He opened his eyes wide and watched the battle between Guhai and Old Man Guanxi. Empress, Master told you to give a letter to Guhai? Hichu looked at Taiwa. However, Taiwa did not seem to hear it at all. Master's instructions must be very important. Maybe Guhai and the others can save Master. Don't they have the laws of time? The white-robed 6 paths is Old Man Guanxi, and the black-robed 6 paths is Guhai. Hichu shouted. Huh? Taiwa's expression changed. Save my big brother. In that instant, Taiwa became agitated as though he wanted to shout. Empress Taiwa! The Taishang sect master suddenly shouted. Taiwa looked over. The ancient emperor is currently competing with Old Man Guanxi and cannot be disturbed. If there's anything, we'll talk about it later. The Taishang sect master explained. Taiwo nodded. Although he was very anxious, he held it in. He clutched the letter in his hand, his heart uneasy. Just like that, Guhai and Old Man Guanxi closed their eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, they opened their eyes at the same time. The countless stars in the surroundings also formed a fixed pattern. 34? You've actually comprehended it. Although it's different from my 34, it leads to the same goal. Your heavenly go chess is indeed on par with mine. Old Man Guanxi exclaimed. All of them are fully comprehended 34? Why are you always able to predict the enemy's moves? Why am I always being led around? Every time I change my strategy, you know? Guhai frowned in surprise. That's why I can reconstruct the exact same history. Even if there are any discrepancies, I can correct them. Because I can predict the future. Old Man Guanxi said solemnly. The Book of Luo? Guhai's expression changed. Oh, you actually know about the Book of Luo? Old Man Guanxi said in surprise. Using the Book of Luo to predict my next move? No wonder you can predict the enemy's moves everywhere I go. So you use the Book of Luo to predict the future? Guhai's expression darkened. No matter what, you've lost. Mr. Good, if you continue like this, you'll only be pestered to death by me. There's no other way. Old Man Guanxi said in a low voice. Guhai frowned, his expression ugly. Guhai, are you done? My brother is dead. Taiwo suddenly cried. Guhai paused and turned to look, only to see Taiwo's face covered in tears. Fushi is dead. Guhai's expression darkened. Before my brother died, he asked me to give you a letter. Take a look. Can you save my brother? Can you save my brother? Taiwo asked anxiously. Letter? What was in the letter? Hichu, bring the letter over. Guhai said in a low voice. Me? Hichu was stunned. I'll give it to you. Taiwo said anxiously. Don't come over. Guhai shouted. Taiwo was stunned. Why didn't he let him come over? These 34 chess games are dangerous. I don't want you to take the risk. Have Hichu send it over. Guhai emphasized again. As long as I can save my brother, I don't care. Taiwo said anxiously. I said, have Hichu send it over. Otherwise, I won't read it and don't give it to me. Guhai said in a low voice. Taiwo's expression froze. He knew that Guhai was protecting him, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Why me? Hichu was depressed. Although it was for Master, why did it have to be me? Why am I so unlucky? Hichu didn't dare to say no. For Master, he had to take the risk. He took the letter and flew toward Guhai. Whoosh! Guhai waved his hand, and a large number of stars moved aside, allowing Hichu to fly closer. Old Man Guanxi didn't kill him. After all, Guhai was bound to lose. He didn't want to complicate things. Hichu flew to Guhai unwillingly. Take a look. Can my master still be saved? Hichu handed the letter over. However, before the letter could reach the sixth Dao, the sixth Dao suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! A strong suction force came from the sixth Dao's mouth and rushed toward Hichu. What? What are you doing? Hichu shouted in surprise. The people around him also stared. Why was Guhai eating Hichu? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the river diagram and the letter were swallowed by the black-robed 6 paths. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu shouted at the last moment before he was swallowed. What? You ate Hichu? Taiwo exclaimed. I came here to ask for Guhai's help. It's fine if you don't help, but you ate Hichu? Old Mr. Guanxi's pupils constricted, and his expression turned unsightly. I will read the letter. However, not now. Now, I want Hichu's prediction ability. Otherwise, I will really lose this game. Guhai said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. The surrounding stars started to move violently again. Hichu can predict the future too? Old Man Guanxi frowned. This is fair. You have the Book of Luo, and I have Hichu. Continue. Guhai said solemnly. Chapter 842. The future was unpredictable. Even the slightest change could cause a huge difference in the future. However, Hichu and the Book of Luo were able to predict the future. This wasn't the power of laws, but rather an extremely transcendent ability. Even though the Hichu and the Book of Luo couldn't accurately predict everything, even if it was only a vague future, it was already a guiding light for those with exceptional intelligence. Gu-hai and Old Man Guanxi each controlled the heavenly go chess pieces and closed their eyes to play. The rotation of countless stars changed again. Previously, because of the Book of Luo, Old Man Guanxi was able to predict the opponent's moves. Even though Gu-hai made countless arrangements, it was a pity that Old Man Guanxi's chess skills weren't inferior to his own. Just a slight prediction of the future was enough to break the balance, allowing Old Man Guanxi to gain the upper hand. Now, with He-Chu in his body, Gu-hai's body of 6 paths deprived him of his ability to predict. Since Old Man Guanxi could predict Gu-hai's arrangements, Gu-hai could also predict Old Man Guanxi's arrangements. Although the predictions were vague, it was enough for the two of them. In a short period of time, this battle of 34 chess pieces continued for 8 days and 8 nights without a conclusion. On the 9th day, Old Man Guanxi was the first to open his eyes. Gu-hai on the opposite side also opened his eyes. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Apart from burning my brain, it's useless. Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. He-Chu, Book of Luo? How mysterious. Gu-hai frowned. Evidently, the two of them were evenly matched in this battle. Owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion, I've already experienced your chess skills. I beg you to send me back to 800,000 years later. I won't compete with you anymore. Gu-hai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. It's useless. When I came here, I didn't plan to go back, so I didn't leave behind a trace of time power. I don't have any coordinates for the future. Coordinates? Gu-hai frowned. That's right. The law of time is unpredictable. Even the heavens are unable to comprehend it. Do you think I can comprehend it completely? If I can fully comprehend it, wouldn't it be fine if I directly transmigrated to the time before my wife's death? Why go through so much trouble? Old Mr. Guanxi shook his head. What if I have the coordinates? Gu-hai asked in a low voice. Oh, Old Man Guanxi narrowed his eyes in disbelief. I have the coordinates in 800,000 years. Can you send me back? Solemnly, Gu-hai asked. Impossible. I brought all the power of the law of time over here for this battle. I can't afford to lose. I didn't leave behind a single bit. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. Gu-hai reached out and took out half a pen. It was the pen that sealed the memories he obtained from Earth. Last time, he used this half pen to connect with the other half of the pen in 800,000 years to send a strand of the Long Zhonggua's divine consciousness over. There's a strand here. It connects to 800,000 years later. Take a look. Gu-hai waved his hand. Whoosh! The other half of the pen flew towards Old Man Guanxi. Ha! Old Man Guanxi caught it. Gu-hai didn't fear Old Man Guanxi because he couldn't use the law of time. The power of time in this pen was pitifully small. If he wanted to go back, he would need Old Man Guanxi's help. It didn't matter if he gave the other half of the pen to Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi took the pen and immediately checked it. After a while, he closed his eyes and sent a strand of divine consciousness into the pen. Oh, it's really the law of time? Yeah. No, your law of time is a little strange. It's different from mine. Old Man Guanxi exclaimed in surprise. What's different? Gu-hai was puzzled. Old Man Guanxi frowned and pondered for a while before shaking his head. It's indeed different. It's like the law of time in the mirror. It looks the same, but it's the opposite. Compared to my previous law of time, one is positive and one is negative. One is positive and one is yang. Strange, there's a second law of time? No matter what, can you feel the position of the pen in 800,000 years? Can you control this half pen after 800,000 years? Gu-hai asked expectantly. It's not difficult to control it. You can control it in reverse. It's indeed connected to 800,000 years later. Where did you get this? Old Man Guanxi asked solemnly. Gu-hai shook his head, obviously unwilling to say. Since Gu-hai didn't want to say, Old Man Guanxi didn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. Can you send me back? Gu-hai asked solemnly. Being able to sense the position of the pen in 800,000 years means that history hasn't changed. Send you back? Sorry. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. What? Gu-hai frowned. There's too little time force in this half pen. To open the gate of time, you need a huge amount of time force. But now, I don't have any time force left. It's been completely burned out. There's not a trace left. Old man Guanxi shook his head. Impossible. Time force can't disappear into thin air. Guhai said anxiously. Time force? Naturally, it can't disappear into thin air. However, it's gone in this world. It's in the primal chaos space-time. The time force I burned merged with the primal chaos space-time. Unless you open the primal chaos space-time, I can take the time force and use your coordinates to open the gate of time for you. However, the primal chaos space-time can't be opened except by burning a huge amount of time force. It's gone. You can't go back. Don't even think about it. Old man Guanxi shook his head. Can't go back. Guhai's eyelids twitched. He stared at old man Guanxi. After watching for a while, Guhai raised his eyebrows. Wait, you have a way to open the primal chaos space-time and extract the time force inside? Old man Guanxi frowned slightly. I could see the way you played just now. You always take care of everything. You always leave a way out in any desperate situation. You never use up all your strength. This is your style in chess, and it should also be your way of doing things. You always leave a way out. This has become a kind of instinct. You must have left a backup plan in that primal chaos space-time, right? A secret that only you know? Guhai said solemnly. You're just guessing. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Yes, it's a guess, but am I right? Guhai stared at old man Guanxi. Taking a deep breath, old man Guanxi shook his head. You're wrong. I don't have a way. Even if I did, I wouldn't do it. Once the primal chaos space-time is opened and the 6 paths of celestial gods appear, my plan will be for naught. I can't give up my lover for your lover. In that case, our Go game isn't over yet. We have to continue. Guhai said solemnly. Oh, 34 Go games. Isn't that your limit? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. 34 Go games is my limit of perfection, but sometimes perfection isn't the limit. Guhai shook his head. He squeezed the black Go piece in his hand. Wong. The surrounding stars suddenly became restless, spinning rapidly and releasing countless dazzling lights. Horizontal 34. Vertical 35? As expected, the limit isn't 34. Your current Go skill is between 34 and 35? Half-step 35? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, old man Guanxi squeezed the white Go piece in his hand. Boom! Among the countless stars, a thick fog suddenly erupted, enveloping the stars and old man Guanxi, making it impossible to see what was going on. 34 isn't the limit? The Scarlet Emperor said in shock. Within the fog, Guhai was also shocked. He had reached his limit, and his Go game had become countless times more complicated. Yet old man Guanxi had caught up in an instant. What's your Go skill? Guhai asked in shock. Won't you know if you keep watching? Your Go style is getting more and more different from mine. What a good half-step 35. Old man Guanxi's eyes flashed with shock. 35? You've reached that step? Guhai asked in shock. It must be known that Guhai had spent 100 million years comprehending from 34 to 35, but he had not been able to cross that threshold, only reaching half-step 35. But now old man Guanxi had actually crossed it. This was a heavy blow to Guhai. Was his talent in Go so much worse than old man Guanxi's? When Xiao, zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Go is different from the other 3 disciplines. Go is not played by one person. I'm also very surprised that you were able to reach your current level while comprehending on your own. The Go path requires opponents. Only opponents can make you stronger and allow you to break through. My opponent is my future self. But what about you? Self-comprehension? To be able to reach this step, your talent is truly terrifying. Old man Guanxi sighed. Talent? What's the use of talent if I can't win? Guhai sternly said. Just admit defeat in this game of Go. You were able to wait 200 million years in the 18th layer of hell, so 800,000 years won't be difficult. Why don't you go see your family after 800,000 years? Old man Guanxi said with a shake of his head. 800,000 years? Will they still be my family? Guhai, have encountered so many opponents and so many problems. What I have relied on is not my talent, but my character. I refuse to admit defeat. So what if it's 35 games? I must win this game, Gu Hai sternly said. Gu Hai ignored Old Man Guanxi, his mind completely immersed in the Go game. At this moment, Gu Hai's mind was highly focused, unprecedentedly serious. In his mind, he was calculating every change in the Go game. Half a step. Just half a step, but Gu Hai had lost again and again. The black side had lost again and again. There are only so many black Go stones. How long can you hold on? Once I remove all your black Go stones, you'll have no more Go stones to play, Old Man Guanxi said. Gu Hai ignored Old Man Guanxi. With every Go stone, he thought for a long time. The Go Dao required opponents. In just a short while, Gu Hai had already reached his limits. Although he had reached his limits, playing with Old Man Guanxi provided him with boundless inspiration. This boundless inspiration helped Gu Hai improve his Go skills. With every Go stone, Gu Hai's Go skills increased. At this moment, the 100,000 Go puzzles he brought from Earth merged into the forehead of Gu Hai's main body. Now, only 10 remained. However, these 10 extremely complicated Go puzzles suddenly trembled. Inspired by Old Man Guanxi's Go skills, 8 of the 10 Go puzzles started to pair up. The Go puzzles shifted, merging 4 by 4. On the 5th day of Gu Hai's Go game with Old Man Guanxi, Gu Hai's black Go stones crumbled. Hey, your Go skills increased? Old Man Guanxi suddenly exclaimed in shock. Boom! Boom! The 8 Go puzzles on Xiao Chen's forehead suddenly merged into 2 large Go puzzles and quickly merged. Although Gu Hai was on the verge of defeat, the increase in his Go energy made his defeat less obvious and slower. Chapter 843. In the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, there were 10 Go puzzles. 8 of them had merged into 2 large Go boards. After merging, they needed to condense the pieces that could be removed into 2 smaller Go boards. From quantitative to qualitative. Although this Go game inspired Xiao Chun greatly, the 100,000 Go puzzles had been condensed to this point. Nearly every piece was the essence and was not that easy to remove. Xiao Chun was removing them bit by bit. However, it would take a long time. What great comprehension ability! Old Man Guanxi said with narrowed eyes. Although Gu Hai placed his pieces slowly, the chances of him losing were getting smaller and smaller. Such an increase in Go skill made Old Man Guanxi sigh in amazement. To outsiders, it looked like the 2 of them were sitting in the void with their hands on the heavenly Go board as the stars spun around them. In the eyes of Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi, it was not that simple. When the Go Dao was at the 28th array, it could already create a rudimentary world. Now that it was at the 34th array and 35th array, the Go Dao world had already been perfected to an extremely fine state. Others could not see it, but Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi could see a Go Dao world. This world was different from the Immortal Dome, but every detail could be seen clearly. Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi were the creators of this world. They controlled the operation of this world, watching the competition between races and nations. Every life in the Go Dao world made their own choices under the 2's control. Now, the most obvious competition was the battle between the 2 countries. Armies, tactics, strategies, business wars, and espionage wars were used. Everything, big and small, was in a perfect game. Among them, the 2 of them even sent in the souls they controlled to assist. In this Go Dao world, there were Gu Qin, Kong Xian, Ziwei, Chang Sheng, Yin Qingshan, Ao Shun, Mao Tianyun, and even countless sovereigns and sect masters that the 6 paths had swallowed up. It was as if they had lost their memories. They were only fulfilling the instructions of Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi. In this place, they were divided into 2 factions that participated in the war between the 2 nations. Schemes and plots were constantly being carried out. In the beginning, Gu Hai's kingdom was repeatedly thwarted. However, as Gu Hai's Go skills increased, the repeated setbacks slowly eased up. Mr. Good, do you know that although Gu Qin's consciousness is being used by you, his loyalty is to me? Furthermore, it is a subconscious instinct. You actually dare to use it? Old Mr. Guan Qi said indifferently. However, As soon as Old Man Guanxi finished speaking, Gu Qin, who was in the world of chess, suddenly shuddered and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." In the blink of an eye, the Gu Qin army turned against them and led their own army to attack the country controlled by Gu Hai. In an instant, due to the Gu Qin army's rebellion, the battlefield changed. The army of Gu Hai's kingdom suffered heavy losses. With Gu Qin as the vanguard, they led a large number of enemy troops deep into Gu Hai's kingdom. In an instant, Gu Hai's army collapsed. That's not right. Old Man Guanxi frowned slightly. How did Gu Hai's kingdom collapse so quickly? Gu Qin? I've been looking for him for so long. Do you think I haven't unlocked the seal in his soul? Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. In the world of chess, the enemy troops led by Gu Qin into Gu Hai's kingdom seemed to have entered a large-scale encirclement. In an instant, they were ambushed by the army of Gu Hai's kingdom. Rumble! A quick battle broke out. At that moment, Gu Qin did not help Old Man Guanxi. Instead, he turned against them again. Oh, luring the enemy into a trap? Old Man Guanxi's expression darkened. However, even though they had been ambushed, Guanxi's kingdom still occupied more than half of its territory. At this moment, after swallowing up the invaders, Gu Qin led the army forward and arrived at a huge pass. Yin Qingshan led the army to stop the pass. You've already lost 30% of the battle, but this pass can stop an army of 10,000. Old Man Guanxi said grimly. Perhaps there's a favor that you don't know about. Gu Hai suddenly said. Oh, on the gate tower of the pass. Yin Qingshan suddenly waved his hand and said, "Open the gate." Boom! The gate of the pass opened, and Gu Qin led the army into the pass. The army marched straight in and quickly reclaimed the lost territory. Yin Qingshan, Old Man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. Then, he saw Yin Qingshan suddenly bow in Gu Hai's direction. Gu Hai had met Yin Qingshan in the human Dao mystic realm during the Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai had helped Yin Qingshan solve the Go puzzle. Gu Hai had saved Yin Qingshan from danger, so Yin Qingshan owed Gu Hai a favor. Fortunately, Yin Qingshan remembered this favor in his subconscious. When Gu Hai sent people to test Yin Qingshan was actually willing to defect. Rumble! Amidst the mass killing, Gu Hai's kingdom reclaimed its lost territory and returned to a stalemate with Old Man Guanxi. At the same time, between Gu Hai's eyebrows, two loud sounds rang out. Boom! Boom! The two large chessboards finally condensed into a small chessboard. Gu Hai's Go skills instantly reached a new height. There were only 4 small Go boards left between his eyebrows. Each board had a Go soul clone sitting on it. The 4 Go soul clones seemed to be real. When the Go board was condensed, Gu Hai could now play Zhou Tian 10 times. The merging of the Go boards also meant that Gu Hai's Go skills had made a qualitative leap. I have already taken this step. Thank you, Lord of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said with a smile. In the outside world, countless stars suddenly trembled. As they trembled, their original trajectories changed again and became silent again. Everything became calm again. Gu Hai's Go skills and Old Man Guanxi's Go skills reached a stalemate again. 35. Old Man Guanxi frowned slightly. In the Go board world, because of luck, you and I reached a stalemate again. Now my Go skills have also reached 35. Lord of the Sky Chess Pavilion, you were right. One person comprehending Go is indeed different from 2 people playing Go. Thank you for your guidance. Now let's continue. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi didn't continue. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, what if I had 36? Would you still continue? 36? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, I have 35, and you have half a step to 35. You're unwilling to give up and risking your life to comprehend Go. That is because you can take this step. But what if I have 36 or even 37, and you can't comprehend it? If you are powerless, what will you do? Old Man Guanxi stared at Gu Hai. Powerless? Haha, if that moment really comes, I will still fight to the death. Everyone has their own reason to exist, don't they? Just like how you were obsessed with Muron Yin? Gu Hai wasn't depressed. Instead, his eyes flashed with stubbornness. Even if you have to give up your life? Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai. Even if I have to die 10,000 times, I will have no regrets. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. Even if you have to die 10,000 times, you will have no regrets? Haha, you are really like me. A copy is a copy. If you accept the copy, what about the real one? She is also a living person. Are you going to lose her just like that? Old Man Guanxi's eyes flashed with sadness. Gu Hai stared at Old Man Guanxi for a while. He frowned and said, Old Man Guanxi, have you ever thought that even if you copy the exact same history, the Murong Yin that is reborn will also be a copy? It won't be the original one. Shut up. Old Man Guanxi suddenly glared. Countless stars around them instantly exploded. You know that too? The Murong Yin that you copied from the future and the Murong Yin that you created with the array are actually the same. They are both copies. It's just that you are unwilling to accept it. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I told you to shut up. Old Man Guanxi's eyes spat fire again. He stretched out his hand and waved. Boom! Countless stars in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Kaboom! 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 In an instant, countless stars exploded. Those stars that exploded were the stars that Gu Hai had created. They were the black pieces that were placed there. Pooh! Affected by the destruction of the stars, Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. You are really more than 35? Gu Hai said in surprise. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Guanxi opposite him seemed to have woken up from his anger. Ha 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 ha! Old Man Guanxi suddenly laughed miserably. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as he laughed. Husband! The Murong Yin in the distance also started crying. She seemed to be in even more pain. Sky Chest Pavilion's owner? Gu Hai called out worriedly. After laughing miserably for a while, Old Man Guanxi said bitterly, You are right. Perhaps I have lost from the start. I just didn't want to admit it. Sky Chest Pavilion's owner. Although this Murong Yin was created by your array, she is indeed a Murong Yin. Why are you rejecting her? Does that mean that you have fallen in love with her? Since you have fallen in love with her, why are you avoiding her? If the real Murong Yin knew about this, she would definitely want the 2 of you to live on. Gu Hai comforted him. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. I will send you back. Old Man Guanxi seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted in an instant. He still didn't dare to look at the Murong Yin in the distance. You want to send me back to 800,000 years in the future? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You destroyed my dream and made it impossible for me to reunite with Yin. But I want to send you back to 800,000 years in the future so that you can reunite with your family? I'm indeed crazy. Old Man Guanxi was in grief. Thank you, Sky Chest Pavilion's owner. Gu Hai was very grateful. Old Man Guanxi was very emotional. After a while, he slowly calmed down. He looked around and smiled bitterly. No matter what happens in the future, I will continue to stay. I will continue to be the immortal of the 6 paths. I will continue to have the same future. Therefore, in this world, everything that is different needs to be set right. Set right. The bell of primal chaos and 10 direction destruction are in your hands. Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai. Yes, although it is broken, it is repairing itself. Gu Hai nodded. Then, I will leave Solar God Palace to you. Old Man Guanxi said, shaking his head. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded and said, Okay. Thank you, Sky Chest Pavilion's owner. The 2 stopped playing Go. However, Gu Hai had already gained something even greater than winning. Old Man Guanxi agreed to send him back. Gu Hai used the Heavenly Go chess set. Boom! Countless stars in the surroundings quickly gathered and slowly arranged themselves into a huge galaxy with 35 horizontal and 35 vertical lines. It is indeed the 35 great arrays. However, Gu Hai extended his hand and pressed. Suddenly, dense purple gas appeared in the 35 great arrays. The purple gas quickly gathered at the center. Wong. Slowly, something seemed to condense in the purple gas. In the distance, the Taishang sect master narrowed his eyes. Is he using the Go Dao array to condense figures? In the past, Gu Hai condensed Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Shui Shue, Dugu Qiubai, and Dongfang undefeated. Back then, There were only 30 great arrays. Now there are 35. You should be even more powerful, right? The Tontian sect master said with a frown. Just as everyone was frowning, wah! Suddenly, a loud crow cry came from the center of the purple gas. A three-legged golden crow suddenly flew out of the purple gas. Surging solar true flame came out of its body, instantly lighting up the surroundings. Dong Wang Tai, the Tongtian sect master said in shock. Chapter 844. Using the Go Dao array, Gu Hai had formed the Eastern Emperor Tai cloud beast. The golden crow let out a loud cry, flapped its wings, and flew above the array. Gu Hai once again formed the array, and the figure of Alpha Primordium emerged from the purple cloud. From a moment Tai was formed by the array, everyone in the distance could guess what was going on. Old man Guanxi had promised Gu Hai to send Gu Hai back 800,000 years in the future. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. Looking at the Snuan in front of old man Guanxi, everyone knew that they no longer had a chance. Now, Gu Hai and old man Guanxi seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They controlled the power of life, and it was almost impossible to snatch Sun Yuan from them. Gu Hai was leaving? Not far away, Taiwa anxiously asked, Gu Hai, where's my big brother's letter? What did my big brother say in that letter? Can my big brother still be saved? Taiwa shouted, and Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Taiwa quickly flew over, and Gu Hai did not stop him. He opened his mouth and spat out a letter. It was a letter from Fuxi. There was a seal on it that seemed to sense Gu Hai's aura. The seal instantly disappeared when it sensed Gu Hai's aura. Gu Hai tore open the letter and read it. There was only one line written on it. Before you go back, help Taiwa settle down. I can do nothing. I can only rely on you to protect her. It was only one line, but this line made Gu Hai's eyelids twitch. Impossible, Gu Hai said in shock. Fuxi knew that he was going back. Had he written this letter long ago? Could he predict the future? Could it be that Fuxi had already predicted his game with old man Guanxi? What did my brother say? What did my brother say? Taiwa said anxiously. There is no way to save Fuxi. Gu Hai shook his head. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Show it to me. Show it to me. Taiwa burst into tears and snatched the letter. After reading the letter, Taiwa burst into tears. No, you lied to me. Big brother can be saved. Gu Hai turned to look at old man Guanxi and said, Sky Chest Pavilion's owner, can Taiwa come with me? Returning from 800,000 years in the future is a reversal of time, a violation of the order of time, a loophole. If she goes with you, it will be within the order of time. I can't guarantee that she can live for 800,000 years. Gu Hai's face darkened. The Taiwa in front of him could not follow him, otherwise he would die of old age halfway through. He glanced at Tai Yi and Tai Chu in the array. Gu Hai activated the array again. Wah! Tai Yi and Tai Chu immediately roared in pain. Now, I will plant a restriction in your consciousness. For the next 800,000 years, protect Taiwa with all your strength. Don't have any ill intentions towards her. Her life is more important than anything you two have. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz! Tai Yi and Tai Chu were muddle-headed. They cried out, as if they had this mark in the depths of their memories. Sky Chest Pavilion's owner. Gu Hai looked at old man Guanxi again. Please use the time law in that half of my brush to help Taiwa seal all of her memories about us. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old man Guanxi glanced at Taiwa. The time law in your brush is limited. It can only seal one person's memories. Otherwise, it won't be able to connect the coordinates of the other half of the brush 800,000 years later. He immediately swung his hand. Whoosh! A white light rushed into Taiwa's mind. Buzz! Taiwa shivered and fainted. Taiwa! Gu Hai anxiously hugged her. Don't worry. She's just sad. Seal this memory. When she wakes up, she will forget everything. Old man Guanxi said calmly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Since you're going back, everyone alive should go back too. Tongtian sect master, present Buddha, your consciousnesses have returned to your bodies. Once your consciousnesses leave your bodies, your original bodies will forget everything that happened during this period. Because this memory has been brought back 800,000 years in the future, your current bodies will have no memory of this period. Old man Guanchi said. In the distance, the Tongtian sect master and the others nodded with grim expressions. We're still missing a future Buddha? The present Buddha looked at Gu Hai. Buzz. Gu Hai used the Godao array to create a plump future Buddha once more. This was the future Buddha who had used the closed eyes world purification Zen not long ago. Gu Hai opened his mouth and spat out the divine scepter of wisdom, which immediately flew into the hands of the first future Buddha clone. Leave the rest to me. Once I retrieve a portion of the time law from the chaotic space-time, I'll open the gate of time for all of you. Old man Guanchi sighed softly. Not far away, Jiang Lianshan said coldly. We came when you asked us to, and left when you asked us to. Old man Guanchi, you want to send us away, but did you ask for our permission? Old man Guanchi calmly glanced at Jiang Lianshan, but ignored him. Instead, he turned to Murong Yin. Upon seeing Murong Yin, old man Guanchi raised an eyebrow. Send Murong Yin away? Leave her behind? Husband, I don't want to go. I want to stay with you. Let me stay with you, okay, husband? Murong Yin suddenly began to weep. Old man Guanchi felt his entire body tremble, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Just as Gu Hai had said, old man Guanchi couldn't let go of Murong Yin, which was why he had been running away. Now, he was sending her away? Eternally separated? Old man Guanchi felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He really didn't want to send her away, but if she didn't leave, how could he have the determination to find the real Murong Yin? Even if that was fake, even if he was deceiving himself, old man Guanchi still wanted to go to the end. Hearing Murong Yin's sorrow, old man Guanchi felt like his whole person was about to collapse. No, you go with Jiang Lianshan and the others. Forget about me. Forget about me. Old man Guanchi seemed to have aged countless times in an instant. I can't forget, I can't forget. Murong Yin cried sadly. Not far away, Jiang Lianshan was startled. Old man Guanchi wanted Murong Yin to go back with him. He was going to stay here alone. In an instant, Jiang Lianshan was no longer repulsed. Dian, His Holiness, if you're going to leave, return our treasures first. Taishang sect master said. Without any resistance in his heart, Jiang Lianshan was very easy to talk to at this moment. As he opened his mouth, he immediately spat out the grade 9 golden lotus, Xian Yuan sword, Taiji diagram, and other treasures and energy, and returned them to everyone. Old man Guanchi didn't dare to look at Murong Yin crying. He turned to look at Gu Hai and took out 3 black ghost stones and 1 white ghost stone. Chun Xian who you're looking for, was sealed in this white ghost stone alone. Considering that you're very good at Go, I was going to turn the situation around in the game. In the end, I decided to forget about it. I'll give you the other heavenly souls too. Old man Guanchi handed over a group of ghost stones, looking a little haggard at this moment. Xian Gu Hai was stunned. He took it very carefully. Previously, in the world of Go, there was Gu Qin and Yin Qingshan's plan. It seemed like victory was in his hands. However, if old man Guanchi took out Chun Xian heavenly soul, he would definitely lose because Chun Xian was his Achilles heel. Old man Guanchi didn't use it, and he didn't want to use it. Thank you very much, Gu Hai said solemnly. Old man Guanchi shook his head and sighed slightly. All right, I'll extract the power of time from the chaotic space-time. The chaotic space-time? If you extract it, will the 6 paths of Tian Shin escape? Gu Hai frowned. Old man Guanchi shook his head. In the chaotic space-time, the time inside is chaotic. In just a few days, perhaps the power has exceeded 100 million trillion years. Moreover, the power of time inside is wearing down the godly soul. Even if he's alive now, he must have suffered devastating injuries. All right, then be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Old man Guanchi stretched out his hand and was about to cast a spell. Be careful. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Dragon shinning covered in blood and surrounded by a 6-colored light. He shouted with difficulty. Pooh! After shouting, Dragon Shining instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have suffered a fatal injury. What's going on? Six-colored? Is this the power of the six paths of Tian Shan? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Psst, psst. In front of Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi, two palms suddenly appeared and stabbed into the chests of Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi. No, it should be the chest of the six paths of white and six paths of black. Old Man Guanxi and Gu Hai both opened their eyes wide and looked at the palms in their chests. This was the aura of the six paths of Tian Shan. Even if the palms were only bones left, the two instantly understood that this was the aura of the six paths of Tian Shan. Previously, the six paths of Tian Shan also had two palms on his back. Now there were four palms. Two of them stabbed into the chests of the six paths of black and white. The third hand grabbed a faintly discernible golden energy rope. That energy rope was connected to the distant dragon, Shenying. He is connected to Takashi Ryushin through my bloodline. Previously, I did not completely seal him. Dragon Shenying's body twisted and made cracking sounds. That energy rope gave the six paths of Tian Shan a sliver of hope to return. As for the fourth hand, it grabbed Sinyuan. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi both opened their eyes wide and cried out in alarm. Protect Yenara! Protect Tawa! The two of them cried out in alarm. Jiang Lianshan, Fire Emperor Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Jiang immediately leapt towards the two women and protected them. Ha 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 ha! Those who go against me explode. A loud roar suddenly rang out. Boom! The void suddenly trembled and a super huge shockwave spread out. Under the shockwave, the stars that Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi had set up earlier all exploded. The black-robed six Dao and the white-robed six Dao were the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. Boom, boom. The six paths of black and white that were controlled by Old Man Guanxi and Gu Hai instantly exploded. They did not even have the time to resist before they exploded. At the center of the explosion, the huge chaotic space-time entrance was exposed once again. It was a huge hole in the void that emitted a rainbow-colored energy ring. The six paths of Tian Shan had exploded the six paths of Tian Shan. He came out with Sinyuan in one hand and the deformed Takashi Ryushin in the other. A ferocious aura spread out in all directions. The six paths of Tian Shan's body had almost changed shape. His flesh and blood were gone, leaving behind only white bones. His scarlet eyes were filled with a monstrous hatred and resentment. I'm back! I'm back! Everything is mine, all mine, roar. The six paths of Tian Shan let out a ferocious roar that shook the world. Chapter 845. The moment the samsara of the celestial god tore open the space-time gate, the fleshless skeletal claws pierced into the black-robed samsara. Gu Hai knew he was in trouble. This was because the moment the samsara of the celestial god's skeletal claws entered his body, his entire body froze. If it was someone else, they might have been able to resist. However, the black-robed samsara of the celestial god was a doppelganger of the samsara. Naturally, the samsara of the celestial god knew what was happening to his body. Unable to move, unable to attack, he could only shout, "Protect Taiwa!" Fortunately, Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha were all formed by his own formation. This was not a summon, but a condensation of cloud beasts. They listened to him and instantly pounced towards Taiwa. Jiang Yi also pounced towards Taiwa. After protecting Taiwa, Gu Hai immediately woke everyone up. With a shudder, all the people who had been devoured in the past woke up. What's going on? Everyone looked at the countless roots on their bodies in this strange hall in shock. Your Majesty, Kong Xian said in shock. He vaguely remembered being swallowed by the samsara of the celestial god. Why did it seem like the emperor was controlling everything? Father, Gu Qin suddenly burst into tears. Gu Hai, you tricked me. He Chu shouted in grief. With so many people around, the shouting did not stop. It's too late. The samsara of the celestial god is back. Run! Gu Hai shouted. He broke free from the water ball and rushed towards everyone. Boom, boom. He grabbed Gu Qin with one hand and Kong Xian with the other and was about to escape. Me too. Don't leave me behind. He Tu's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. He Chu had the ability to predict and immediately predicted that he was in great danger. Ha ha! Those who go against me explode. The samsara of the celestial gods roar suddenly came from the outside world. With this, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Go Chess, protect me! Gu Hai shouted. Ancient Emperor, Gao Qin and Zi Wei shouted in shock. However, Gu Hai could not save them in time. He could not even protect himself. Boom! A loud boom rang out as the 6 paths of black robes exploded. The lower heaven palace exploded as well. The explosion was so powerful that everything inside of it was blown apart. Zi Wei, Gao Qin, countless sovereigns and sect leaders. None of them could escape. In fact, this powerful explosion was so powerful that it even tore his soul apart. No, I shouldn't have died like this. Why am I so unlucky? Arg. He Chu Robe's rage. I didn't want to go against the 6 paths. It's all Gu Hai's fault. Why are you eating me? Eating me, but not saving me. Now, I don't even have time to escape. Why am I so unlucky? Boom! The celestial god, Gu Qin, escape. Of the samsara, of the samsara, of the samsara. And Gu, of the explosion. And, was Gu, of it, samsara, and was, it, space was and disappeared. Gu to disappear to escape, two. A black light flew out from the samsara, of 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 the samsara. Similarly, a white light flew out from the samsara, of the samsara, of the samsara. Old man Guanxi knew that things were not going well and chose to leave the samsara body. The white heavenly Go Chess was in a hurry and could not bring many people out. Only Mao Tianyun and Shangwan Hen were dragged out by old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi could not let go of the Book of Luo. Eventually, he flew out with it. The Book of Luo was connected to Shangwan Hen, and so he successfully escaped. However, the 18 heads of the Xuanwu progenitor had all corroded away, leaving only Shangwan Hen behind. His eyes were closed, and his body was shrouded in golden light. In that instant, Ao Shun and Ao Shang grabbed Shangwan Hen and escaped. The white heavenly Go Chess piece took everyone and flew away. Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor managed to save Murong Yin in the nick of time. Both of them were injured by the explosion as well. Tai, Taiwa, and the future Buddha acted at the same time, saving the unconscious Taiwa. The 6 paths of black and white were instantly destroyed. I'm back. I'm back. Everything is mine. All of it is mine. Roar. The 6 paths of the heavenly gods let out a ferocious roar that shook the world. However, with just a loud roar, the 6th Tao of heaven god clutched his head in pain. The 6 paths of the heavenly god, who was only left with his skeletal body, screamed in pain. When he blew up the black and white 6 paths, he also blew up his other 2 souls and 7 spirits. His body was affected. The Taishang sect master narrowed his eyes. Sun Yuan, quickly, Ji Empress shouted. 3 lives Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, Ji Empress, and the Tongtian sect master acted at almost the same time. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you. I don't care who you are. After I kill all of you, everything will be mine. Roar. The 6 paths of heaven god roared. Boom. A wave of energy burst out from his body, instantly knocking everyone away. What? So powerful? It's even stronger than before? The Tongtian master was shocked as he was sent flying. Be careful. His 2 souls and 7 spirits were blown up just now. He collected the fragments of his 2 souls and 7 spirits and burned them to strengthen himself. Be careful. The old man Guanxi instantly shouted from afar. He stretched out his hand and summoned the stars in the distance. Rumble! The stars gathered the power of the formation and locked the 6 paths of the heavenly god. Scram! The 6 paths of the heavenly god punched out. Countless stars exploded in an instant. For a time, heaven and earth rumbled as the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 6 paths of the heavenly god seemed to be invincible. No one could stop him. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you. The six paths of the heavenly god roared as he charged towards Taiwa. Not good. Empress, quickly run. Jiang Yi shouted and blocked in front of her. Boom! Jiang Yi was blown apart by a palm. He was not a match for a single palm. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha acted at the same time. Boom! Everyone was blown away. PFFF, Tai Chu, Tai Yi, and the future Buddha all vomited blood as they were blown away. Who am I? I don't remember. You want to snatch my Sun Yuan? Snatch my Sun Yuan? You're all my enemies. I'm going to kill all of you. Kill all of you. The six paths of the heavenly god roared. Just as everyone was about to charge forward again, their expressions suddenly changed. Then the six paths of the heavenly deity swallowed the immortal origin in one gulp. What? Everyone cried out in shock. Rumble. Sun Yuan seemed to have the power of a backlash. Immediately, the six paths of the heavenly god was surrounded by rolling lightning. The six paths of the heavenly god trembled. However, the six paths of the heavenly god's power was also extraordinary. He suppressed the lightning fiercely as if he was refining Sun Yuan. Ah! Amidst the painful screams, the six paths of the heavenly god could not chase after them. However, his overflowing hatred made him like a hedgehog. No one could get close to him. If we can't get close to him, will he be devoured by Sun Yuan? The Tongtian sect master frowned. No, it's too late. Old man Guanxi's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? He's fusing with Sun Yuan? He was willing to sacrifice himself, willing to damage his final heavenly soul to fuse with the celestial origin. Although Sun Yuan is resisting, he is slowly being fused with. Old man Guanxi said with an ugly expression. How can this be? That's impossible. It's true. Look at the surface of his skeleton. Old man Guanxi said bitterly. Although countless lightning bolts were exploding, the six paths of the heavenly god's body seemed to be surging with seven-colored energy, reconstructing some flesh on the surface of his body. He's fusing. We can't let him fuse. Zhang Lianshan's expression sank. He swung the Shinong Ho in his hand again. Boom! In an instant, it hit the center of the six paths of the heavenly god's lightning storm. The six paths of the heavenly god's body only paused for a moment before he became furious. Who are you? How dare you injure me? You want to steal my Sun Yuan? I'll kill you. The six paths of the heavenly god charged at Zhang Lianshan with heavy injuries. Be careful. The Tongtian sect master, the Taishang sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the three-world Buddha acted at almost the same time to help Zhang Lianshan. Under the six paths of the heavenly god's powerful attack, everyone was still blown away. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. The six paths of the heavenly god's aura grew stronger and stronger. Pooh! Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood as they looked at the six paths of the heavenly god in shock. He was too strong. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. No one could stop him. Could it be that they were all going to die here today? Just as everyone was feeling anxious. Suddenly, a golden light gathered from all directions and enveloped the six paths of the heavenly god. Immediately, the six paths of the heavenly god was unable to move. Everyone was shocked. They saw that this golden light seemed to be an illusion. It was a huge illusion. It looked like a Buddha. Vajra Buddha? You're not dead? In the distance, Guhai was shocked. The illusion was indeed the Vajra Buddha. When Guhai first came to this world, he was chased by the Vajra Buddha. After that, he started to believe in Guhai at the Peacock God Island. However, he still sat outside the Peacock God Palace and wanted to confront Rokudo Shinkuin. In the end, he was killed by Rokudo Shinkuin's god-slaying finger. Wasn't he dead? 10 lives golden body Dharma idol? Not far away, the present Buddha was shocked. Ancient Emperor, the Vajra Buddha is late. I hope you can forgive the misunderstanding in the past. The Vajra Buddha looked at Guhai. Vajra Buddha, you're not dead? You trapped Rokudo Shinkuin? Guhai was shocked. This one has done good deeds for 10 lives. I once moved the heavens, and the heavens bestowed me with the golden body. This is the power of the heavens. When my body died, I went to the void. It's a pity that the heavens have fallen. I only found a fragment of the heaven's corpse, a rib with countless cracks. It's a pity that the rib fell into the netherworld and disappeared as well. I was so foolish. Ha. I actually helped the six paths do evil. I repented along the way and got lost in the void. I just returned. Originally, my golden body could have trapped him. However, he swallowed Sinuan. The power of my golden body seems to be being absorbed by him. I won't be able to trap him for long. All of you run. The Vajra Buddha said bitterly. What can you run to in this world? The Tongtian sect master said with an ugly expression. Meow. Old man Guanxi, you bastard. Everyone else is dead. Mao Tianyin also said sorrowfully. Ha. Ha. Man's plans are not as good as the plans of the heavens. I wanted to replicate the exact same history, but I couldn't. However, that won't do either. Old man Guanxi laughed bitterly. All his efforts were for naught. All his schemes were for naught in the end. Although the six paths of the heavenly deities had sacrificed himself, once Sun Yuan was refined, everything in the world would be his. The Vajra Buddha won't be trapped for long. The six paths seems to have suffered a brain injury in the chaotic space-time. He doesn't remember us? However, as long as he refines Sun Yuan, he will be able to deduce who we are from the traces around us. There's no place for us in this world. Now, shall we go back? Guhai looked at Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi suddenly revealed a trace of sadness and bitterness. Man's plans are not as good as the heavens. Is everything predestined? Perhaps this revival convention is also fated. Our arrival here is also part of the history of the past. Chapter 846. Old Man Guanxi suddenly revealed a hint of bitterness. Man proposes, God disposes. Is everything predestined? Perhaps this revival convention is also fated. Our arrival here is also part of the history of the past. What do you mean? Guhai's expression changed. We did not change history. Perhaps history has always been this way. Old Man Guanxi smiled bitterly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Streams of rainbow light suddenly surged out of the chaos space. As the streams of light appeared, the door to the chaos space seemed to shrink. Old Man Guanxi immediately sat at the door, using his physical body to block the door and prevent it from closing. Go back. Just treat it as a joke. Ha. Old Man Guanxi laughed bleakly. He flung his sleeves. Whoosh. Streaks of time power turned into 7 colored streaks of light that shot out in all directions of the divine continent. A large portion of the power of time condensed into a rainbow plane in front of Old Man Guanxi. It was a rainbow door, a door of time that led to 800,000 years in the future. Let's go. Everything will return to normal. Everything should have been like this. Old Man Guanxi waved his hand. Rumble. Instantly, streams of light rushed into the sky from the divine continent. Within each stream of light was a figure. Mo Yike, Long Outyin, the emperor, the sect leader, and the others who had been transported 800,000 years in the future were all sucked in by the streams of light. Whoosh. One by one, they rushed into the door of time. As long as they were from the future, they were all wrapped up in the streams of light, including Gu Hai and the others. But at this moment, they forced themselves not to enter. Let's go. The sixth Daos ascension to immortality still knows about me. Gu Hai frowned. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. He doesn't know. His memory is damaged, so he probably doesn't remember anything from before. It's just that his obsession is causing him to hold a grudge against Sun Yuan and fill him with hatred for everyone. Besides, if you leave, who would know that you came from 800,000 years in the future? Now, there are portraits of us all over the world. The Scarlet Emperor shouted. What about the portrait? What portrait is it? Old Man Guanxi looked at the Scarlet Emperor. Back then, Rokudo Shinkuin released the portrait of the future evil demon sect. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed. Even if the 6 paths of celestial gods were to investigate, they would only find people from the future evil demon sect. Is that the evil demon sect that is hidden in the world? The common people only know that we are evil spirits, but they don't know that we came from the future. The Fire Emperor exclaimed in shock. Mr. Good. Old Man Guanxi threw the white heavenly go chess piece in his hand to Gu Hai. After catching the white heavenly go chess piece, Gu Hai instantly understood. He held the heavenly go chess piece. He pressed it down. Rumble. Instantly, stars appeared one after another in the distance. The stars formed a formation and quickly gathered a surge of star power. Wong. Within the purple clouds, human figures appeared one after another. They weren't living people, but corpses. Gu Hai's corpses, Shangwan Hen's corpses, the Scarlet Emperor's corpses, and the Fire Emperor's corpses appeared one after another. They all died in a horrible manner. It was as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Go in. I can't hold on any longer, quick. Old Man Guanxi roared. The Tongtian sect master shook slightly. Wong. Suddenly, a black ray of light appeared from his body and rushed towards the door of time. It was the future Tongtian's physical body that had left this place. The Tongtian's physical body shuddered and seemed to have fainted. Wong. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and Mao Tianyun all fainted. The future body entered the door of time. The earth body all fainted. Matriarch Ji, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, and their respective subordinates all rushed into the door of time. In the blink of an eye, the outside world was empty. Only 4 people were left. Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, the Fire Emperor, and Murong Yen. Gu Hai waved his chest formation. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha shuddered as if some of their memories had been erased. At the same time, the 3 of them were in a daze as Gu Hai filled in some new memories. Gu Hai waved his hand and condensed the 3 swords of void annihilation, which he threw to the Taishang sect master. After looking at the unconscious Taiwa, Gu Hai suppressed his reluctance and turned to look at Old Man Guanxi. All right, Sky Chest Pavilion owner, everything is almost done. Should we leave? At this moment, the entrance to the chaotic space-time was firmly blocked by Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai with a complicated look in his eyes. Mr. Good, it's my misfortune to have met you, but it's also my fortune. Huh, you guys can leave. I'm not leaving. Old Man Guanxi's eyes dimmed. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. A lifetime of pursuit, but there was no turning back. You're not leaving? Gu Hai's expression changed. Old Man Guanxi looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan, we've been scheming against each other all our lives. I'm tired. Haha, she's Yen-er. I've condensed her, and it's just like the real thing. She's Yen-er. Take good care of her for me. Old Man Guanxi said with tears in his eyes. You. Jiang Lianshan's expression was terrible. Yen-er, I'm sorry. It was a mistake to have met my husband. Perhaps the moment I condensed you was also a mistake, but Yen-er, you must live well in the future. Live well? Old Man Guanxi's eyes flashed with sadness. No, my husband, don't leave me behind. No, even if I die, I don't care, my husband. Murong Yen suddenly cried in grief. Let's go. The door of time is about to close. It's about to close. Old Man Guanxi said sadly. His eyes dimmed, and his heart died. Closing his eyes, Old Man Guanxi seemed to recall the happy times he spent with Murong Yen. He smiled, hurt, and tired as he took a step back. Bam! Old Man Guanxi fell into the chaotic space. Suicide? Old Man Guanxi fell into the chaotic space and committed suicide? At this moment, Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Fire Emperor all opened their eyes wide. They knew that Old Man Guanxi was sad, and they knew that his heart had died. However, how could Gu Hai expect that he would choose to commit suicide, falling into the chaotic space and never coming back? The 6 paths of the gods used Takeshi Ryushin and Dragon God Ying's bloodline. However, Old Man Guanxi didn't leave anything behind. He wanted to die. No one could save him now. No, husband. Murong Yen ignored everything and rushed forward. Don't. Jiang Lianshan, the Fire Emperor, and Gu Hai all screamed in fear. Boom! Murong Yen did not hesitate. She immediately jumped into the primal chaos space-time and headed for old Mr. Guanxi, who committed suicide. When old Mr. Guanxi felt Yinner jumping as well, he opened his eyes. A flash of light immediately appeared in his dark eyes, along with great horror. "No, you can't come. You can't come." Old man Guanxi screamed in fear. Murong Yin jumped in and suddenly smiled with tears in her eyes. "You care about me. You care about me. No, once you enter, you will never return. Go back, don't." Old man Guanxi screamed in fear as he tried to push Murong Yin out. However, the entrance to the chaotic space became smaller and smaller. Murong Yin hugged old man Guanxi with tears in her eyes. "Husband, don't leave Yinner behind, okay? Yinner isn't afraid of death. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm only afraid that husband doesn't want me anymore. Husband, don't leave me behind. Don't leave me behind." Murong Yin hugged old man Guanxi as she cried. "No!" Old man Guanxi screamed in despair. "Who?" In an instant, the entrance to the chaotic space closed completely. "No!" Jiang Lianshan also screamed in despair. In the chaotic space, with Takashi Ryushin's bloodline leading the way, the powerful 6 paths of God was reduced to a skeleton. Old man Guanxi was good at chess, but his strength wasn't the best. He was definitely done for, and so was Murong Yin. In the end, Yinner would rather die with old man Guanxi than live with him. Back then, before Long Zhan defied the heavens, he had asked Gu Hai to give him a sachet. At the same time, Gu Hai had given him a sentence. Back then, he hadn't taken those words seriously, but now they were like a curse in his heart, echoing again and again. Murong Yin embroidered this for you back then. Murong Yan's heart didn't change, but you don't deserve her. Did you change your heart after reincarnating? Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she won't choose you. Guanxi could point his sword at the 6 paths immortal for her. What about you? You don't deserve her. Guanxi could point his sword at the 6 paths immortal for her. What about you? What about you? What about you? Long Zhang's words in the past kept repeating in his heart. What about me? What about me? Ha! Ha! Ah ha ha ha! Guanxi could point his sword at the 6 paths immortal for her. Long Zhanghua could also attack the 6 paths immortal for her. What about me? What about me? Jiang Lianshan roared and suddenly cried. The sachet appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was the sachet that Murong Yin embroidered for him in the past. At that time, Murong Yan's heart was still with him. Even when she was hiding in the Qian Celestial Empire, she didn't forget about him and embroidered the sachet for him. "Ha, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Jiang Lianshan cried out sorrowfully. "His Holiness, leave quickly. It's going to be too late." The Scarlet Emperor shouted from within the Gate of Time. Three-World Buddha and Matriarch Ji were also watching from within the Gate of Time. However, Jiang Lianshan seemed to have gone crazy and was extremely sorrowful. "I'm not leaving. You guys can leave. I want to take revenge for Yinner. Give me all of your powers. Give me all of your remaining powers. Leave on your own. I want all of your powers." Jiang Lianshan roared again. "He's not leaving?" The Fire Emperor's expression changed. Gu Hai's face fell as well. However, looking at Jiang Lianshan's crazed expression, Gu Hai shook his head and stepped into the Gate of Time. "Give it to me, give it to me," Jiang Lianshan roared. Roar! The Fire Emperor spat out a fiery red pearl. "His Holiness, this is the source of all my powers. I'll give it to you." The Fire Emperor spat out the pearl as his entire body went limp. He then flew into the Gate of Time. The Gate of Time was shrinking. However, at this moment, Matriarch Ji and Three-World Buddha both narrowed their eyes. None of them lent any power to Jiang Lianshan. The Scarlet Emperor and White Emperor were about to speak when Matriarch Ji waved her hand and stopped them. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared into the Gate of Time. Slowly, the Gate of Time disappeared completely. When the Gate of Time disappeared, everyone was transported back to 800,000 years in the future. Ha! Ha! I raised a bunch of ingrates. Ha ha! Why should I care about you? Yinner is enough for me. Ah! Amidst the pain, Jiang Lianshan looked at Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji coldly. Sorrow welled up in his heart as he laughed bitterly. He raised the Shinong Ho and charged towards the 6 Tao of deities. The 6 Tao of deities held his head in pain. Lightning flashed around his body as the Vajra Buddha image on his body became more and more illusory. In the end, it slowly disappeared. Heavens, this poor monk is useless, the Vajra Buddha said sorrowfully before disappearing. Boom! Without the Vajra Buddha's restraint, the 6 Tao of deities could move again. However, his head was still in pain as countless lightning flashed around his body. 6 Tao died. Jiang Lianshan roared as he charged over. I'll kill all of you. Roar. The 6 Tao of deities also charged over in a frenzy. Boom! In the distance, the Taishang sect master was the only person who had complete memories. He watched as Jiang Lianshan fought the 6 Tao of deities to the death. In the end, he sighed slightly. Chapter 847. When a person didn't even care about their own life, the power they could unleash was the most terrifying. Jiang Lianshan was like this. So what if he was #1 in the world? So what if he had become an immortal? He didn't have what he wanted. Even if he was given the entire world, he wouldn't be happy. Ever since he realized the importance of Murong Yen, Jiang Lianshan tried his best to forget her. However, Murong Yen was like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. Marry old man Guanxi? Control. Be killed by the heavens? Control. Old man Guanxi avenging Murong Yen? Control. Long Zhanghua avenging Murong Yen? Control. Murong Yen reviving. Old man Guanxi avenging again? Control. Murong Yen would rather die with old man Guanxi than live with him? Control. How long did he have to control? At this moment, Jiang Lianshan didn't want to restrain himself anymore. He swung the Shinong Ho, revealing his monstrous resentment and anger. He had schemed for the world and plotted countless schemes, but in the end, it was all in vain. He had merely borrowed strength to betray him. Ji Matriarch also betrayed him and even stopped others. Only Murong Yen was real. But now, Murong Yen was killed by the person in front of him. 6 Tao of gods? He was the one who destroyed everything he had. Even if the whole world was given to him, it wouldn't be as good as Yen coming back. I want your life. Jiang Lianshan slashed with the hoe with a ferocious expression. You want to steal my immortal origin? Die for me. 6 paths of the celestial gods also attacked Jiang Lianshan furiously. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 Tao of gods was too strong. Even though he was heavily injured, his power was still overwhelming. Jiang Lianshan didn't have anything to rely on, but he still burned his lifespan and even the power of his soul in order to avenge Yin and kill the 6 Tao. Jiang Lianshan's power had also reached its peak. Energy flames rushed out from his body. Boom! With a single swing of the hoe, the 6 Tao of heavenly gods was sent flying into the ground below. At the same time, he quickly chased after them. Roar! 6 paths of the heavenly deity let out a ferocious roar. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if 2 huge meteors were colliding with each other. At the boundary of the immortal sky dome, space and time were extremely thin. It wasn't possible to tear apart the void yet. However, as the 2 of them continued to fight, the void was instantly shattered into countless pieces as numerous black holes appeared one after another. The Taishang sect master stood in space and frowned as he looked down. At this moment, the Taishang sect master did not help Jiang Lianshan. It was too late, and there was nothing he could do. Finally, the 2 of them fought from the sky to the ground, and they fought in a city. The people had been borrowing power for a few days, and they had already recovered their strength. However, what welcomed them was the death of their emperors and sect leaders. The Sea of Providence clouds collapsed, and cries of agony rang out from the various countries. What is that? Evil demon? It's not over yet? I have that person's portrait. What about that skeleton? That person shouted 6 Tao of heavenly gods die. Could that skeleton be Rokudo Shinkuin? The people were still in shock. Boom! The 2 of them fought in the city. Don't come over. Rokudo Shinkuin, save us. Ah, not good. Amidst the anxious cries, a loud sound rang out. The entire city instantly exploded. A huge black hole tore everything in the city apart, and all the people were killed. However, the battle between the two of them was not over yet. They continued to fight from one place to another. For a time, the earth shook incessantly, and countless cities suffered a devastating disaster. Explode, explode, explode. The divine continent was facing a devastating calamity. Many people were instantly annihilated, and many people were instantly annihilated. The two of them fought as if they did not care about their lives. However, as time passed, 3 days and 3 nights later, the battle changed. Jiang Lianshan was burning his lifespan and soul energy, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods forcefully fused with Sun Yuan, and although he was heavily injured, Sun Yuan was absorbing the laws of heaven and earth and fusing them with the 6 Tao of heavenly gods. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods was nourished by the laws of heaven and earth, and instantly his appearance became much better. He was also getting stronger and stronger. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods began to suppress Jiang Lianshan. I did not try my best. I worked hard for you. I'm very tired now. I'm coming to see you. Wait for me, okay? Jiang Lianshan said gently with tears of blood in his eyes. Instantly, Jiang Lianshan hugged the 6 Tao of heavenly gods. Die! The 6 Tao of heavenly gods slammed down. Explode! Jiang Lianshan roared. Boom! Jiang Lianshan used all the strength in his body to explode. A super huge explosion occurred, and it even shattered the ground below the two of them. This was the former continent of the Thousand Islands Sea. Now it was blown into countless islands. A huge black hole appeared in the void, and it slowly absorbed the fragments of the continent and the seawater to fill it up. Jiang Lianshan died from the explosion. In the sky, the Taishang sect master closed his eyes and sighed. At the center of the explosion, the flesh that the 6 Tao of heavenly gods had just regrown was blown up again. Countless bones in his body were also shattered. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods screamed in pain. It was too tragic. Although he won in the end, his heavenly soul was heavily injured. Even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't repair these injuries. He had no more enemies. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods quickly refined Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan absorbed the surging laws of heaven and earth and controlled them to repair his body. 3 days later, a physical body was born. However, although his appearance was restored, his heavenly soul was still heavily injured. Who am I? Where is this? Who hurt me? Roar. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods held his head and roared in pain. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 Tao of heavenly gods disappeared. The Taishang sect master in the starry sky couldn't find him either. The common people wailed. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods endured the pain and quickly traveled the world. He collected information from the wailing common people and everything that happened in the past. I am Rokudo Shinkoin. Kakik, I remember now. I killed heaven. Ha 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 ha. Now I am the new heaven. But what happened after that? What evil demon sect? What are these? And these portraits? The 6 Tao of heavenly gods held his head in pain. In the starry sky, the Taishang sect master looked at the ruined starry sky and smiled bitterly. Tong Tian, the Buddha of the present, the Buddha of the past, Mao Tianyun, and Taiwa gradually woke up. What happened? Eldest senior brother? Why are there so many corpses? The Tong Tian held his head and looked around. It was like he had a dream, but he couldn't remember anything. What's going on? Future Buddha, what happened? The Buddha of the present also rubbed his head. My brother is dead? My brother is dead. No, why am I here? Taiwa also looked around blankly. Meow. Heaven's aura changed? How did this happen? Mao Tianyun was also surprised. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods suddenly appeared with red eyes. There were countless corpses around. They were the ones in the portraits that he collected. Congratulations, sage, for refining Sun Yuan and becoming an immortal. The Taishang sect master bowed respectfully. What? Everyone's expression changed. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and future Buddha also bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Sage 6 Dao. Meow. Immortal? You. What did you do to heaven? Where is heaven? Mao Tianyan exclaimed. What happened? Sage 6 Dao looked coldly at the Taishang sect master. When Sage went to the void, the evil demon sect appeared. The leader was called Old Man Guanchi. Sage 6 Dao's 9 bodies fought with them. It was extremely tragic. We followed Sage 6 Dao and fought with them to the death. They set up the Starry Sky formation, and we gathered the power of the common people to help Sage 6 Dao. When Sage 6 Dao returned from the void, we were almost defeated. But in the end, Sage 6 Dao merged with Sen Yuan and killed everyone. We were saved. The present Buddha, past Buddha, and Tong Tian seemed to have lost their memories. The Taishang sect master said respectfully. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha also nodded. Congratulations, true monarch. We've won. Meow. In the void, I remember. You, Rokudo Shinkoin, you lied to heaven. You killed heaven? Mao Tianyan suddenly exclaimed. Sage 6 Dao looked coldly at Mao Tianyan. Evil demon sect? You are the evil demon. They must be avenging heaven. You are the evil demon. Mao Tianyan shouted and was about to rush forward. Sage 6 Dao waved his hand. Wong. Suddenly, countless laws of heaven and earth gathered into a light ball, trapping Mao Tianyan inside. It seems like you know a lot about this group of evil demons. Since you know, then tell me everything. Otherwise, I will keep you in this cage forever. Sage 6 Dao said coldly. Roar, Demon 6 Dao, you killed everyone. You killed everyone. You will die a horrible death. Mao Tianyan roared. Sage 6 Dao ignored him and waved his hand, keeping him in his sleeve. There were countless corpses around. Taishang and the others had also fought with Sage 6 Dao. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they looked extremely miserable. It was as if they had fought against evil demon sect for Sage 6 Dao. Before Guhai left, he threw the Chaos Bell and 10-direction annihilation to Grand Supreme and Grand Primordium. The Chaos Bell and 10-direction annihilation were filled with cracks. From the looks of it, the battle was extremely intense. Wansho Taoism? Solar Divine Palace? Spiritual Mountain Sect? You have done well. You have done a good job protecting this immortal. This immortal bestows you all to guard this world for generations. With this immortal's protection, you will prosper forever. Sage 6 Dao said. Thank you, Sage 6 Dao. Everyone said respectfully. Sage 6 Dao turned his head and looked at Taiwa, who was crying for Fushi. His face was cold. Sage 6 Dao, Fushi is dead. I don't know the reason. Taiwa has agreed to join my Solar Divine Palace. I will keep an eye on him. Tai Yi said respectfully. Okay. Sage 6 Dao put away his doubts. Now that the Buddha and Tong Tian sect master were in a daze, Sage 6 Dao frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that Tai Yi and Tai Chu were very close to him. I was heavily injured in this battle. I need to open up a heaven realm to heal myself. The entrance to the heaven realm will be guarded by Solar Divine Palace for now. Sage 6 Dao said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. Sage 6 Dao, let me clean up these corpses. Taishang's sect master said. Sage 6 Dao narrowed his eyes. He felt that Taishang's tone was a little strange. You destroy their corpses. Sage 6 Dao said coldly. The dominator of the 6 realms wanted to know from the Grand Supreme's attitude whether he was telling the truth or not. Did Taishang recognize these evil demon corpses? Others might not know, but Taishang knew that they were all cloud beasts that Guhai had created with the heavenly go chess. Without the slightest psychological burden, the Taishang true Samadhi fire instantly burned them all to ashes. Okay. Sage 6 Dao dispelled his doubts. Chapter 848. The Immortal of the 6 Paths temporarily put aside his doubts and used the power of laws to open up a heaven realm near Solar Divine Shrine. Tai and Tai Chu had Guhai's memories. The first thing they did was to purge the demons in Solar Divine Shrine. They killed all the demon kings who knew about them. Taiwa was suspected by the Immortal of the 6 Paths. He stayed in Solar Divine Shrine with a heart full of despair. As for the Peacock tribe, except for a few who entered Gu-Hai's fairy dome, most didn't have time to follow Gu-Hai and were massacred by Solar Divine Shrine. History was exactly the same. The emperors and sect masters of the world were almost all dead. Solar Divine Shrine, Wanshou Taoism, and Lingshan's sect rose quickly. The three sects quickly became superior sects, and Lingshan's sect was renamed the Lingshan Sacred Ground. However, to Tongtian, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the past, it all came out of nowhere. Did he help the six paths become an immortal? No matter what the result was, the three sects successfully established the world and prospered from then on. Only the sovereign sect's master was clearly aware of what had happened in the past. History? So it never changed. Ha ha! The Taishang sect master said bitterly. Eldest senior brother, what are you talking about? Tongtian walked over and asked curiously. The Taishang sect master shook his head. He couldn't tell anyone what happened in the past. Eldest senior brother, why do you have my sky destroying three swords? Why do I feel that the sword is strange? Tongtian frowned. Slowly get used to it. Maybe the sword mutated when you were fighting. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Oh, okay. Tongtian nodded. However, after a moment of silence, Tongtian bit his lip. Eldest senior brother, why do you think Rokudo Shinkuin wants to kill the heavens? In the past, Tongtian worshipped Rokudo Shinkuin the most. But now, Rokudo Shinkuin was a stranger to him. He actually killed the heavens. The worship of the past had been completely put down, leaving behind only waves of shock and rejection. The Taishang sect master said solemnly, there's no need to think too much. You just need to know that the immortal of the six paths is in the heavens today. Our immortal firmament is called the immortal of the six paths. You can put aside all other thoughts. Our Wanshou Taoism is also thanks to the immortal of the six paths. Yes. Tongtian nodded his head, completely suppressing the undulation in his heart. Why has second senior brother been in seclusion all this time? Tongtian asked worriedly. You aren't sure? Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Don't disturb him. Let him go into seclusion. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Yes. Spiritual mountain holy land. Grand Hall. Wang. The Buddha trembled slightly, and a peaceful aura suddenly exuded from his body. Good Tathagata? The past Buddha and future Buddha were stunned. The Buddha now had dual personalities. In the past, the two personalities ruled the body at different stages. Now, the good Tathagata had awakened. You helped kill the heavens? You helped the six paths kill the heavens? The good Tathagata suddenly roared. The Buddha's aura changed again, and the evil Tathagata woke up. Without me, how could the spiritual mountain holy land prosper forever? The evil Tathagata said solemnly. How dare you do such a disgraceful thing? I'm ashamed to be in the same body as you. The good Tathagata roared. What's done is done. Everything is over. What's the use of shouting? Do you think I like to be in the same body as you? The evil Tathagata said coldly. One day, I will cut you out of my body. You evil demon, you devil. The good Tathagata said coldly. I'll wait for that day. Come soon. The evil Tathagata said coldly. Human Path Secret Realm. Wang. Mao Tianyun was trapped in a bubble and was thrown into the Human Path Secret Realm. An eye appeared in the sky. Six paths, you will die a horrible death. You killed the heavens and everyone else. You will die a horrible death. I will kill you. Mao Tianyun roared at the sky. Mao Tianyun, you better tell me everything clearly. What happened to those evil demons? What other secrets did the previous heavens have? If you don't tell me, I will be trapped here forever. Let's see how long you can last. A cold voice came from the void. Roar, dream on, dream on. Mao Tianyun roared in grief. 1 year later, in the netherworld. Huff. Hutu returned from the void. She looked like she was about to collapse. The heavens are dead? Are they really dead? Six paths? Six paths? Hutu showed a look of despair. She took a step and walked into the world of the living. There were too many living beings in the world. The six paths Immortal did not notice the sudden appearance of Hutu. Huda walked around the world and asked around for news. However, the current world was no longer the world of the past. Everything had changed. Everything had changed. The world had changed. The forces in the world had also changed. Mao Tianyun's life was unknown. Ziwei was dead. Gaochen was dead. Changsheng was dead. Hichu, you liar. You tricked me into going to the void. The heavens had already fallen before I went. If I did not go, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng would not have died. You liar. I will find you and kill you. Huda was furious. She wandered around the world, but could not find Hichu. Finally, she saw Taishang in Wanshou Taoism. The Taishang sect master did not mention what happened that day. He was worried that the Six Paths Immortal might be listening. He only told Hudu to keep quiet. Hutu returned to the netherworld in a daze. Big senior brother, was that Hut? Tong Tian was puzzled. Yes, she's gone. Don't worry about her. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Oh, Tong Tian, I have to go into seclusion too. From now on, you will be in charge of Wanshou Taoism. The Taishang sect master sighed. Big senior brother, did you have a breakthrough? Tong Tian was surprised. The Taishang sect master shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have to comprehend a song that I did not have time to listen to. A song. Tong Tian was slightly stunned. Taishang's longevity melody. It was a pity that he did not get to listen to Guhai play it. However, since he knew about the other mortal dome, he finally had a goal. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend it soon. The Taishang sect master began his seclusion. The Wanshou Taoism was now under the leadership of the Tong Tian sect master. Everything was developing. It was as if history was supposed to be like this, as if it had always been like this, slowly moving forward. 1,000 years later, the Taishang sect master spat out a mouthful of blood. He came out of seclusion. Taishang sect master? Instantly, countless Wanshou Taoism disciples cried out in surprise. In the past 1,000 years, Wanshou Taoism had developed tremendously and recruited countless disciples. Now that Taishang had come out of seclusion, it was a major event for the entire sect. Countless disciples put aside everything and came to witness the head sect master's grand ceremony. Big senior brother, you're finally out of seclusion. I've been waiting for so long. The Tong Tian sect master also rushed over excitedly. However, when he got close, the Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. Big senior brother, what happened? Why are you like this? The Taishang sect master had suddenly aged immensely. His body was covered in spots, and the stench was everywhere. He was not far from death, a disciple of the Taishang lineage. The Taishang sect master said solemnly, Master, why are you like this? A Taishang sect disciple asked in horror. However, Taishang reached out and tapped the disciple's glabella. Buzz! It was as if he was passing on something to him. This is the Taishang sound of longevity. It is passed down from generation to generation. This is the foundation of the Taishang lineage. Even if you don't understand it, you have to pass it on. Only those who inherit the sound of longevity can become the leader of the Taishang lineage and become the new Taishang. The Taishang sect master said solemnly. Master, I don't understand, Master. The disciple said anxiously. Third brother, Master died early. From now on, Wanshou Taoism will depend on you and primeval Lord of Heaven. Taishang said weakly. Impossible, impossible, eldest senior brother. We can reincarnate and cultivate again. You can reincarnate. Nothing will happen to you. Our Wanshou Taoism still has eternal prosperity. The Tong Tian sect master said anxiously. Xiao. Suddenly, another person appeared in front of the Taishang sect master. Greetings, Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Wanshou Taoism disciples greeted respectfully. Eldest senior brother? Yuanshi Tianzuan quickly grabbed Taishang's right hand. Second brother, you're finally willing to show yourself? The Tong Tian sect master said angrily. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored the Tong Tian and checked on the Taishang sect master. In the end, he frowned deeply, mentally and physically exhausted. Eldest senior brother, why do you have to do this? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. Some things have to be done, right? The Taishang sect master said weakly. Is it worth it to sacrifice for them? Yuanshi Tianzuan gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. It's not worth it or not. This is my mission. If I die, I may have a chance to live again. Perhaps I will disappear forever. I have exhausted the power of my 3 souls and 7 spirits. Ha! In the end, I did it. The Taishang sect master shook his head. For whom? Second brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Tong Tian said with a glare. The Taishang sect master looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Solemnly, he said, Second brother, I know that you have obtained an amazing technique. But you must know why you obtained it. Everything has its cause and effect. You have to repay the debt you borrowed. You will repay it one day. Although the technique is good, don't lose yourself. Don't lose yourself. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyelids twitched. In the end, he nodded. You have always been at odds with Tong Tian, but I know that it's only because of your personality. At the end of the day, you are still brothers. If Tong Tian has any shortcomings, please give him some pointers. Don't complain. He is your junior brother. He is your only family in this world. The Taishang sect master said weakly. Eldest senior brother, I will. From now on, I will not bicker with him. Yuanshi Tianzuan said with reddened eyes. Second brother, you're not good at expressing your emotions. But I know that you care about us 3 brothers more than anyone else. Ha ha ha. I hope that there will be a next life where the common people will no longer be slaves. I hope that there will be a next life where the common people will be the masters of the immortal heavens. I hope that there will be a next life where everyone will be immortals and the world will be harmonious. The Taishang sect master smiled and slowly closed his eyes. Eldest senior brother, Yuanshi Tianzuan cried with reddened eyes. What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Second brother, what's wrong with eldest senior brother? What's wrong? The Tong Tian sect master also cried out sorrowfully. Boom! The sea of providence, clouds above them churned. A large amount of providence dissipated, as if informing the Taishang sect master of his demise. Farewell, Taishang sect master. Countless Wansho Taoism disciples knelt down in grief. Chapter 849. Door of Time. Jiang Lianshan decided to stay behind and fight the 6 Tao gods to the death. He decided to borrow the strength of his subordinates. Besides the Fire Emperor who spat out the Fire Pearl, the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor also wanted to help. Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai squinted their eyes. Matriarch Ji stretched out her hands and stopped the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor. Jiang Rulai stretched out his hands and stopped the future Buddha and the past Buddha. What are you doing? Yellow Emperor, why are you stopping us? The Scarlet Emperor stared at him. The Fire Emperor flew in as well. Why aren't you borrowing strength? The Fire Emperor stared at them. Matriarch Ji looked at Jiang Lianshan and shook her head. There's no need to borrow strength. Don't throw yourself into this mess. What? The Fire Emperor stared at Matriarch Ji. Jiang Lianshan is crippled. Matriarch Ji shook her head. What do you mean crippled? If you don't want to help, why don't you ask others to help? The Fire Emperor stared at her unwillingly. Jiang Lianshan doesn't have the heart of an emperor anymore. Love? Ah, a woman is a hero's grave. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Jiang Rulai, you are the crown prince of Dian. You should help. The Fire Emperor looked at Jiang Rulai anxiously. Dian? Dian collapsed because of him. Since history has returned, don't try to change it. Jiang Rulai said coldly. The past Buddha and future Buddha clasped their palms together and didn't interrupt. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor. The Fire Emperor looked at the two of them. The two of them frowned and looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji, when you borrowed strength for the first time, you held back? And Jiang Rulai, when you lent strength for the first time to Jiang Lianshan, you also held back? You didn't use your full strength intentionally? Or did you agree not to use your full strength together? The White Emperor squinted his eyes and looked at Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai. They didn't use their full strength? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. Can't you see? The strength they displayed earlier was only slightly stronger than yours. Can't you use your brain to think? Are they only slightly stronger than you? White Emperor said coldly. But why did they? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. Haha, disloyal. From the very beginning, Jiang Lianshan shouldn't have trusted you. Jiang Lianshan thought that he had the whole world under his control, but most of it was a lie. You're just using Jiang Lianshan to gain independence. Jiang Lianshan is strong, so you two follow behind him and cheer him on. Once Jiang Lianshan is defeated, you two hit him when he is down? White Emperor said coldly. White Emperor, you are still so smart. Ji Empress sneered. Amateus Buddha, history is about to return to normal. Jiang Lianshan is dead, and the Dian dynasty is considered to have collapsed. What do you all plan to do? Jiang Rilai looked at everyone. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, Fire Emperor, we have worked together for many years. Why don't you come to the Great Yellow Dynasty? I can give you the same power and status as the Dian dynasty. Solemnly, Ji Empress said, Amateus Buddha, my spiritual mountain is always open to all of you. Solemnly, Jiang Rilai also said, Ha ha ha, no wonder you don't want to help His Holiness. No wonder you don't want to help him. So, you want to become the most powerful person in the world. You want to become immortals? Below one person and above all others? That person should be His Holiness, but you want to be that person. Ambition. Back then, the princess said that you were ambitious and told His Holiness to be careful of you. You are indeed trash. The Fire Emperor glared. Oomph. Ji Empress snorted coldly. Pooh. Just this snort caused the Fire Emperor to spit out a mouthful of blood. After an unknown period of time, Shangguan Hen slowly regained consciousness. Boom! A loud sound rang out around him as a strong aura emanated from him. 8. 9 mystic arts, 70th level? That's so hard to cultivate. Elder Wu, thank you for your generosity. Shangguan Hen opened his eyes as his entire body emitted a blinding golden light. Outside the blinding golden light, there was a rainbow-colored light which brought Shangguan Hen through time and space. Where's the Book of Luo? Shangguan Hen's expression changed as he checked his surroundings. The Book of Luo was gone. It was once on his body, but it was gone without a trace. Book of Luo? Could have been taken by Old Man Guanxi? Shangguan Hen's expression turned ugly. Ancestor Xuan Wu's greatest treasure, the Book of Luo, was gone just like that? Even though his cultivation had reached the 70th level, he was still unwilling to accept it. Takashi Ryushin was on the brink of death. However, Jiang Qin's bloodline allowed Takashi Ryushin to recover quickly. Furthermore, as the rainbow-colored light enveloped him, his recovery rate increased. At the same time, the corpse chi around him became thicker and thicker. I am a person from 800,000 years in the future. Hence, the passage of time has no effect on my lifespan. However, this Jiang Qin's blood essence is from 800,000 years ago. After passing through this passage of time, it is accumulating the power of history and becoming purer and purer. My zombie blood is becoming purer and purer, and the corpse chi is getting thicker and thicker. Maybe even Ancestor Jiang Qin's blood essence is getting purer and purer. Takashi Ryushin's eyes widened. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin felt his body become stronger than ever. He was so strong that even Ancestor Jiang Qin was nothing in his eyes. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng were almost within the rainbow-colored light. No wonder the Dragon King of the West Sea was so arrogant. He had hidden a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Haha, Ao Shun, now that I have the ancestral dragon's blood essence in my body, my bloodline is not inferior to yours. Humph. Ao Sheng said coldly. Ao Shun frowned and looked at Ao Sheng. He did not say anything. He had also obtained the ancestral dragon's blood essence. How could he be weaker than Ao Sheng? However, he was still his younger brother. Before his father died, he had asked him to take care of him. Sighing slightly, Ao Shun did not say anything else. Guhai was within the rainbow-colored light. Guhai had waited patiently for a month. The rainbow-colored light still brought him through time and space. How long would he have to wait? Bored to death, he checked his body. 800,000 years ago, he obtained the Arctic gourd. Now, it was quickly mending itself. It seemed to be almost done mending. The black heavenly go chess piece turned back into the heaven-suppressing divine seal on Xiao Chen's forehead. Now, only 4 go puzzles remained. Sitting on each of the 4 go puzzles was a go soul clone. Xiao Chen had already comprehended 35 go puzzles. However, these 4 go soul clones had not merged yet. Perhaps the 36 that old man Guanxi mentioned really exists. Guhai frowned slightly. Xiao Chen had a goal. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to break through. With a flip of his hand, a go stone appeared in Guhai's palm. Countless heavenly souls were stored inside. Guhai did not care about those heavenly souls. What Guhai cared about was one of the heavenly souls. It contained Chun Xian, Er's heavenly soul. Sienna, Guhai called out softly. Husband. Chun Xian, Er's voice came from the ghost stone. As Guhai looked at this ghost stone, tears welled up in his eyes. However, they were tears of joy. Chun Xian, Er's heavenly soul? Xian, your heavenly soul is weak. I'll put you with your mortal soul first. One day, I will help you find your earthly soul. Soon, the earthly soul is with the White Emperor. Ha ha, Xian, I will be able to see you again soon. Guhai felt his entire body tremble. The foundation of a person was the heaven, earth, and mortal soul. After a person died, the heavenly soul was the hardest to find. However, now that the heavenly soul was here, the greatest problem was solved. How could Guhai not be happy? Xiao Chun carefully placed Chun Xian, Er's heavenly soul into the box with the earthly soul and carefully put it away. As for the other heavenly souls, Guhai did not have time to investigate them for now. With a flip of his hand, Guhai took out another white ghost stone. This was the heavenly ghost stone that old man Guanxi gave to Guhai before he committed suicide. This was a complete heavenly ghost stone. No, it looked complete. However, this heavenly ghost stone still had countless cracks on it. The heavenly ghost stone? Since you found it, let's restore it to the life entrapment saber. I believe that the life entrapment saber is even more powerful now, right? Guhai said with a smile. The instant Guhai activated the heavenly ghost stone, his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, a strange energy came from the heavenly ghost stone. Energy? Guhai exclaimed in shock. Although Guhai did not know where the energy came from, he immediately absorbed it. Right now, what Xiao Chun lacked the most was energy. Rumble. The surging energy rushed to the central heavenly palace and to the earthly soul. The earthly soul waved the earthly soul book and quickly refined it. This energy seemed to have only one will. However, this will had already been shattered. The energy was very easy to refine, and the earthly soul quickly absorbed it. What strong energy! So much! Guhai exclaimed in shock. Rumble! The surging energy poured into the earthly soul's body. Initially, while Guhai felt anticipation, he did not hold much hope. After all, not long ago, when he was in the Hell Dao secret realm, he only managed to raise his central heavenly palace's 8th to 9th heavenly palace's 8th heavenly palace's 9th heavenly palace's worth of energy. How much energy could there be in this heavenly ghost stone? However, as Guhai absorbed the energy, he felt increasingly shocked. His energy seemed to be limitless. Guhai sat in the flowing light for another month before he completely absorbed all the energy in the heavenly ghost stone. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and energy surged around Guhai. Then Guhai opened his eyes. The 10th level of the Central Celestial Palace? The Central Heavenly Palace's consummation already? Guhai exclaimed in shock as his eyes widened. Where did the earthly soul get so much energy? Guhai closed his eyes and used his mind to sense the heavenly ghost stone. Suddenly, his consciousness saw a faintly discernible white smoke within the heavenly ghost stone. Old man Guanxi, Guhai exclaimed in shock. I'm not old man Guanxi. I'm just a remnant consciousness left behind by old man Guanxi. Before you finish absorbing this energy, I'll dissipate too, the smoke said calmly. What's up with this energy? Guhai asked in confusion. Before the white-robed 6th Dao exploded, the heavenly ghost stone absorbed all of his earthly soul's energy. This is all of Rokudo, Shin Kuin's energy. Heh, old man Guanxi was right. It's only enough for you to break through one heavenly palace. The smoke exclaimed. Old man Guanxi helped me collect it? Guhai exclaimed in shock. Old man Guanxi said that the sixth Tao Immortal would find you sooner or later. He couldn't kill the sixth Tao Immortal, so you'll have to kill him in the future. This is the last time he's helping you. He also asked me to remind you. The smoke said solemnly. Remind me of what? Don't rush to break through the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it. The smoke said calmly. Why? Guhai frowned. Do you still remember the scene of breaking through the lower and middle heavenly palaces? Guhai recalled with a frown. On Paradise Island, he had absorbed Tai Chu's boundless power of faith and formed the perfect human soul, opening the lower heavenly palace. The lower heavenly palace cultivated the spirit. On earth, Taiwa had obtained Lady Nuwa's boundless power of virtue and formed the perfect earthly soul, opening the middle heavenly palace. The middle heavenly palace cultivated the spirit. The upper heavenly palace cultivated the chi. However, opening the heavenly palace required lifespan. Lifespan? For others, it's still within their means to use a portion of their lifespan to fill the heavenly palace and form the heavenly soul. However, that's only for ordinary people. What about you? Me? When others opened the heavenly palace, the materialized heavenly soul is very small. They only need a small portion of their lifespan, and they can still handle it. What about you? Your three souls are abnormal. Once you open the heavenly palace, they'll be perfect. How much lifespan do you need? Guhai's face darkened. He needed an immeasurable lifespan. If he opened the heavenly palace recklessly, he was sure that his lifespan would be used up instantly. When his lifespan was used up, he would die. That's all I have to say. Take care. The smoke sighed. Whoosh. The smoke slowly dissipated. Guhai reached out his hand, and the heavenly go chess piece turned into the shape of the life entrapping blade. However, Guhai sank in a deep thought. To cultivate energy in the heavenly palace, one needed an immeasurable lifespan to open the heavenly palace. What should he do? He didn't need to worry about energy just now, but now he had to worry about lifespan. Why was it so difficult for him to cultivate? Just as Guhai was deep in thought, a purple light suddenly crashed into the rainbow light that Guhai was in. Who is it? Guhai's expression changed as he shouted. The rainbow light wrapped around him and brought him 800,000 years in the future. If something happened to the rainbow light, he would be in trouble. Honk! The rainbow light around Guhai suddenly shook. Then, the rainbow light that wrapped around Guhai started to move irregularly. It brought Guhai in all directions at irregular speed. Chapter 850. 800,000 years later. Following the start of the Resurrection Conference, countless emperors and sect masters were brought back to that moment 800,000 years ago. Almost all the dynasties and sects' fortunes collapsed in an instant. In an instant, the divine continent was plunged into a huge turmoil. Countless restless small factions, lords of dynasties that did not participate in the Resurrection Conference, and some lords of imperial dynasties used this opportunity to attack everywhere. In an instant, the divine continent was in chaos. Countless factions fell apart. Of course, there were also countless factions that rose up. The Han Imperial Dynasty. He had experienced it once, so he was quite experienced. In the open, Chan Tianshan was in charge of the overall situation, while Gao Xianji led the army to deter the foreign enemies. Montez led the embroidered uniform guards to deter all the restless factions in the country. In the dark, Chongming controlled the blood-robe guards to stop countless assassinations from everywhere. He also carried out a bloody purge of the assassins' nests. Everyone was waiting for the return of His Majesty. This day finally came. Almost a year later. Infinite celestial capital. Boom! All of a sudden, the dissipated fortunes came back out of nowhere and gathered above the boundless celestial capital. It was not just the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. It was the same everywhere in the world. The Great Wu Dynasty, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty, the Great Yellow Dynasty, the spiritual mountains, and the sacred grounds. Fortunes gathered in one place after another, filling the divine continent. The expressions of the countless soldiers who were in the midst of battle all changed. What? His Majesty is still alive? How is that possible? How is that possible? Traitor, traitor, His Majesty has returned. Quick, follow me to kill the enemy and gain merit. Kill. The return of fortunes had a huge impact on everywhere in the world. Some suppressed armies were suddenly filled with boundless energy. Some high-spirited armies instantly lost their morale. At this moment, the great dynasties displayed the might of great dynasties. In the Great Yellow Dynasty, there was only a small disturbance. It did not cause much of a stir at all. The spiritual mountains and the sacred grounds were also peaceful. Only sects and countries with unstable foundations were in chaos. As one fate after another returned, it meant that the experts of the divine continent were returning one after another. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital, Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Montez, and the others all released long sighs of relief. Huh, His Majesty is coming back, Gao Xianji said excitedly. Montez sighed inwardly as his eyes flashed with determination. Chen Tianshan met the officials outside the Soaring Palace Hall. At this moment, the officials were also extremely excited. God bless the Dahan, Chen Tianshan shouted. God bless the Dahan. Long live His Majesty. Solemnly, the officials also cheered. Now, everyone can relax. His Majesty will return soon. Inform all the city lords and announce to the world that the luck has returned. His Majesty will return. The entire nation will celebrate. Chen Tianshan shouted. Yes. The news quickly spread, and the citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty immediately felt relieved. For a time, the whole world celebrated. There were those who celebrated, and naturally, there were those who were terrified. Some of the emperors and sect masters had died 800,000 years ago. Naturally, the luck had not returned. Among them was the Dayan Dynasty. The Dayan Dynasty, one of the two major dynasties in the world. At the Flame God Hall, the princess of the Dayan Dynasty looked at the sky with an unsightly expression. The luck still had not returned. At this moment, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court showed anxious and worried expressions. What happened? What's going on? A red-clad guard showed an unsightly expression. Princess, aside from the bewildering sound sect's luck that has not returned, the luck of the other 3 sects and 8 countries has returned, a guard said as he entered the hall and bowed. Bastard! The guard smacked the armrest of his chair. Honk! The guard smashed the chair, and a loud sound rang out in the hall. The officials kept quiet out of fear. Sage Father must be delayed by something. Men, keep an eye on the 3 sects and 8 countries. As long as their sect masters and monarchs return, immediately bring them to me. The guard shouted. Yes. No. Use the Qin figurines. Use the Qin figurines to let me know the situation immediately. The guard shouted. Yes. The Dayan Dynasty seemed to have entered a state of dead silence. Nobody dared to say anything at this point in time, and there was no commotion. An emperor and a sect master were returning continuously. Why was there no sign of the Dayan Dynasty's luck? Could something have happened to His Holiness? However, nobody dared to think about it. The Heavenly Dynasty. This was the most powerful dynasty in the world. The death of the monarch was a huge matter. Nothing would happen. Nothing would happen. However, as time passed, the luck of the Dayan Dynasty did not return. Until a month later, Flame God Hall. The Fire Emperor had returned. Sage Father is dead? You lied to me, Fire Emperor. You lied to me. The guard opened his eyes wide and shouted out in shock. The Fire Emperor was still weak and revealed a bitter expression as he shook his head. You lied to me. Impossible. My Sage Father is invincible. My Sage Father is wise and farsighted. My Sage Father would not die. He would not. The guard shouted out. The Fire Emperor could only carry a bitter expression on his face. Tell me, how did my Sage Father die? The guard shouted out as tears flowed down his cheeks. Before the Fire Emperor could speak, Amateus Buddha. The present Buddha's voice rang out from the outside world. Little guard. Empress Ji's voice rang out from the outside world. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. They are here? Not good. Princess, you're in danger. Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Limitless celestial capital. Who? A ray of green light shot into the soaring sky hall. Greetings, Commander of the Fifth Army. When the guards saw who it was, they relaxed. Kong Xian had returned. Kong Xian's return attracted the attention of Chen Tianshan and the rest. Lord Kong, you are back? Where is His Majesty? Chen Tianshan asked expectantly. His Majesty? His Majesty is not back yet? Kong Xian was surprised. In a hall far away, Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. Kong Xian's aura seems to have become stronger again. Mosquito Doran's expression turned ugly. For the past few months, Mosquito Doran had been guarding the limitless celestial capital for Guhai. He was very confident in Guhai. The recent appearance of Guhai's providence had proven everything. He just didn't know what they had encountered during the revival ceremony. His Majesty is not back yet. Gao Xinji shook her head. Swish! Suddenly, another ray of golden light shot over from afar and arrived at the soaring Sky Hall's plaza. Who is it? The guards wanted to go forward again. It's Shangwan Hen, Kong Xian exclaimed. Boom! Shangwan Hen landed on the soaring Sky Hall's plaza. His body was surrounded by golden light and his aura was emitted. Everyone was slightly shocked. That's impossible. How did Shangwan Hen's cultivation increase so much? This aura is actually not any weaker than Kong Xian's. What did they encounter during the revival ceremony? Mosquito, Doran exclaimed. Greetings, Prime Shangwan. The group of officials who rushed over greeted. His Majesty is back. Shangwan Hen looked at everyone. Not yet. However, the appearance of the Providence Cloud means that His Majesty is fine, Chen Tianshan said with a smile. Oh, while you were gone, the providence of all the major factions in the world suddenly disappeared. Half a month ago, the Han royal dynasty's providence returned. I believe it will not be long before His Majesty returns, Chen Tianshan said. Swish! Another ray of azure light flew over from afar. It's Prime Ao Shun. Shangwan Hen's eyes lit up. Not far away, Mosquito Doran showed an unsightly expression. How did everyone's cultivation increase so much after going out once? This Ao Shun as well. He just went to the Heavenly Palace, right? How did his aura become so strong? Buzz. Ao Shun suddenly withdrew his aura. Then, Shangwan Hen and Kong Xian did the same. After chatting for a while, they discovered that Guhai had not returned yet. They could only sigh. However, that was not important. The Providence Cloud returned. This meant that His Majesty had returned from 800,000 years ago. He was probably just delayed by something. Let's wait patiently. Kong Xian shook his head. Everyone nodded and could only wait patiently. Lord Meng, notify the embroidered uniform guards in the world. Have them report immediately if there is news of His Majesty. Chen Tianshan instructed. Montez nodded and said, Don't worry. Guhai seemed to have fallen into a coma. After an unknown period of time, he finally woke up with a sharp pain in his head. SSS, my head, where is this? Guhai wanted to touch his head in a daze. However, his entire body seemed to have lost all feeling and he could not move. In an instant, Guhai quivered and looked around with wide eyes. He saw that he was in a spacious hall. In the center of the hall, there was a huge pool. Half of the pool was filled with white liquid and the other half was black liquid. The black and white liquid mixed and rotated with each other. However, they were clearly separated and formed a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. He was surrounded by the black and white liquid. Even his head was immersed in it. However, strangely, he could breathe and speak. The yin-yang energy even penetrated his body from the surface. It shuttled through his body and stirred up every part of his body. Guhai could not exert any strength. His body could not exert any strength. All the deities, earthly souls, and human souls were entangled by the yin-yang energy. Guhai could not move. He could not exert any strength and could only be imprisoned like this. Imprisoned? He was imprisoned? What was this pool of yin-yang fish? Gu Hai's face changed. He wanted to struggle, but he could not move at all. The more he struggled, the stronger the yin-yang energy entangled his body and the more pain he felt. Stop struggling. This is the Tai Chi diagram. It is the 13th most powerful treasure in the world. You could be considered the first person to use the Tai Chi diagram to imprison you. However, this is the only way for you. Gu Hai. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he stopped struggling. He could not move his body and could not see what was behind him. However, this voice was all too familiar. Tantian Sect Master? Gu Hai's face changed. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps came from behind. It was the Tantian Sect Master, slowly walking in front of Gu Hai. Behind the Tantian Sect Master was another person. It was Taishang's big senior brother Xian Du. Xian Du looked at Gu Hai coldly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, following behind the Tantian Sect Master, he was not afraid. The Tantian Sect Master walked in front of Gu Hai slowly and looked at Gu Hai coldly. That purple light on the way back. Was it you who ambushed me? Gu Hai's face darkened. Chapter 851. Wanshou Taoism. In a large hall. The Taiji diagram was spread out on the ground like a huge pool of yin and yang fish. Gu Hai was trapped within, unable to move, and unable to use the strength of his entire body. The Tantian Sect Master brought Xuandu and slowly walked up to Gu Hai, looking coldly at Gu Hai. That purple light on the way back. Was it you who sneak attacked me? Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Although he was angry at being trapped, Gu Hai immediately calmed down. The Tantian Sect Master looked quietly at Gu Hai, then finally smiled coldly. The final battle, the 35 games with Old Man Guanxi? Very interesting. But now, it is not 800,000 years ago. The laws of the Go Dao have been stripped away by the heavens. Even if you have the heavenly Go chess, it is just an ordinary magic treasure. Since that is the case, why does the Tantian Sect Master want to trap me like this? Are you afraid of me? Gu Hai said coldly. The Tantian Sect Master narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Gu Hai had destroyed 3 of the 7 immortal slaying swords. The Tantian Sect Master was indeed afraid of Gu Hai's Go Dao. Although he could not use it now, the Tantian Sect Master was still extremely careful. Afraid of you? Gu Hai, you don't need to provoke me. 800,000 years ago, your various performances made me treat you as an equal. So, no amount of caution is too much. The Tantian Sect Master sneered. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Gu Hai was not worried that the Tantian Sect Master would underestimate him. The more the Tantian Sect Master underestimated him, the more advantageous it would be for him. But now the Tantian Sect Master actually thought so highly of him. Oh, I remember that when Xuandu came to my boundless celestial capital, he said that he lost the Taiji diagram and that I took it. Why is it trapping me now? It seems that Xuandu has nothing to tell you. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai, you're slandering me. The Taiji diagram was found by the sect leader. Xian Du's eyes widened. Oh, Gu Hai looked at the Tantian Sect Master. Do you think that I didn't ask anything during this year when I followed Elda Senior Brother? Elda Senior Brother has already taught me how to control the Taiji diagram. After I came back, I only had to use the secret technique to find it. Guess where it is? The Tantian Sect Master sneered. Xuandu also sneered. That sneer made Gu Hai's face darken. Was it related to him? In the hands of the new Taishang, Lin Wan heir. Lin Waner, do you still remember? Fairy Wanu? The Tantian Sect Master sneered. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Fairy Wanu? How could Gu Hai not remember? His Yuaning state was indebted to her. Her nascent soul was his fire god empress. Sect leader, I've already found out that the relationship between Lin Waner and Gu Hai is very ambiguous. In the past, in the Day One Imperial Dynasty, he even called Lin Waner his wife. Xuandu sneered. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xuandu. He was not in a hurry to speak. The more it was like this, the more the other party wanted him to be angry. The more they wanted him to be blinded by anger, the more he had to be calm. The Taiji diagram is hidden in Lin Waner's hands. Sect leader found the Taiji diagram with a secret technique. Xuandu sneered. Oh, Lin Wan'er is the new Taishang. It doesn't seem inappropriate that the Taiji diagram is in her hands, does it? Guhai said in a low voice. The Tontian sect master stared coldly at Guhai. The hall fell into a dead silence. After a while, Guhai said, Tontian sect master, I don't know why you repaid kindness with ingratitude today. Why are you trapping me here? Oh, repaying kindness with ingratitude? When have I ever owed you anything? The Tontian sect master said coldly. 800,000 years ago, the two of them had a conflict. The Tontian sect master had been forced to destroy him with 3 swords, and he could only swallow his anger. The Tontian sect master had long resented Guhai, so there was no gratitude. Have you forgotten? You almost died in the 18th level of hell. Who saved you? Guhai said coldly. When he was fighting Rokudo Shinkuin with the water god's body, the Tontian sect master was about to die under the 6 Dao's sacred sword. It was the Tontian sect master of the Jie sect who risked his life to save the Tontian sect master. That wasn't you. The Tontian sect master said coldly. But he said that if you want to repay your kindness, you can return it to me if you can't repay him, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? Guhai said coldly. The Tontian sect master of the Jie sect had indeed said that. The Tontian sect master snorted coldly. You remember now? Repaying kindness with ingratitude? Oh, good, good. What a Wanshou Taoism. What a Tontian sect master. If the Taishang sect master was still alive and saw such a junior brother, I don't know how disappointed he would be. Guhai said coldly. Slap him. The Tontian sect master snorted coldly. Slap. Slap. Xuandu immediately slapped Guhai's face from both sides. Guhai glared at Xiandu. When he glared at Xiandu, there seemed to be an overflowing killing intent in his eyes. Xiandu immediately shivered and felt a chill in his heart. He could not bring himself to deliver the 3rd slap. Tontian sect master, oh good, good, good. I will remember today's humiliation. Guhai looked coldly at the Tontian sect master. If it weren't for you, how could my eldest senior brother have died? Back then, eldest senior brother had comprehended the Taishang's long life sound and died of exhaustion. I didn't know the situation back then and couldn't understand. Now, I finally understand. Eldest senior brother died for you. In order to ensure that history doesn't deviate, he still tried to comprehend it, even though he knew he was going to die. Ha! Ha! You still have the face to mention eldest senior brother to me? It's you. You killed eldest senior brother. The Tontian sect master said coldly. Guhai stared at the Tontian sect master with a gloomy face. Taishang sect master? Good, good, good. I owe the Taishang sect master a favor. I won't pursue the matter of the slap just now. Guhai said coldly. The humiliation of a slap was no small matter. If not for the Taishang sect master's benevolence, he would definitely fight the Tontian sect master to the death. Fight for the Taishang sect master because of the Taishang's long life sound. He did indeed owe the Taishang. Won't pursue the matter? Ha 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 ha. Pursue the matter? What right do you have to pursue the matter? Now, you are my prisoner, and you still want to pursue the matter? You killed my eldest senior brother. It won't be enough even if I kill you 10,000 times. The Tontian sect master said coldly. Tell me, why did you capture me? Guhai glared at the Tontian sect master. At this moment, he didn't want to waste any more words with the Tontian sect master. He went straight to the point. The Tontian sect master narrowed his eyes at Guhai. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. After carefully sizing up Guhai, the Tontian sect master said coldly, Tontian of the Jie sect? Heh, that's my counterpart, right? Huh? Guhai's expression suddenly darkened as he looked at the Tontian sect master. The Taishang's long life sound was comprehended by eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is indeed a genius to have comprehended this song. This song wasn't used by the Wanshou Taoism, but it was obtained by an outsider like you. Heh, the connection of the immortal dome, the Taishang's long life sound? You don't deserve to have it. Tell me everything, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. The Tontian sect master said coldly. Gu Hai's pupils constricted abruptly, and he revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, So you didn't capture me for the sake of the sovereign sect's master sacrifice, and you've taken a liking to my possessions instead. You intend to fight for them? Ha ha ha! What are you laughing at? The Tontian sect master said coldly. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because I overestimated you. I'm laughing because the Taishang sect master has such a good junior brother. I'm laughing because you're delusional. I'm laughing because of my decision just now. Ha 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 ha. I won't pursue this matter with you? No, I'll return those 2 slaps 100 times, 10,000 times. Humph. Gu Hai glared. How dare you? Xuandu shouted angrily, as if he was going to attack again. Gu Hai glared, and a murderous aura rushed to Xuandu. He was out of strength, but this fierce look made Xuandu tremble. His palm stopped in the air, and he didn't dare to land. 800,000 years ago, Xuandu was also there. However, Xuandu was like many weak people. He couldn't interfere in the battle between the heroes, nor did he dare to interfere. He watched everything on the battlefield from afar. How fierce was the 6th Dao of Tian Shun? How fierce was Old Man Guanxi? How fierce was Jiang Lianshan? How fierce was Gu Hai? That battle was almost a peak battle between the 4 of them. Even now, Xuandu still remembered Gu Hai's methods. At this moment, Xuandu didn't dare to make a move. The Tontian sect master didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered. You don't want to talk? Ha ha. Gu Hai sneered, as if he was mocking the Tontian sect master. The Tontian sect master didn't get angry. He said indifferently, It's okay if you don't want to talk. Gu Hai's face darkened. When you want to talk, we'll talk. I can wait. Oh, right, in 3 days, there'll be a wedding hosted by me. We're all acquaintances. Why don't you attend? Oh no, you can't move. How about this? We'll hold it outside the main hall. As long as the door is open, you can see the wedding. The Tontian sect master said with a smile. You're hosting the wedding? Acquaintances? Gu Hai's face darkened, as if he had a bad premonition. Of course, the groom is right in front of you. This is the eldest senior brother of the Taishang Dao, Xuandu. Look, he's a talent, right? The Tontian sect master said with a smile. Xuandu bowed respectfully. As for the bride, you know her too. She's the Taishang Dao's Taishang, Lin Wanner. Haha, I'm sure you're familiar with her. The Tontian sect master said with a smile. Tontian, you dare. Gu Hai glared at him, as if he was about to spit fire. Ha ha, that's right. Remember that look. Remember that look when Xuandu and Lin Wanner get married. You have to keep it up. The Tontian sect master laughed. Wanshou Taoism consists of 3 branches. Lin Wanner is a disciple of the Taishang sect master, so she represents the Taishang branch. How can you insult the Taishang sect master like this? You're his junior brother. How can you face the Taishang sect master by insulting his branch like this? Gu Hai said angrily. The Wanshou Taoism is not for you to judge. Eldest senior brother died because of you, and you still have the face to use him to pressure me? Lin Wanner, I've enjoyed enough benefits from the Taishang branch. It's time to listen to the arrangements. As for you, if you want to see Lin Wanner and Xuandu get married, then just wait. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The Tontian sect master snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the Tontian sect master ignored Gu Hai and stepped out of the hall. Xuandu looked at Gu Hai as if he wanted to taunt him. However, Gu Hai's cold and furious eyes made Xuandu tremble slightly, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Xuandu snorted coldly and followed the Tontian sect master out of the hall. Chapter 852. The Tontian sect master and Xiandu stepped out of the hall, and the door slammed shut. Boom! Gu Hai watched the door close, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Dragons had reverse scales, and humans had taboos. Today, the Tontian sect master had challenged his taboos. Anger rose in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Wanner? Gu Hai had long known that she was in Wanshou Taoism, but he had not looked for her because she had not thought it through. He had thought that if she became a Taishang, even if she did not have great authority in Wanshou Taoism, it would be easy for her to protect herself. Gu Hai was waiting for her to think it through. Unexpectedly, The Tongtian sect master had experienced a great change in temperament after the battle of 800,000 years ago. He had trampled on some of the old rules of Wanshou Taoism. Wedding in 3 days? Forcing him to reveal the secret of the yin-yang immortal dome? How could Gu Hai be fooled? Because of this secret, the Tongtian sect master had not killed him. If the secret was revealed, with the Tongtian sect master's personality, would he spare his life? Even Lin Wanner would not be able to survive. Gu Hai kept his mouth shut, and at the same time, he wanted to escape. However, this Taiji diagram was too powerful. It was the 13th magic treasure in history. How could it be ordinary? Gu Hai closed his eyes and sensed his own body. Unfortunately, all his gods and souls were sealed. The Divine King had the eye of life and death. Unfortunately, the Divine King's power was sealed, and he could not use it. The 4 blades of life ending could not help him either. His human soul and earthly soul were all sealed, and he could not break through the Taiji diagram. The true Fire Gourd, Immortal Slaying Gourd, Arctic Gourd, and Vine World Gourd could not be used at this moment. What a good Taiji diagram. Gu Hai's expression was ugly. Wanshou Taoism, Taishang Palace. Lin Wanner hugged her zither and looked coldly at the Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect experts. Tongtian sect master. The Taishang diagram is the most precious treasure of the Taishang lineage. What? Do you want to change the structure of Wanshou Taoism and unite the 3 lineages? Lin Wanner glared at the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes at Lin Wanner. Taishang's rules? Heh, I'm the sect master. Whatever I say is the rule. It is the rule. The Taiji diagram belongs to my eldest senior brother, not you. Oh, are you saying that the ancient inheritance of Wanshou Taoism is fake? You don't have a master? The first Taishang didn't have a master? Lin Wanner said coldly. Whatever I say. Rules? I am the rules. Oomph. The Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. Lin Wanner's strength was much weaker after all. He coughed, and Lin Wanner immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taishang lineage is in chaos under your leadership. The disciples are not convinced. You're not qualified to be a Taishang. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. It is not up to you to decide whether I am qualified or not. The first Taishang said that the Taishang longevity, sound, is a Taishang. I am still a Taishang. Lin Wanner wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. But no one in the Taishang lineage listens to you. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Who said that? Lin Wanner glared. We only obey eldest senior brother Xiandu. Immediately, the group of Taishang sect elders shouted. All of you. Lin Wanner was furious. At that moment, a woman walked out from the crowd with a frown. Tongtian sect master, although you are the leader of Wanshou Taoism, the Taishang lineage will not tolerate slander. Although Taishang has only been in office for a short time and has not quelled the internal strife, it is only a matter of time. I will obey Taishang's orders and follow the Taishang lineage. When the woman walked out to support Lin Wanner, the expressions of Xiandu and the others darkened. Xing! A sword light shot out from the Tongtian sect master's sleeve. Senior uncle! Lin Wanner's expression changed. She saw that the woman who had spoken out had a bloody mark between her eyebrows. She had been cut in half. The woman would never have thought that the Tongtian sect master would kill her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding Grand Supreme Path disciples immediately kept quiet out of fear. You, Lin Wanner said in shock. I've yet to vent my anger over eldest senior brother's death. You, a girl who doesn't know the difference between life and death, want to come out and oppose me? Do you think I don't know the situation of the Taishang lineage? The Tongtian sect master glared. Other than Lin Wanner, no one dared to speak. Lin Wanner, since you're a Taishang, I will not overstep my boundaries and continue to be a Taishang. However, the Taishang lineage needs a voice. You and Xiandu, 2 voices are not good for Wanshou Taoism. Since that is the case, the 2 of you can be one. In 3 days at the Tongtian Palace, I will help you 2 host the wedding. 2 into 1. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. What? I don't want to. The Taishang lineage has cut off all emotions and character. Marriage is not allowed, Lin Wanner exclaimed. From now on, it is possible, the Tontian sect master said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! A ray of light entered Lin Wanner's body. Her cultivation was immediately sealed. Tontian sect master, you sealed my cultivation? The Wansho Taoism is your decision? Lin Wanner cried out in grief and indignation. The Tontian sect master ignored Lin Wanner. He turned to Xiandu and said, Xiandu, in 3 days, I don't want to see any accidents. Sect master, don't worry. In 3 days, the Taishang lineage will go to the Tontian Palace to celebrate the wedding of Lin Wanner and me. Xiandu said respectfully. Yes. The Tontian sect master nodded. He stepped away. Lin Wanner's cultivation was sealed. At this moment, her face was full of fear. She turned and ran to the back hall. The other members of the Taishang lineage did not dare to say anything. Xiandu sent off the Tontian sect master and turned to look at the hiding Lin Wanner. He revealed a cold smile. All right, start preparing for the wedding. What should be must be, Xiandu said in a low voice. Yes, the Taishang sect disciples answered. After making arrangements for the Taishang sect disciples, Xiandu went to chase after Lin Wanner. He caught up to Lin Wanner's room. Lin Wanner hid alone in the room. Huh, Xiandu laughed coldly. Boom. He kicked open the door. Don't come over. Lin Wanner immediately cried out. Lin Wanner, although you call me martial uncle, this is the sect master's decision. If you want to blame someone, blame your master. Why did he make you Taishang? Xiandu walked over step by step. Don't come over. Someone. Lin Wanner shouted. However, the Taishang sect disciples outside seemed to be deaf. No one could hear her. Shout. No one will come to save you. You can't cry for help now. Xiandu said coldly. Lin Wanner immediately took out a red pill and swallowed it. Don't. Xiandu's expression changed. If you come over again, I'll swallow it. I'll swallow it. Lin Wanner glared and shouted. Don't. I won't come over. I won't come over. Xiandu's expression changed drastically as he retreated. This is the longevity red pill. You know that if it goes down my throat, I'll die. Even if you have the best methods, you can't save me. Lin Wanner said with grief and hatred. Longevity red pill? Huh, you're threatening me with suicide? I have no cultivation. Even if I kill myself, I won't be able to escape your hands. Only the longevity red pill. Don't come over. Xiandu, was this your idea? You want to force me to death? You know that I will never marry you. Today, if I die, someone will avenge me. You will die without a proper burial. Lin Wanner roared, her eyes red. Oh, you're talking about Guhai? Xiandu revealed a cold smile. To tell you the truth, Guhai has been captured by the sect leader. He's in the Tontian Palace. No one can save you. Xiandu sneered. Impossible, Lin Wanner said angrily. If you kill yourself, Guhai won't die. You can only marry me obediently. Guhai can live. You'll see him in 3 days. Do you want him to die, or do you want him to live? It's all in your hands. Ha ha, Xiandu laughed. I don't believe it. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Lin Wanner was very anxious. Because of Lin Wanner's technique, Taishang had forgotten his feelings. However, ever since Guhai broke the barrier of love, his longing for Guhai deepened every day. Suddenly hearing the bad news, he was naturally terrified. Lin Wanner, if you want to save Guhai, be obedient. Otherwise, Xiandu sneered and took a step forward. I'll swallow it. Lin Wanner glared. Xiandu stopped. I don't care if you're telling the truth. Get out of here now. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. Lin Wanner roared. Xiandu's expression changed. After marrying Lin Wanner, he could slowly force Lin Wanner to hand over the position of Taishang. When he had advised the Tontian sect master, he had guaranteed that Guhai would submit. But if Lin Wanner died, the sect leader's plan would fail. He would also suffer. You don't believe me? You'll see in 3 days. Fine, I'll give you 3 more days. Xiandu didn't dare to push too hard. He could only retreat. As he retreated, he looked coldly at Lin Wanner. He thought to himself that after 3 days, he would have countless ways to ravage this bitch. Xiandu retreated bit by bit. Only when he had completely retreated did Lin Wanner collapse. Her face was full of fear and sweat, and she fell onto the futon. The next day, there was one more day before the wedding. In the Tongtian Hall, Guhai closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the Taiji diagram. Crack! Suddenly, the door of the hall opened slightly. Crack! The door of the hall closed with a bang. Guhai opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his face darkened. At the edge of the Taiji diagram, there was a man in a white robe. Guhai also knew the man in the white robe. Qi, a branch of the Tongtian bloodline, young master Qinglian Qi. Ho stepped forward and stood not far from Guhai, showing a solemn expression. He waved his hand. Wang, the yin and yang energy in the Taiji diagram, suddenly paused. Guhai was slightly taken aback. It was Qi who had stopped the Taiji diagram. Was he letting him out? Ancient Emperor, it seems like I did something unnecessary. What energy in your body is undoing the bindings of the Taiji diagram? Qi said in surprise. Qi, what are you doing here? Guhai frowned at Qi. Qi took a deep breath and sighed. Back then, 800,000 years ago, I was there too. However, I was still weak then and couldn't interfere in your battle. I saw the ancient emperor's glory and was deeply impressed by him. Oh, Guhai looked at Qi, puzzled. Sect Master, I can't agree with what you've done this time. For the benevolence of the sovereign sect's Sect Master and for the reputation of the everlasting Taoist sect, I've come here today to release the ancient emperor so that I can be at ease. Yin said solemnly. You want to release me? Guhai said in surprise. Chapter 853. Sect Master, I can't agree with what you've done this time. For the benevolence of the sovereign sect's Sect Master and for the reputation of the everlasting Taoist sect, I've come here today to release the ancient emperor so that I can be at ease. Yin said solemnly. You're going to release me? Guhai asked in surprise. Cheng nodded and reached out to activate the Taiji diagram again. Rumble. The yin and yang energy in the Taiji diagram rotated in reverse, slowly drawing energy from Guhai's body. Wang. The energy in Guhai's body could be used again. Bang! In an instant, Guhai jumped out of the Taiji diagram. Ancient Emperor, perhaps my actions were superfluous. You actually have the means to slowly extract the yin and yang energy. I believe you can break the seal without me tomorrow, right? Cheng laughed. Tomorrow? Indeed, perhaps I can break the seal tomorrow. But by tomorrow, it will be too late. Guhai bowed slightly to Cheng. Cheng nodded. That's good. I didn't come here for nothing. I believe not many people know that I'm trapped in this hall. Right? You. Guhai said solemnly. It was Lin Wanner who begged me. Or perhaps the first Taishang had instructed me. Solemnly Cheng said. Oh. Guhai raised an eyebrow. The Taishang lineage has a legacy jade steel. Only those who know the Taishang longevity sound can understand what is inside. It contains a message from the first Taishang and can be used to deal with the Tongtian sect master. All these years, the Tongtian sect master has never made things difficult for the Taishang lineage and has never used it. Until today, Lin Wanner used the information on the jade steel to find me. Solemnly Cheng said. Find you? Yes. The Taishang sect master left a message. If the Tongtian goes against his wishes, he can use the jade steel to find Cheng and seek help. In other words, he was looking for me. As for me, not long ago, during the revival assembly, I also went back 800,000 years in the future. There, I met the Taishang sect master, and I owe him a favor. Solemnly said. Oh. Guhai was slightly surprised. Lin Wanner found out from Xiandu that you were imprisoned and asked me to save you. I owe the Taishang sect master a favor. Furthermore, I also feel that the Tongtian sect master has gone overboard, so you sighed softly. Wanner, how is it? Guhai asked worriedly. Her cultivation has been sealed by the Tongtian sect master, so she's fine. She's waiting for tomorrow to be forced to get married. You explained. She didn't ask you to save her? Guhai frowned. No. You shook his head. Guhai smiled bitterly. I know. She can't even save herself, and yet she still thinks of me first? Ancient Emperor, if you want to save her, go quickly. Time is of the essence. Solemnly, you said. Gu Hai looked at you and frowned. If you let me go, how are you going to answer to the Tongtian sect master? You frowned. You don't have to worry about me. Gu Hai stared at you for a while and nodded. All right. Thank you for this. You shook his head, clearly unwilling to accept Gu Hai's gratitude. Aren't you looking for the world's sword Dao? Gu Hai looked at you. Oh, you have a new idea? You asked curiously. One had to know that Gu Hai's formation of Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Shui Xue, and Dongfang Bubi represented 4 different types of sword Dao. You had benefited a lot from this. I have a copy of the total tome of the sword Dao of the prime, clear sword Dao. A friend gave it to me. See if it's useful. Gu Hai took out a sword-shaped jade token and handed it to you. This was what the Tongtian of the Jie sect had given him back then. It was his sword Dao. You might be the reincarnation of the Tongtian of the Jie sect, or the rebirth of some other situation. However, Gu Hai had no intention of telling you. Since he had chosen to walk the path of a sword cultivator again, he would sever all ties with the past. As for the total tome of the sword Dao of the prime, clear sword Dao, it could be considered a sword Dao experience. Oh, you took it. Whoa. Instantly, a sword will surge from the sword-shaped jade token and rushed into Yu's mind. Boom! Countless green sword chi appeared on the surface of Yu's body. So strong, you exclaimed. Gu Hai retreated immediately. Yu, on the other hand, was trembling as if he had received an extremely strong sword will inheritance. Where did this come from? What a strong sword Dao! You exclaimed. A friend of mine. Oh, your friend? So strong. This sword Dao is similar to the Tongtian sect masters, but it's also different. Same? Different. What a strange sword Dao, what a strong sword Dao. You stared. Maybe. Gu Hai smiled. Who's your friend? With such a sword Dao, he must be an incredible person, right? You exclaimed. He must have reincarnated and recultivated. Oh, why? He felt that his sword Dao was not good enough, so. Gu Hai recalled. His sword Dao was not good enough? Who was this senior? Is this sword Dao helpful to you? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes. The prime clear sword Dao and my sword Dao seem to be polar opposites. Perhaps I instinctively reject the prime clear sword Dao and have not cultivated it. However, since I want to cultivate the sword, I should not avoid any sword Dao. Your prime clear sword Dao may be able to make up for my shortcomings. Thank you. You said solemnly. Thank me? You don't have to thank me. This is supposed to be yours. Gu Hai shook his head. The reincarnation of the Tongtian from the Jie sect deliberately avoided his own sword Dao. What a great determination. Hurry up and leave. Don't take the Taiji diagram with you. After all, it belongs to the Wanshou Taoism. You solemnly said. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. After opening the door, Gu Hai dashed out and closed the door. Seeing Gu Hai leave, gratitude flashed in Yu's eyes. He looked around the hall and suddenly sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the prime, clear sword Dao encyclopedia. You let Gu Hai go. He did not pretend that he did not do it. Instead, he waited patiently for the Tongtian sect master in the hall. Since he did it, there was no need to hide it. Even if he went against the will of the Tongtian sect master, he was still open and above board. Gu Hai left the hall. There were some Wanshou Taoism disciples and guards outside the hall. However, they all seemed to be asleep. It was clearly Yu's masterpiece. He turned to look at the hall. Tongtian Hall? Oomph. Gu Hai snorted and rushed into the forest. After all, the Taiji diagram was one of the most powerful magic treasures in the world. If he did not have the ancient celestial dome to extract a certain amount of yin and yang energy, he would not have been able to do anything. Now that he had recovered his cultivation and was at the peak of the middle celestial palace, he could easily move around the Wanshou Taoism. After capturing people and questioning them, he quickly found the location of Taishang's faction. Whoosh! He immediately rushed to Lin Wanner's residence. Outside the hall of Lin Wanner's residence, Xuandu brought a few trusted aides and looked at the surroundings that had been fully decorated by Dahong. Greetings to the elders. A few old women bowed in an ingratiating manner. How is it? Xuandu asked calmly. Juzi refused to wear the bride's clothes at first. However, her cultivation was sealed and she could not resist. We helped her change into the clothes by force. A woman said fawningly. She didn't threaten to die. Xuandu asked calmly. We are just servants. She would not threaten us with death. A woman said proudly. Well done, Xuandu said with a smile. Also, I put the medicine in the tea that the great elder asked me to put in. Moreover, Juzi drank it. I saw it with my own eyes. A woman said proudly. Well done. Go and receive your reward. Xuandu said with a smile. Thank you, great elder. Thank you, great elder. The women left excitedly. Xuandu looked coldly at the group of women. Great elder brother, this is a disgraceful thing. Will these women talk too much in the future? A junior brother frowned. Great elder brother, should I deal with this group of servants? A murderous look flashed in another junior brother's eyes. Xuandu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Whoosh! The junior brother immediately chased after the group of women and left. Great elder brother, Juzi is not obedient. Tomorrow's matter was arranged by the sect leader. We can't make any mistakes. A junior brother frowned. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. You can go do other things. I will take care of this. Xuandu said with a smile. Yes, the junior brothers said with a smile. Lin Wan had drunk the medicine. It should be acting up now. It was indeed not suitable for them to stay here. Do you work well? In the future, when I don't need Lin Wan I can give her to you as a cauldron. Xuandu said lightly again. The group of junior brothers suddenly revealed a look of great joy. Lin Wan had a fire cauldron body. If she dual cultivated with him, his cultivation speed would be incomparably fast. Great elder brother was so generous. Yes, thank you, great elder brother. The junior brothers said excitedly. Xuandu had always been generous to the junior brothers. He always kept his word. This was how he bought the hearts of the junior brothers. Since he said it, he would naturally keep his word. The junior brothers left happily. Xuandu, however, had a cold smile on his face. He slowly walked into Lin Wan-er's room. Creak! He gently pushed open the door. This time, Lin Wan-er did not shout. When he stepped into the room, he saw Lin Wan-er in a red wedding robe curled up on the red bed. Her whole body was trembling as if she was struggling with something. Her face was flushed, her eyes were watery, and her breath was extremely rapid. Juzi, what's wrong with you? Do you need my help? Xuandu sneered. You don't come over. Xuandu, you drug me. A trace of hatred flashed in Lin Wan-er's eyes. I just brought forward the wedding night. How is it? Is your whole body hot? I've been looking for this medicine for a long time. Xuandu walked over with a cold smile. Don't come over. Come over, come over. Lin Wan-er shouted fiercely, but her whole body was powerless. Swallow the red pill again? Haha, the red pill is with me. How are you going to swallow it? Bitch, listen to me obediently. Let me see how much firepower your fire cauldron body has. Xuandu walked over step by step. Don't come over. Guhai won't let you go. Lin Wan-er shouted as she convulsed. Guhai, you're counting on him? After tomorrow, I'll consummate with you in front of him. How about that? Ha ha ha, shout all you want. It's useless. If Guhai is useful, let him come. I'm right here. Let him come. Xuandu laughed and was about to pounce on Lin Wan-er. Psst. Suddenly, a long purple sword pierced through Xuandu's back. Huh. Looking at the long purple sword that came out of his chest, Xuandu's expression suddenly changed. He looked terrified. Xuandu recognized this sword. The life-killing sword? How could it be the life-killing sword? I'm coming. Guhai's cold voice came from behind. Chapter 854. I'm here. Guhai's cold voice came from behind. A cold voice rang out. Xiandu revealed a horrified expression. When Guhai stabbed the saber into his chest, he sealed all the power in his body. When did Guhai come? Why didn't I feel it? Xiandu wanted to shout, but his cultivation was sealed. He couldn't shout at all. With the celestial dome of the ancients, how could Xiandu find him? You, how did you escape? Impossible, impossible. That's the Taiji diagram, the real Taiji diagram. Xiandu cried out in despair. His voice was a bit high, but the room was already enveloped by the celestial dome of the ancients. It couldn't be heard. Fortunately, I came in time. That was close, Xiandu. Guhai pulled out the life-killing saber with a ferocious expression. Boom! The life-killing saber was pulled out, but in that instant, all of Xian-Du's organs exploded. He looked fine on the outside, but his insides were a mess. You don't kill me. I only did this because of the headmaster's orders. Listen to the headmaster. Xian-Du begged with a trace of fear. Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xian-Du, then at Lin Wan-Er, who was twitching on the bed. His heart grew fiercer. Oomph. Guhai's palm strike landed on Xuandu's body, instantly covering him in blood. With a cold snort, he walked to the bedside. At that moment, Lin Wan-Er's eyes were blurred. She couldn't tell what she was seeing. She could only call out softly, "Guhai, Guhai, I feel terrible." Guhai looked at Lin Wan-Er and felt his heart ache. He stretched out his hand and sent some power to her back. Boom! Immediately, the medicine in Lin Wan-Er's body was shaken out. Poof! Along with a mouthful of blood, Lin Wan-Er spat out the medicine in her body. After spitting out the medicine, the redness on Lin Wan-Er's face faded. She stopped twitching and looked weakly at Guhai. "Wan-Er, I'm late," Guhai said gently. "You've come." Wan-Er smiled sadly. She slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Guhai did not wake Lin Wan-Er up. Instead, he gently hugged her. He slowly walked towards Xuandu, who had fallen to the ground. "I didn't touch her. I didn't touch her. Let me go. It was Sect Master. It was Sect Master who asked me to do it." Xian-Du, who was covered in blood, begged. Guhai's eyes were cold. On the third day, the wedding was about to begin. Outside Lin Wan-Er's room. "Eldest senior brother, it's almost time. Have you woken up?" A junior brother called out from outside the room. However, there was no sound in the room at all. "Eldest senior brother, it's about to begin. The sect leader will be here soon. Hurry up." All the junior brothers said anxiously. However, there was still no sound in the room. "What's going on? Isn't eldest senior brother inside? You go and have a look." Everyone sent a servant to investigate. The servant opened the door. With a scream of horror, the servant knelt down with a plop. Everyone immediately surrounded him. "Eldest senior brother?" Hiss. Everyone was shocked. They saw that Xian-Du was covered in blood, nailed to the beam by his own long sword between his eyebrows. Beside him was a large piece of cloth with large words written in blood, like a large flag fluttering in the wind. "Taishang is dead. Wan Shou is dead." It was impossible to tell who had written the 6 large words. However, the 6 words were written in blood, and the crowd felt like they were filled with contempt. Taishang was dead, and Wan Shou Taoism existed in name only? Who wrote this? "Something big has happened," a Taishang Taoist disciple said with an ugly expression. "Quick!" informed the sect leader. A group of Taishang Taoist disciples said in horror. The Tontian sect master had just come out of seclusion to refine the 4 immortal vanquishing swords when he heard this shocking news. Swoosh! In an instant, the Tontian sect master arrived at the room where Xian-Du died. Seeing that Xian-Du was nailed to the beam, the Tontian sect master emitted a murderous aura. With the suppression of the killing intent, none of the longevity Taoist disciples dared to speak. At the same time, they wondered who had the guts to kill their eldest senior brother, take away the leader of Taishang Taoism, and taunt him by leaving these 6 large words. "Guhai? How dare you?" Oomph. The Tontian sect master glared and snorted. This cold snort was filled with immense anger. Puff, puff. Although the anger was not directed at the disciples, someone was still shocked by the aftershock and vomited blood. Puff. The Tontian sect master disappeared in a flash. It was not until the Tontian sect master left that the surrounding disciples suddenly collapsed to the ground, their faces full of shock. The next moment, the Tontian sect master appeared outside the Tontian hall. Guhai escaped, killed Xian-Du, and took Lin Wan away. How did he escape? What happened to the Taiji diagram? As soon as he arrived outside the Tontian hall, he saw that countless disciples had fainted. B****. The Tontian snorted coldly. Puff! The disciples who had fainted immediately vomited blood and were all jolted awake. "Sect leader, please forgive us, sect leader. Sect leader, we don't know." The disciples were terrified, But the Tongtian sect master did not care at all. He reached out and opened the door. Quang! The door opened. They thought that the interior was empty. However, the moment it opened, countless green sword auras rushed out from inside. Boom! Hundreds of millions of green sword auras rushed out in an instant, and some even soared into the sky. A powerful green sword aura seemed to form a wave of qi that rushed in all directions. In the Wanshou Taoism, almost everyone's long swords suddenly trembled, as if worshipping the sword aura. The sword aura was powerful, but it was useless against the Tongtian sect master. In the center of the hall, a huge green sword lotus slowly opened. The sword lotus had 32 petals, and each petal was in the shape of a green sword surrounded by countless sword auras. In the center of the sword lotus, Qi was sitting cross-legged. The Tongtian sect master pushed the door open. Qi's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 green sword auras shot out from his eyes. In an instant, all the sword auras, and sword lotuses converged and entered Qi's body. It was as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. There was nothing but Zhao slowly standing up. Qi was still the same Qi, but at this moment his eyes were incomparably bright, like 2 bright stars shining. "Did you let Gu Hai go?" The Tongtian sect master said with a gloomy face. The Hui was a disciple of the Heavenspan bloodline. The Heavenspan bloodline had many bloodlines, but the Hui bloodline was one that the Heavenspan sect leader valued greatly. That was because the Hui possessed extraordinary talent. He was very similar to himself in the past. He was going to be a personal disciple, but now he dared to do such a thing? "I was the one who let Gu Hai go." Sheng nodded. "How dare you?" The Tongtian shouted coldly. Boom! A powerful pressure surged toward Qi's expression became serious. He held the hilt of his sword and resisted the pressure of the Tongtian sect master. "Sect master, I was asked by the Taishang sect master to correct your deviation," Qi said solemnly. "What did you say?" The Tongtian sect master said coldly. "I met the Taishang sect master, and he told me that although you are his junior brother, the Taishang sect master has a request from his master. He doesn't want the inheritance of Wanshou Taoism to end in his generation," Qi said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master widened his eyes. "You are trampling on the rules of Wanshou Taoism. You are ridiculing the efforts of the Taishang sect master. Although you are the sect master, I am not convinced," Qi said coldly. You overestimate yourself. You're not convinced? Who do you think you are? You are just a branch of the Wanshou Taoism sword range, and your swordsmanship was passed down by me. How dare you not be convinced by me? Do you think you can teach me a lesson?" The Tongtian sect master glared at him. Boom! A stream of powerful purple sword intent rushed out. Sword intent? Oomph. She also glared. Boom! A green sword intent rushed toward the Tongtian sect master. The 2 sword intents condensed like 2 long swords of purple light and green light collided in the void. Ding! The tip of the swords collided, and a powerful sword aura burst out. Boom! The entire Tongtian hall was instantly shattered by the huge airflow. The disciples who came later were immediately blown away by the airflow, and they were shocked. Young Master Qinglian. Did he just go against the sect master? Is young Master Qinglian crazy? The sect master's swordsmanship is the best in the world. How dare he go against him? Countless disciples were dumbstruck. Qi's expression was ferocious. The Tongtian sect master widened his eyes in shock. That was because Hua's sword intent had actually blocked his own. That was impossible. No one in the world had a sword intent as fierce as his. No, there were 2 people. One was the sacred sword of Rokudo, Shinkuan, and the other was the Tongtian sect master of Jia. But he was already dead. Rumble. The 2 sword intents collided, and the 2 of them seemed to be completely surrounded by the purple and green sword aura. The sword aura surrounded the 2 of them, and gradually, the people around them could not see what was going on. They could only feel the terrifying power inside. All this time, I thought that the sect master's swordsmanship was the best in the world, and that you were the best sword cultivator in the world. But now, I realize that's not the case. You're not worthy of being the best in the world. She said coldly. Huh? I'm not worthy? Then are you worthy? The Tantian sect master said coldly. Not me, but the Taishang sect master. The Taishang sect master's sword is the best in the world, she said in a deep voice. What did you say? The Tantian sect master said coldly. The Taishang sect master's sword is the sword of benevolence. He is willing to abandon life and death for the sake of the common people. Can you do that? She said coldly. Huh? The Tantian sect master's face turned cold. Your swordsmanship is just a small dao. Although it's sharp, it's just a superficial appearance. The Taishang sect master's sword is the true dao of the sword. The common people are his sword, and he is the benevolent dao of selflessness. He can cut through the heavens, the earth, and everything in the immortal world. She roared. Boom! A crisp sound was heard. A crack suddenly appeared on the purple sword intent of the Tongtian sect master. The purple sword intent showed a hint of weakness. The Tongtian sect master's swordsmanship was suppressed by Qis. Lost to Qi? How was that possible? He was the best in the world in the way of the sword. How could he lose to a disciple? How dare you? The Tongtian sect master glared. The immortal slaying sword appeared, and a purple light instantly filled the world. Boom! She was instantly sent flying. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground. In terms of swordsmanship, you were slightly better. In terms of strength, the Tongtian sect master was too strong. So what if your swordsmanship was slightly better? She was still defeated in one move under such a strong force. The Tongtian sect master was enraged. He swung the immortal slaying sword again, as if he wanted to kill Qi in one move.